Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Close, very close, but it's an improvement, though. Me and Fumihashi-san sat down on the grass in the park and took a break. I took up catching practice again with renewed enthusiasm, taking into account the advice of Uchihashi, and the results were indeed positive. I was able to get a better start on the flying ball, and I was able to take my glove out at the right time and get used to figuring out the trajectory of the ball. But there were many times when the ball hit the glove but bounced right off, or when I thought I caught it but it fell out of my hand. Damn, it doesn't work that way, does it? It's sad that I can't do what everyone else can do for no reason. It's something everyone can do, so when you fail to do it, people will wonder, why are you dropping it? In some cases, there will be people who will say, you're not taking this seriously? Well, I'm a little relieved, aren't I? I'm a little relieved to hear that even Nihama-kun, who was active in the school festival and got the highest score on the final exam, has his weaknesses. I'm not good at a lot of things, I said. It's nice to get compliments, but those two were just outlier reasons to work hard. In the first place, the success of both the festival and the final exam was largely due to the fact that I was in my second year of life, not because I was a talented person. To be honest, I envy people like you who are athletic. I think my life would have been different if I were athletic. I can't help but complain about that as I look up at the clear blue sky. Yes, in this life, but in my previous life, I strongly believed that if only I could exercise. What? I'm definitely more jealous of someone who's smart compared to someone who can exercise, and isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say that your life depends on whether you can exercise or not? No, that's not too big a deal for boys. After all, it could determine their character for the rest of their lives. Huh? Character? From just exercise? It would certainly not be understood in Fumihashi's mind. But I believe that athletic ability has a tremendous impact on one's life. Yeah, this is just my biased opinion, but whether you can exercise is determined when you enter elementary school. That's what's so important for boys. In a way, that is the most important time in life when athletic ability is considered. It is at that point that the first school caste is determined. The boys in elementary school decide who is the best in the class based on their athletic ability. If you run fast or play dodgeball well, people around you will say, wow, you're so cool. People around you will praise you, and your status in the class will rise, and you'll gain confidence and become more and more cheerful. Moreover, this trend carries over to middle school and high school. This is why those who are athletically gifted are sunny from start to finish while in school. Yeah, and yet, come to think of it, when I was in elementary school and junior high, all the bright and active boys were certainly the ones who could exercise. You see? So, boys who can't do sports are positioned as weak by the people around them. They are ridiculed and disrespected, and their status in the class goes down, and they lose confidence in themselves. I'm a little better now, but until a while ago, I was a dark guy who didn't talk much. Wow, boys are like that. Huh? But on the other hand, what happened to make Ninhama-kun so cheerful? It's not that you're gloomy now, but you're an energetic guy who most of the class agrees is too much. Well, that's the thing, I've had a bit of a makeover. I can't say that I'm a person from the future who is redoing my youth as an athletically challenged and negative person, so I covered it up. But that's what I meant when I said that it determines your character and your life. Of course, there are plenty of exceptions, and I just think that way. At least that's what I've experienced, so I don't have a good image of exercise, and I envy people who can exercise. I really have nothing but abominable memories when it comes to exercise. Falling down while running, getting hit in the face with a dodgeball, falling over when my foot swung out of the air when I kicked a soccer ball. Every time I did, I was ridiculed and laughed at. And I gradually lost my confidence and my self-esteem. Oh, I see. I realized that when we were talking. The reason why I've become a dark and weak shadow man, it all started with my lack of athletic ability. In other words, I'm now challenging what in a sense can be called the culprit of my shady character. That's it? What? What the fuck? I looked closely at Fumihashi, who suddenly pointed at me and shouted. That's it? When you were catching the ball earlier, your timing was right, but you were kind of hunched over. Your eyes never left the ball, but you couldn't look directly at it, like you were looking at something scary? I thought it was my imagination, but Nihama's aversion to such sports is shown in the way he plays. That's, if you ask me, I couldn't deny it. Not only do I remember my traumatic past ball games, but balls basically remind me of all the failures that I had when playing group ball games. If such subconsciousness is preventing you from looking directly at the ball, which is the most important thing in ball games, it is indeed quite a critical flaw. Maybe so, but even if that's the case, how do I overcome it? Is it just a matter of self-awareness, or is it a matter of determination? No, that's not enough. I don't know if it will work, but I have an idea. Oh, really? That's my coach? Yeah, so I'm kind of embarrassed to ask you for that. Then, for some reason, Fumihashi's cheeks flushed and she slurred her words. What is it? Why are you blushing here, Anima? What? How do you know about it? Did Kazumihara or Jinji tell you? I know you're shocked, but I found you two together at the festival, and you forgot that I was there. I was too busy with the takoyaki cafe at the time. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Damn, I was in such a hurry at the time, I thought you didn't care that me and Shijoin-san were together? Well, that wasn't the only thing that convinced me, but I was convinced when I saw both of you like that afterwards. I don't know about the natural Shijoin-san, but I'm sure Nihama-kun is serious about her. Goo well, if it's Fumihashi-san, I don't mind saying it, I'm embarrassed, but I'll admit it. I like Shijoin-san. I'm not going to be able to fake it, so I decided to say how I feel. There seems to be a lot of leaks regarding this lately. Then the Fumihashi-san said, huh, oh, I knew it? Wow, and her cheeks became even more flushed like a cherry. Why is it that you are more embarrassed than I am when I was the one that confessed? Oh, I see. I'm really excited to hear that two people who are close to each other are in that situation. Hey, you already kissed her or something, right? No, I haven't. Or rather, I'm not in a relationship yet. What? What are you doing when you're that close to her then? Don't blame me for having a dead face all of a sudden. Don't give me your usual Fumihashi-san gaze. It's like you're calling me feeble. Well, that's enough about that to purposely come to softball practice on a holiday. Perhaps you just don't want to show your lame side to Shijoin-san. Or rather, there isn't any other reason, huh? Yes, that's totally true. It's not for class or anything, I just want to be cool for a girl that I like. After all, a woman's power of deduction increases when it comes to romance, or so it seems, and she completely hits the nail on the head. I had no choice but to come clean since my background had been completely discovered. Okay, then imagine it. Imagine Shijuin-san cheering for you, Shinyama-kun. Fill your head with the thought of wanting to show the person you love how cool you are. Yeah, I saw you at the festival, and you're like a runaway locomotive once you get going, aren't you? That's why, with that kind of momentum, you're so fired up to show the person you love what's good about yourself. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that. It's not uncommon in sports to make up for one more push with energy. In order to overcome the feeling of uncomfortability, Fumihashi said to let the most passionate emotion, love, burn brightly. At first glance, this may seem like a comforting psychology, but if you recall, it's something I've always done. Whether it was the cultural festival or the final exam, it was always my feelings for Shijoin-san that were the driving force that drove me. I'll try it. Throw me the ball, Fumihashi-san. Okay, it's going to work this time? Just like before, I moved away from the scene. By the way, you're a really good girl to be so accommodating to me, Fumihashi-san. I would have been absolutely stuck on my own, and all I can say is thank you. You're in position? Let's go then. From afar, Fumihashi shouted, and the ball was thrown up into the sky of the park. And I, from my hunched position, dashed after it. As I watched the ball, I anticipated where it would fall. Oh, balls are scary to me, if you ask me. For a few moments, I think about it. It is instinctive to be afraid of flying objects, but not only that, I have an aversion to balls in general. It's probably because of my dislike for exercise as a whole, as Fumihashi-san said, it's got some pretty old roots in me. However, my regrets about my youth and my feelings for Shijoin-san are even deeper than that. Picture it, the event-loving Shijoin-san excitedly cheering me on. Maybe she will cheer me on by name. And if I do well, she might praise me later like she did during the test. It's not a matter of I don't want to show my uncool side, but a matter of I want to show my cool side. It's not about evading, it's about attacking. It was at this point that I realized that I was a much simpler and more romantic guy than I had imagined. The edge of my mouth naturally relaxed. My aversion to the ball fades, and my awareness of the carrot dangled in front of me is inspired by the fact that what is falling is not a threat, but an opportunity. The cheers of the imaginary Shijoin-san gave me the extra push that I needed. I held up my glove and stared at the white ball as it fell. I stared at it, determined to get it, and kept my eyes on it until the end. I saw the trajectory of the ball and opened my glove wide, but without rushing or letting go of my body. And then, plop! With a light sound, I felt a strong impact on my glove. The white ball had indeed been caught in my hand. Yeah. As soon as I found the ball in my glove, I, of course, shouted a cheer while Fumihashi rushed towards me. Amazing? That's amazing, Nihama. I'm going to cry. This is the kind of joy a mother feels when her baby starts walking on its own feet. Thank you. I feel like I'm being rude to the max, but it's all thanks to Fumihashi-san. I really appreciate it. Objectively speaking, it was just a mediocre fly catch, nothing great, but both me and Fumihashi dominated by a mysterious emotion that welled up in us. You could say that our brains had become stupid. Oh, I see. So this is the sports guts inspiration we've seen so much of in manga and anime? The joy of being able to do what you can't do with effort. Well then, let's move on. And then, after sharing the excitement for a moment, as if to regain her energy, she continued. To the next? Yeah, you're far from finished if you can only catch one pitch. You need to practice catching flies, liners, and ground balls so that you can catch them all perfectly. Yes, that's absolutely true, but it would take a lot of time to do that, and I can't let Fumihashi-san help that much. What are you talking about? Nihama-kun has just taken his first step, and I can't leave you here? Gather your energy, she declared with fire in her eyes and a strong tone of voice. There's something different about the atmosphere. This is a mysterious emotion that has lit a fire in me as a gymnast. I'm totally in the mode of a senior member of a club mentoring a junior member. TLN, this is from Fumihashi POV. Come on, let's go. You'll have to train until you can catch any course perfectly, and the only response I should hear is a yes. That's it. I'm going to go hard, so be prepared. Yes? No? Keep your voice up? Yes, yes, yes. I raised my voice instantly. It was like I was in an athletic club. Yes? I'll do it, Nihama-kun. I'll make you a full-fledged softball player, just like you asked. Let's go for it. I felt sweat run down my cheek as I heard the sound of Fumihashi's voice with maximum enthusiasm. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I can hold on or can I. TLN, it was the last day of the ball game. The softball team was gathered on the field under a sunny sky with no clouds. I've been playing softball for a while now. If it was soccer or something like that, you could still be cool by just chasing the ball around. The guy next to me in gym clothes, Jinji, complained in frustration. He belonged to the computer club, and like me, he was not very good at ball games like this. In fact, sports are considered too sacred to be healthy and educational. What's with the enthusiastic look on your face, Nihama-kun? Don't tell me you've improved your athletic skills after your academic skills. My athleticism isn't going to get any better. I'm just a little bit more prepared for this game. To tell the truth, what I did as preparation couldn't be considered little, because the other day's softball catching practice turned into an unexpectedly intense training session. After I finally managed to catch a fly, Fumihashi-san ignited my sporty spirit and turned into a Spartan coach from the Showa era. I was thrown a lot of ground balls, liners, and flies. The never-ending hell of catching the ball made me realize how unathletic I was, but it was still a great help in improving my skills and raising my motivation for the game. I can't thank Fumihashi enough for helping me that much, but I was physically dead that day. Well, it was much healthier mentally than working overtime at a desk that I didn't enjoy at all. Oh, I got the gist of it. I'm sure you've been practicing hard to look good for Shijoin-san again. How did you know? You're an esper? I know how you act when you're in love. Your responses have changed to "I'll work so hard I'll die" for my favorite only, with the previously available "shut up and give up" disappearing. Jinji said with a dumbfounded look. I had such a straightforward and predictable action pattern from the beginning. There are many people for a mere ball game. As Jinji said, there were a large number of students around the ground to observe the game. After all, just like in my previous life, people are gathering to watch the winner of the final game. What's more, the excitement is quite high. Let's get it over with. If we win this, we win the tournament? Boys of the softball team, if you win, the teacher will buy you juice, so do your best for the class. I'm betting my lunch that my class will win. You better win. The cheers I heard before the game started were from the visitors of my class. The fervor in their voices is more than I can remember from my previous life, and the softball team, too. Well, we've won so far, so let's keep it up. Yeah, I get really fired up when girls cheer me on. Yes, my one-legged batting technique is about to catch fire. Akazake, you'd better reflect on the last time you did that and fell down in the batter's box. The morale was quite high, even if it was a bit of a joke. What? In my previous life, there was a lot of excitement, but I don't think it was enough to get people cheering before the game. What's with all the excitement, even if it is the finals? What are you talking about, Nihama-kun? You're the one who created this atmosphere. What? Didn't we all have a fun at the festival you organized? Since then, our class has become closer in spirit, and the camaraderie has grown stronger overall. Thanks to this, the atmosphere is easy to relax and easy to get along with, and when it comes to the championship game of a ball game, the atmosphere can be as high as this. So that's what is this all about. I thought that the unity of the class had become a little stronger, but I did not realize that the cultural festival had such an impact on the atmosphere in the class. But if the unity of the class is growing, the game will be more exciting, but when you lose, the disappointment will be worse. That's... I saw Shijun-san in her gym uniform sitting among the people from my class who were sitting on the ground cheering for the team. Kazumihara and Fumihashi, who seemed to have started talking to each other a lot lately, were on either side of her. She seemed to notice that I was looking at her, and Kazumihara said, "Oh, Nihama-kun is looking over here. Well, please do your best to look cool in front of Shijun-san, okay?" She grinned at me and said, "You've done a great job with your training. Good luck." As if to say, "I'm going to do it," she thrusts out her left and right arms and gives me a double thumbs up. Shijun-san seemed to like this kind of event as well, and seemed to be very excited about this atmosphere of class excitement even before the game started. Oh, and then my eyes met hers. It was as if we were both looking for each other, and we were certainly looking into each other's eyes. I'd like to think that it wasn't an illusion. The moment our gazes intertwined, Shijun-san smiled like a flower blooming. She said, "I'm rooting for you so much. Please do your best." And as if to say, "Good luck," she waved her hands vigorously at me. It was a straightforward expression of an innocent heart to support me. Oh, did you see that, guys? Shijun-san just waved at me? Huh? What's with the ego, man? It was for me. Don't start a sad fight when you know you won't get an eye. But Shijun-san's in a good mood. You'll get a chance if you play well. It looks like it's time to get serious. Boys are sadly simple creatures, and a smile and a wave from a beautiful girl is enough to boost their morale. And I am no exception to this rule. Hey, look, Nihama. Every single one of them is making the tension too high. Whoa. I'm gonna do it. So, you're the one who's the softest? You're being a jerk, Jinji. The girl I love the most on earth smiled and waved at me. What man wouldn't be burned up by this? And as I was doing this foolish thing, a broadcast sounded on the ground. The time has come for the second grade softball game between 2B and 2D of the tournament to begin. Please line up in the center of the field if you are going to play. Let's go, Jinji. Let's do this. As I ran to the lineup point, the other guys said, hey, I'm going to hit 100%, so watch this. Hiya, I'm gonna do it. It's the perfect opportunity to get the girls to cackle, and Shijun-san rushed out with her head still red from cheering for me. Wait, it's not fair that you're the only ones acting like you're drunk. I felt a little sorry for Jinji, who was the only one who couldn't be an idiot and seemed to be the only one who kept a straight face at the drinking party. Anyway, the opposing team was filled with mostly athletic people and had several players with baseball experience. Even if the bat hit the ball, it was either a fly or a ground ball, and the handling of the fly or ground ball was accurate, so we couldn't score any runs in the beginning. Furthermore, the opponent was not only strong defensively, but also offensively. Tsukamoto, who was on the baseball team, was the pitcher in our class, and he had been cooking his opponents with his imposing pitching, called windmill pitching. In this game, the pitches on both sides were flying. However, our defenders, who had high morale, made a series of mysterious good plays, such as diving catches and jumping throws, and prevented all of those hits. The opponents began to get quite frustrated with the lack of scoring despite a number of high-quality hits, and their performance became more and more choppy in the second half. After giving up a dead ball to Jinji, I made a mistake in handling a ball that miraculously got caught in the bat, allowing Jinji to advance while I was out. The next batter, Tsukamoto, declared, I've got to show my girlfriend some respect for the baseball team, and I'd like to show her some good things soon, and made a hit to score a run. That's what I've come to expect from a legitimate good-looking sportsman. When Jinji came back home, everyone said, nice dead ball. Jinji rubbed his belly and said, I can't be happy about just hitting the side of my head. Ouch, he seemed to be happy that he was able to step on the platform. If we can keep this up, the game would be easily in our hands, or so everyone thought. Is this where it's going to turn out like I remember? In the last inning of the game, we took a 1-run lead. The defense supported Tsukamoto, who was starting to tire, drove them in with 2 outs, but at the cost of runners advancing to second and third base. One more runner and everything would be decided. Everyone was enthusiastic about the game, and the turnout was unparalleled in the past. When I glanced over, I saw that Shijun-san was cheering excitedly, alongside, of course, Fumihashi, and even the normally quiet Kazumihara was watching with clenched fists. Hang in there, Tsukamoto. One more. Hit it. If you hit, they're dead. Good luck. We've come this far, let's finish it with a win. Hit it high. Most of the outfielders are not very good, so just let it fly. Softballs don't fly very well. Protect the front. Stay calm. Don't worry about winning. Both our class and the opposing class were as excited as if it were an official baseball game, and I could understand why. The last minute of a game where you don't know whether you're going to win or lose has the power to excite people, even if it was a casual game. No matter how similar the situation is, it doesn't mean it will come to me. Since I started over in this life, I have yet to see the kind of historical repentance that is common in science fiction. The proof of this is that I myself have been changing the future of everything from school festivals, final exams, family relationships, and friendships. I've been able to change the future of every single thing I've done in my life. But even if it flies at me, I'll definitely catch it. That's what I've been practicing for. In this game, no ball has come to me at all. But I didn't have the thought of, I hope the ball doesn't fly at me till the end of the game. At first I just didn't want to show my uncoolness in front of Shishun-san. Looking around, I could see my teammates who were flippant and enthusiastic, and my classmates who were cheering me on with their voices. There were people who enjoyed events and liked the feeling of togetherness. I didn't dislike this atmosphere that is created in the class. I want to be cool in front of the girl I like, but at the same time I want to win with the class. That's what I'm thinking about right now. And then the last pitch was thrown, and the batter met it with his bat. What echoed in the ground was not the sound of catcher's mitts that we were expecting, but the metallic sound of bats that the other team was eager to hear. When I looked up, I saw that the ball was rising high into the sky. The direction of the ball's trajectory is toward me. It really flew this way, and it's far. The fact that I was able to dash to the rear as soon as I made that decision was thanks to the special training of the Fumihashi. Can I make it in time? Can I catch it in time? Can I catch it in time? The ball is rising fast, and it's clearly more difficult than the mediocre light flies I failed to hit in my previous life. If I drop it, the game will end in defeat just like my previous life, and if I catch it, the game will end in our victory. I'm sure all the students in the room are looking at the ball flying through the blue sky and me running after it. I don't have time to check that, but the pressure is mounting. I might not be able to catch it. A worm of anxiety emerges from my unconscious. It's still impossible for me to be active in sports that I'm not good at, let alone other things. I tried, and I can't help it if the result is no good. In the first place, this is a difficult pitch for amateurs. No one will blame you if you can't catch it. After all this time, the scared little me within myself tries to take precautions. And so, once again, I dragged my feet like a grudge, trying to close off my possibilities. And then, when my movements slowed down just a little, Nihama-kun, please do your best. I heard the voice of the girl I love the most in the world. She was shouting my name as loudly as she could, which is not something you'd expect from a young lady. She was cheering me on from the bottom of her heart, giving me a burst of energy. Yeah, you could call me Pavlov's dog. Just hearing her cheering is enough to fill me with joy and my heart leaps into action. All my fears and trepidation disappear. Yes, attack, don't run. It's not just sports. You've decided that's what you're going to do the second time around. I read the trajectory of the ball as it fell and held out my glove as I ran. The timing was just barely right, and I was self-conscious. And so the white ball, falling like a shooting star, fell and hit my glove mercilessly. The ball dancing in the air from the impact of hitting my glove was reflected in my eyes very slowly, like the slow playback of a movie, the way the victory in the form of a white ball spilled out of my hand previously, too. At that moment, what dominated my mind was not blank despair. I can't let it go, something that should never have been born in my mind. There was only the fiery hot blood of passion, which was never possible in my previous life. And, catching the ball in a reckless position, I fell down with a crash. A cloud of dust rose up from the ground, and I was drenched in reddish-brown dirt. Yeah, they dropped it. Turn, turn, turn. We're making it? Oh, so close? Oh, fuck. Shit, no. The other team was excited and our team was down. The reaction of the two teams was clear, winners and losers. However, it was still a little too early to decide. Oh, wait, that? At the sound of Shijun-san's voice, the students' gazes were drawn to me again. The cloud of dust cleared, and I stood up, raising my arms to show my surroundings. The ball hit my glove and floated in the air, but I grabbed it with my right hand and held on to it. I literally grabbed the winning ball with my own hands and held it up high. Out. Game set. As the cheers of victory poured out onto the field, I sat up and stared blankly at the ball in my right hand. I won. I caught it and I won, didn't I? I was so self-conscious while I was playing, but when I woke up from my trance, the ball in my hands and the excited voices of the visitors didn't feel real anymore. Nice work, Nihama-kun. Good job, you bastards. That was almost a home run, and you caught it. Ha ha ha. It feels good to win with all this excitement. The next thing I know, my teammates were gathered all around me, smiling and praising me like a child genuinely happy with a victory. Everyone is praising me for being an athletic little shit and for doing well in sports. Just like at the launch of a cultural festival, I was stunned by everyone's words and bathed my whole body in them. I couldn't believe that I was in the middle of a scene honoring the meritorious after a victory that I only knew from baseball cartoons. But I just happened to catch the last ball. To tell you the truth, this is the first time I've worked as a fielder in this game. Haha, don't worry about the details. It's inevitable that the last home run or fine play that decides the game will stand out. The one who said that was Tsukamoto, the pitcher who had definitely worked 100 times harder than me throughout the entire game. I mean, you really saved my life, too. When the ball was hit at the end, my blood drained out of my body so much, but when you caught it, it suddenly rushed back. I was so grateful that I shouted, "Great job, Nihama. Thank you so much." Tsukamoto expressed his gratitude, looking deeply relieved. Apparently, the pressure of a pitcher on the verge of victory was unbelievable, and my catch had saved his cold nerves. Yeah, you did a good job. Ball games are inherently intimidating, but when you got girls screaming at you like this, you got to win. I laughed a little at the way he caught it because it was so gutsy, but nice catch, skinny guy. Hey guys. I'm not sure if it's because I'm drunk with the enthusiasm of victory, but everyone honestly congratulated me on my little victory. It's not like they were this flippant in my previous life, but if this is how they became after the festival, it's probably an unexpected side effect of my efforts to raise Shijun-san's favorability. It was a good feeling to win with this team and to be able to share the joy with these guys. Okay, now that you mention it, I'm starting to get excited and feel good about myself. I didn't feel like I won until just now, but I'm going to scream too. Oh, come on. Come on. Everyone's already yelling at the top of their lungs. I took a deep breath as I listened to everyone's lighthearted comments. So now let's shout out our joy honestly. Holy shit, I won. Woo-oh. My victory cry echoed across the field as I struck a gut-wrenching pose, surrounded by my teammates. Foo, the water is super tasty. I was at a water fountain at the edge of the playground, quenching my thirst. The heat in my body from the game I had just finished had not yet subsided. You were all so happy to see me. I remember how excited my teammates were about our victory earlier. In my previous life, I had only dark memories of ball games and other sports-related events, but it was worth the effort to see them so excited. Even when I'm not good at something, I try my best. Yeah. Hard work never fails, especially when it comes to muscles. Whoa, Fumihashi-san? It was my Fumihashi, who had supported me the most this time, who suddenly called out to me from behind. I've been watching the game, and you did really well, Nihama-kun. I'm impressed. As if to say, it was a great honor to be a coach, Fumihashi continued in a good mood. That Nihama-kun, who couldn't even catch a mediocre fly, caught such a difficult pitch at the very last moment. It was really the best moment I've ever seen. It's as if a bird that was waddling around just a few minutes ago suddenly took to the skies and my heart was filled with. Don't get all gushy and teary. And is that rude compliment a habit of yours? There's no denying that I'm a waddling bird, but come on. But I'm really grateful to Fumihashi-san, to be honest. I wouldn't have been able to catch it if it hadn't been for that Spartan and gut-wrenching training. It was worth coaching you if you say so. Oh, if you're interested in athletics, would you like to join the track team? Sorry, no, thank you. When I dodged her casual solicitation, Fumihashi was disappointed, tch. I'm sorry, Fumihashi. I'm sorry about that, I said. This incident made me feel less bad about exercise than before, but it also made me realize once again that I don't have any talent for physical activities at all. But I was able to see something really good. Nihama-kun, who is not very good at sports, played with so much enthusiasm. The power of love is amazing. The moment Shizuen-san cheered for Nihama-kun with his name, his movements and spirit were completely different. What? No, I was definitely fired up, but did it make any difference in my movements? Yeah, it was like they put a powerful motor in a spring doll and it was just overflowing with power. I'm sure it was unconsciously, but my mouth is saying, whoa, 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 and it leaked out. Seriously? Wow, that's so embarrassing. I was completely unaware that I looked like such a simp from the outside. But I think I envy you and Shijoin, to be honest. Everyone loves someone, but I don't think there are many people who feel that strongly about someone. Yeah, I think. Yes, that's it. And that feeling will definitely reach her. As your coach, I can guarantee it. The smile on her face is full of the vitality of an athletic girl, and it encourages me. But she's a really nice girl. Whoa. Well, it looks like she's here, so I'll just leave you in peace. See you later. Abruptly leaving it at that, Fumihashi quickly left the place. You're awfully busy, aren't you? The one who comes running from the other side as if to replace her was Nihama-kun. I've finally found you. Shijoin-san. There was no way I could mistake the person I love for someone else. But I still doubted my own perception, because Shijoin-san's eyes were even more sparkly and shiny than usual. And then my hand, frozen in surprise, was wrapped in something soft and smooth. Whoa. Shijoin-san, who was right under my nose, was holding my hands as if she were wrapping them in her arms. There was a slight time lag for my brain to recognize this fact. That was amazing. To win so dramatically in such a final scene, that was the most exciting thing I've ever seen. Still holding my hand, Shijoin-san shakes her arm up and down with a buzzing motion. The feeling of the angel's palm in my hands is silky and pleasant, but my head can't keep up with her momentum. Shijoin-san, I'm glad you're here, but what's with all the enthusiasm? It's a ritual to honor a good fight in softball, right? Fumihashi-san told me, if you do it for Nihama-kun, he'll be happy. When I asked her, you told her a complete lie, but he'll forgive you because it makes me happy? Well done. It was just amazing. It was just amazing. Oh no, Shijoin-san's vocabulary is even worse than it was during the final exam. Her excitement is like that of an Osaka citizen when a certain Tiger baseball team wins the championship. At the end, I felt so excited that I jumped up and down for joy. He couldn't catch it with his glove, but he didn't give up and went to grab it with his bare hands, and I was so excited. It was also very touching to see all the team members congratulating Nihama-kun afterwards. I could tell from Shijoin-san's maxed out excitement, at the highest it has ever been, that she was truly congratulating me on the results of my efforts. It seems that Shijoin-san, who loves unity and youth events, enjoyed the game a lot. But it was good. It's not only that we were all happy to win, but Nihama-kun looked so happy. Shijoin-san, who had finished telling me how impressed she was, suddenly looked at me and said something like that. What? Do you enjoy it? Yes? Nihama-kun didn't seem to be that excited about the ball game, but today he seemed to be having a lot of fun, despite his mixed feelings of anxiety and nervousness. If you ask me, I've been nervous since the start of the game, but I haven't been sick to my stomach with fear of failure or wishing this game would end as soon as possible like in my previous life. I'm not very good at ball games because I have a terrible sense of movement. But it can be fun to scream when the other team hits, or cheer when your teammate makes a good play. It was Fumihashi's special training that supported me. But what made me want to do my best in the first place? What gave me the strongest motivation for this match was, thank you for your support today, Shijoin-san. At the end of the day, I was so happy that you cheered for me directly. It was outrageously motivating. Thanks to you, I was able to work the hardest where it mattered most. I was so carried away at the time that I shouted, but you got my message. I'm embarrassed to say that no matter how enthusiastic I was about the game, I shouted a little too loudly. Shijoin-san says, squirming, her cheeks slightly red. I couldn't help but shout when I saw Nihama-kun running so hard. Shijoin-san smiled, leaving a blush of embarrassment on her cheeks. Her words and smile, which expressed her clear, limpid heart, were so lovely and heartwarming. I fell in love with her all over again. TLN, just ask her to go out SMH. Even better cross the line with her. Just seeing this exhausted but excited look on Shijoin-san's face was enough to make this time's painful challenge to athleticism completely worth it. Well, then, let's go back to the classroom, where everyone is waiting for us. The teacher is going to buy us some juice. Yay, let's go. We won't be able to do a toast until all of us are in the classroom. Feeling pleasantly exhausted, Shijoin-san and I walked out together. In the midst of all this, I suddenly realized that I was following the template of a sports manga. The reason I started practicing was for the girl I love, and because of that desire, I went through a grueling training session, overcame my unconscious weaknesses, fought with my team, and in the end, just barely picked up a victory through sheer perseverance. And from the perspective of someone who has tasted that path from beginning to end, Yeah, I know, Shizuen-san and I were in the library together for our work as library committee members. It's always nice to read a light novel with a cool main character. Some of the ones I've read in one sitting lately have been great, like The Sorcerer's Orphan, EDN, maybe this, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/sorceress_stabber_orphan not certain though. Oh, he's so cool every single line he said when he fought his past self in volume 5 touched my heart, and I fell in love with him so much. Yes, 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 I like that volume very much, too. We were sitting across from each other at a table in the library, enjoying a discussion about Renobi in between our work as book committee members as usual. It was the perfect time for me to combine my hobby with my love life, and normally I would just soak in the happiness, but today was a little different. Today, I had a mission to complete. Today is the day I have to say it out loud. My heart was pounding and I was trying to find the right time. What I have to say is simple, and the content is not particularly strange now that I can have a light chat with Shizuen-san like this. All you have to do is say one word, tell her what it is. I probably should have asked her earlier, but when I told her that I hadn't actually asked her yet, she was all over me. TLN, basically he told his sis that he hasn't asked Shizuen-san yet and his sis laughing at him. All I can think of is the disgusted faces of those close to me who know about my love life. What? You haven't told her yet? What are you doing, bro? Are you serious? You are getting along so well too. Yes, I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunities to ask her this before, but what the hell are you doing? Oh, you haven't done that yet? What, is this a joke? These are the words of ridicule I received from my sister Kanako, Jinji, Kazumihara, and Fumihashi. And objectively speaking, they are the ones who are reasonable, and it is my fault for not being able to ask her about it yet. But I get nervous when I'm about to bring it up. I was a shady guy in my previous life, and I never had the chance to ask a girl this. However, there is no point in agonizing over it forever. It's not my style in this life to be afraid to step away from what I need to do. That Shizuen-san. Actually, I'd like to ask you something. Yes. What is it, Nihama-kun? That actually, oh, shit. I'm not a sheep. What am I babbling about? Don't be afraid. Trust the relationship you've built up. Be honest about your desire to take the next step with Shizuen-san. That? Could I have Shizuen's cell phone number and email address? TLN, why not just confess to her SMH? Confession chapter when? EDN, welcome to the world of romcom. After getting over my nervousness, I finally said it out loud. Up until now, I could always meet Shizuen-san when I came to school. We were in the same class, so we could have as many meetings as we wanted, whether it was for study groups or library committee work. So I didn't feel particularly inconvenienced, but the semester was almost over and summer vacation was coming. It was only recently that I realized that if we didn't exchange numbers and email addresses before the end of the school year, we wouldn't have any contact for about a month. If we didn't have much of a relationship, asking this would be nothing more than a pickup line. But now that Shizuen-san's perception of me has been upgraded to friend, there should be no problem, right? However, my heart was racing as I said, tell me your email address for the first time in my life. Those yukas who can hear such things as if they were breathing are too amazing. And as for Shizuen-san's reaction, what? Why is Shizuen-san frozen in shock? Is she possibly troubled by my request? Yes, I'd love to. Whoa. As I looked at her with anxious eyes, Shizuen-san suddenly pulled her body close and spoke up. What the hell is this momentum? Oh, I never thought I'd have more friends to exchange addresses within such a short time. I'm finally getting over being a lonely woman. What? Oh, seeing Shizuen-san rejoicing as if she had found salvation, I remembered what she had said to me at the Shizuen house. She said that since entering high school, she has had shallow friendships with those around her, but no one has been able to get along with her beyond a certain point because of the gap between them. Maybe you've hardly ever exchanged addresses with your friends before, or? Yes, I'm ashamed to say that's true. In the first year of school, the girls in the class could not help but have safe conversations with each other. While others were exchanging addresses, only one was left behind. Perhaps remembering the lonely days of that time, Shizuen-san said with tears in her eyes. In manga and light novels, high school girls get along with each other quickly, but in reality, it's tough. Until recently, every time I looked at my clean address book, which only had my parents' registration, I felt depressed. So, that's it. It's common for students with poor communication skills to have trouble fitting in and making friends in class. On the other hand, it's rare for a student to be shunned at a level where his or her communication skills, good looks, and high social status at home are too aligned to not even exchange addresses. But that means that Shizuen-san was always smiling and cheerful to me and other people in my previous life, even though she was lonely like that. Are you a saint? Oh, but only recently did Kazumihara-san and Fumihashi-san suggest that I register my address? I was so happy that I spilled a few tears and made them very upset. That's why I'm worried. I've heard that Shizuen-san's friendships were shallow, but I didn't expect that she even had the attribute of being a loner who was sad about the number of registered addresses on her cell phone. I wonder if this is one of the reasons why she likes the unity and harmony of the class. Then let's exchange them right away. Let's do it now. Oh, yeah, take care. I brought the excited Shizhuan-san's phone closer to mine, and we exchanged addresses using infrared communication, something we don't see much anymore in the future age of smartphones. I now have my third address? I'm starting to really enjoy my life. When I see the innocent smiling face of Shizhuan-san, I feel like I've done some good deed rather than being happy that I've achieved my goal. Oh, but Nihama-kun might be a little special. What? After all, besides my father, you're the first man to exchange addresses with me? I've learned this many times before, but the one person who can say something like that with an innocent smile is Haruka Shizhuan. I'm sure you're unaware of the usual, but for a high school boy with a pure heart and a horny body, the first guy is just too special. In fact, I'm the same way. I've never registered an address with a girl before, except for my family. Wow, I didn't know that. It's a great privilege. I can tell just by looking at her face that she really feels that way, and wasn't just flattered. For me, it's an honor to receive such words. Oh, please send me a message when you feel like it. It would be so sad if we exchanged addresses but never used them at all. Oh, yeah. Then I'll send you the first email as soon as I can this evening. Oh, really? Then I'll be looking forward to it. I jumped at the excuse to send a text, and Shizhuan-san responded with a smile. All right. Not only was I able to get her address, but I was also able to promise to send her an email. I'd say this was the best success imaginable. Phew, thank goodness I saw an article on the internet a long time ago that said if you ask a girl for her address, be prepared to get a roundabout rejection like sorry, my phone is being repaired or I don't actually have a phone, but it was totally unnecessary. I thought that I had broken through the biggest obstacle of all, and I was happy to have completed the mission and become one step closer to Shizhuan-san. I never imagined that I would be in great agony that night due to my lack of experience. TL, Helena. Ed, Animuidi, Anima. 57. Send a message to the girl part 2. That evening, in my room at home. Lying on the futon, I stared at my cell phone in agony. I was naive. How could I have been so naive? What do you mean, the biggest obstacle has been overcome? It was like a new employee who got carried away by the fact that he passed the interview and didn't imagine how hard it would be after joining the company. What do I do? I'm an idiot. I had gotten Shizhuan's address, but of course I had neglected the difficult task that was ahead of me. What should I write in my first email to a girl? I've been pondering for over an hour now, but I can't seem to make up my mind. I didn't have any private experience in sending emails to the opposite sex. Okay, I'm mindless here. Let's just do it straightforwardly, without thinking about it. Dear Shizhuan-san, it's Nihama. Thank you for all your help and support. Thank you very much for exchanging your address and phone number with me the other day. Therefore I'm writing and sending the first email to you. I know you are very busy, but I would appreciate it if you could take a look at this. TLN, this part is the email. This is a business email? I deleted the unfriendly text and slammed the phone into the pillow. Damn you, as soon as I do anything mindlessly, the curse of the corporate bastard comes out. What should I do? Do I want to talk to Kanako about these things? No, but it seems like I should at least think about the text of the email yourself aside from clothes and such. But what content should you really send? Short and simple? Long and gushy? Should it go lightly or should it be serious? TL, I don't know man, just send her something. I rolled around on the futon, agonizing over what to do and what not to do. I had a number of ideas, but none of them seemed to be the best solution. But I don't think it's a good idea to send it too late, so I'll just patch together all the suggestions I've come up with so far and send it anyway. Good evening. I'm Nihama and I've sent my first email. What do you think? Did you get it? I'm sorry if there's something wrong. I hesitated over and over again, wondering if this was really the right thing to do, and pressed the send button with a nervous heart. And then time slowly passed as I stared blankly at my phone. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That much time feels incredibly long. No, why am I staring at my phone all the time waiting for a reply? I'm not a heavy boyfriend. It's not surprising that I haven't received a reply since it's been less than half an hour. My rational mind says so, but my heart is not at all at ease. The longer I waited, the more anxiety filled my heart. The reason I haven't received a reply is because my email made Shizhuan-san uncomfortable, right? Was that text too stiff? Or, on the contrary, was it too light? Was it too late to send it? Was it too ordinary or lacking in taste? As my head was whirling with thoughts of virginity in texting, and I was feeling like I was wallowing in a quagmire, my phone rang. Hey, here it is. I panicked and opened the new mail. Thank you for your email. I'm sure you got it? It feels strange to see Nihama's message at home. Haha. It was only a few lines of text, but just looking at it made my face smile. Words are a wonder. Similar to message boards and social networking sites, I'm always happy when someone writes to me. And if it's from the girl you love the most in the world, that's even better. I want to reply immediately, but a magazine I read a long time ago said, if you reply immediately in an email between a guy and a girl, you will be thought of as a clingy person, so never do it. So guess I'll leave some space. I wasn't sure how long I should wait, but for the time being I waited about 15 minutes and typed a reply. It's strange that I'm able to communicate with you at home, too. I think I'm a little more nervous when I'm writing than when I'm talking. In less than 3 minutes, I received a reply. I'm glad. I'm so relieved to get a reply. What? I had a hard time deciding on the text of the email, so I wrote and erased it several times before I sent it, but the content was somewhat strange, and I was very worried that they might not send a reply because of it. But I'm happy when I get a reply, **. I'm always nervous when I send an email, unlike when I talk to someone, angry face. When I saw that sentence, I imagined it. I saw Shijoin-san at home, looking at her cell phone and wondering what kind of text she should write, just like me. I thought the innocent Shijoin-san wouldn't be nervous about sending emails, but I guess she's just like me. I felt even closer to her on the other side of the phone when I realized that she was feeling the same tension and difficulty as I was. And such feelings are also very difficult to summarize in an email. Actually, I rewrote the email several times. That's why I was so relieved to receive a reply from Shijoin-san. I was kind of happy. By the way, do you like emoticons, Shijoin-san? The reply was faster than before. I didn't think so. I'm kind of relieved, because I thought I was the only one who had to rewrite all this stuff over and over again. Smiley face, yes, since Fumihashi-san often uses emoticons, I've been trying to use them too, but these emoticons are really cute. Can I use it? The tension is easing more and more, and our texting is accelerating. I'm so relieved that I can relate to you. The emoticons aren't mine, and you can keep using them. But is it because of Fumihashi-san influence? I have no idea what girls text each other about. Thank you, that's right. That's what I usually do in my emails with Kazumihara-san and Fumihashi-san. My heart skips a beat when I hear a ringing tone telling me that the other person has replied. I still have to think about what to write, but I've gotten used to it and find it enjoyable. Now I understand why chat apps were so popular in the future. I'm so happy to get a reply like this. It makes the exchange of messages go faster, and I feel a little frustrated when I send emails. And so even as the night wore on, we got carried away with the fun of exchanging emails, which we had just learned to do, and wrote electronic messages over and over again. I'm so happy that Shijoin replied to my email right away. Oh, I'm glad I'm alive. No, I died once. We continued to exchange emails without knowing when to stop, and every time I received a reply from the person I loved, my heart skipped a beat and I just felt happy. So at that time, I had no way of knowing that behind those innocent email exchanges, a father was gnashing his teeth with tears of blood and holding a grudge against me that originated from parental stupidity. TLN, thanks for Animo for editing this chapter. Join our Discord server by using this link. Shijoin's father POV. I am Shijoin Tokimune. I'm the president of a large company, Chijayaraka Bookstore, and a father who loves his daughter. As I was relaxing in my living room after finishing today's work, I saw Haruka sinking into the sofa, playing with her cell phone. She used to be depressed, saying, I'm in high school, but I can't make any friends and I can't get any addresses, but recently, she seems to have gotten more female friends and I often see her typing emails. I'm happy for her. Although Haruka loves to have fun and talk with others, she has always had the dilemma of being viewed as an enemy or shunned by her peers, but now it seems that things are finally looking up. It's best for girls to have fun with other girls. Girls should stay away from guys. As I was tipping my cup of coffee in a good mood, thinking about this. Oh my god, Nihama-kun. Bafo? Such a murmur reached my ears, and I almost blew coffee out of my mouth. Why did that kid's name come up? And with such a smiling face? What's wrong with you, father? No, it's nothing. I'm just a little choked up. I feign calmness with the poker face of a president's skills, but my heart is not at peace. Hey, Haruka, is it possible that the person you're texting right now is Nihama-kun? I'm going to explore the possibility that I'm jumping to conclusions and that the topic of the Nihama boy simply came up in an email with a girlfriend. Yes? We just exchanged addresses, and we've been texting each other several times throughout the evening? It got affirmed with a smile. Damn it, that kid. When did you exchange addresses with Haruka? What a shameless attempt. Does that mean that Haruka was chatting with him right in front of me, not only at school, but also back home? Damn, I hate civilization. But what the hell kind of messages are they exchanging? The other day he told me himself that he has special feelings for Haruka. If it's like that, the content of that email should still be TL. The content below is just her father's imagination in case you somehow missed it. Hey, Shijoin-san. I'm not satisfied with being friends anymore. So, do you want to go on a date sometime? Maybe just the two of us at the beach. Let's make memories with me all summer long. Next vacation, my house is empty, but you should come visit me. Hey, you know what? Don't worry, I'm not gonna do anything, but you may be late, so tell your family you're having a sleepover at a friend's house. I'll have you dragged through the streets and then crucified. He's outraged by the content of the text messages from his paranoia of Nihama boy. No, calm down, my imagination is too wild no matter how much I want it to be. The barely calm part of my brain understands that the boy is not that kind of flirtatious, full-blown college student. But men are not logical. It is not uncommon for a serious and quiet man to turn into a wolf, and even more so when faced with the overly angelic Haruka. Reason can be blown out of the water at any moment. Even if you don't go that far, the gas pedal will still be on. After all, that's what I was. I took Akiko out of the main house of the Shijoin family, and secretly called her for a date, and threw her a letter in the style of a period drama. I was young at that time. While I was busy racking my brains, the ringtone on Haruka's cell phone went off. Apparently, Nihama-kun had replied to her. It's cute, the emoticons. What do you mean? It's cute. And what's with the smile on your face? What the hell kind of email did that little bastard send her? Ah, that Harika. Yes? What's the matter, father? Harika looks at me with a puzzled expression. No, it's... I tried to talk to her, but I just kept mumbling. To tell you the truth, I would like to censor what kind of emails he sends to her. If there's anything even slightly offensive in there, call me from Harika's cell phone right now. Did you think I was Harika? Too bad it's me, kid. I want to stick a cold stake into the liver of the Nihama boy who was so excited. However, I understand that such an act is a no-go, no matter how much I want to. Even though Harika is still an airhead, she has recently started to express her opinions and gets angry when she should. If I said I wanted to check her mail, it would be enough to make her stop talking to me for a while. As a result, I can't interfere in any way and can only grit my teeth in regret. Well, what a nice thing to have more friends to email. Yes, I'm very happy these days. Even though she's my daughter, her angelic smile is too dazzling. How can she be so cute? Oh, yeah, that's good to hear, but try not to stay up too late, okay? Oh, sure, it's getting late. I'll do the rest in my room while I get ready for bed. After saying that, Harika left the living room and went to her room. And the only one left is me, who is disappointed that my daughter has a clear boy figure in her mind. No, there was another one. He knew that if I tried to ask her to show him her emails, he would surely get a father. You're disgusting? He could only bite his tongue and watch as his daughter went back to her room to continue their lovey-dovey emails. Don't put strange narrations in there, Akiko. I'm sorry. I just thought your lonely back was cute. I don't know how long I had been in the living room, but my wife was grinning so much that she was even imitating my voice. Yeah, that's it. You enjoy my dismay as much as you did the other day when Nihama visited? But it's nice of you to hold back and not say anything, Tokimune. Well, I can understand being overprotective of Harika because she's particularly pouty, but she's growing up too, so let's keep a close eye on her. Well, I'm sure everything is going in the right direction for Harika these days. Isn't that right? This is just my intuition, but I'm sure that Nihama-kun will change her future for the better. For some reason, my family is blessed with good fortune and good luck, and I've heard that people meet and marry people who are so compatible with them that they can only be described as people of destiny. It makes me happy beyond my years when my smiling wife implicitly says, "You were the one for me, but don't make me imagine my daughter's marriage now." Oh, no? If Harika says, "I'll marry this man," and brings a man with her, I'll die, my blood vessels will break, I'll die of rage, and then I'll die again of dehydration from tears. It's tough being dead all the time. But Harika looks like she's on a straight line when she's on fire, so she'll probably end up with a goal as soon as she graduates from high school. Oh, I wonder if young girls these days can get married out of wedlock? Stop it. Don't you dare stab my heart anymore. I half cried out to Akiko, who was smiling and talking happily. In a room at the funeral home, I was stunned by my sister's words. But I couldn't respond in any way. I couldn't accept the fact that my mother was in a rectangular box in front of me, a coffin, and I felt like I was having a bad dream. The cause of death was myocardial infarction. TLN, it's basically a heart attack. The doctor in charge said that her heart must have been weakened by chronic stress. Mom always said that. She said you're getting thinner and thinner, and your body is breaking down. And whenever I call you, you seem to be incredibly busy. I'm worried about you. Kaneko said this while turning her tear-stained eyes toward me with an anger that must have been building up in her heart for a long time. Because of all this worrying, she hasn't had a smile on her face for almost a decade. Especially in the last few years, her body has been getting weaker and weaker. All the doctors said that stress is a big factor, but I can't help but think that too. Kaneko, dressed in a black morning dress, speaks of my sins in her beautifully grown figure. Of my foolishness that will never be forgiven. I've told you over and over again. I want you to quit that horrible company. She doesn't want to worry about you any more than she already does. But you didn't listen. You knew your company was garbage, but you didn't do anything to change the status quo because it was too hard. Everything was on point. I've known for a long time that there was something wrong with the company I work for. Yet I did nothing about it. I didn't do anything about it, because it was a tremendous pain to even think about doing it. Why are you like that? You've always been like this? Dark and gloomy, doing nothing, never reaching out for what's important. It's so much easier to be used up at someone else's convenience without a second thought. Tears overflowing from my sister's screaming eyes wet the floor of the funeral home. And I can't respond to a single word she said. I'm not qualified to reply. What the hell did you want to do? Did you want to shorten Mom's lifespan and dedicate your life to a garbage company? If only you had moved somewhere else, Mom might not have died so quickly. I just accept the resentment. Every time my sister's tears spill, my heart is torn apart by the weight of my sin. Why are you so stupid? That was my last memory of Kaneko in my previous life. It was the moment when the family was torn apart and the Nihama family completely disappeared. It's hot summer, Ed. Ah, yes, this floor is indeed made of floor. Yay, it's summer. It's time to spend money on sun protection. It was the end of the first semester, a little after my school had started its summer vacation. Kaneko and I were walking together in the city, the temperature so hot that a shimmer was forming over the heated asphalt. I was dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt and cotton pants, while Kaneko was dressed like a junior high school gal in a bordered t-shirt with exposed shoulders and denim shorts. As an older brother, I thought it wouldn't be a good idea to show her shoulders and legs, no matter how hot it was in the summer. What? Don't interfere with my cute look, big brother. A girl will die if you stop her from dressing up, you know? It's hard to say. Well, I admit that it's actually cute, and it looks good on you. But when you suddenly said, I'm going out, come with me? I was wondering what was going on when you told me out of the blue that you were going to go out with me. It's okay. You were free during summer vacation anyway, right? There's nothing more meaningful than walking around town with your cute little sister. The way my sister smiles with her hair in twin tails is indeed devilishly cute. It's no wonder she's so popular with the boys at school. Oh, well, at least I might have reaffirmed that women shop for a very long time. We went to several boutiques today, and my sister spent a lot of time shopping for cute things. In spite of this, we often leave the store without buying anything, and for all the time we've spent, I've only got one paper bag of results for the day. Oh, that's an NG word. I mean, my brother should be a little more understanding of a girl's passion for shopping. The passion for shopping? Yes, shopping is a fun thing for girls, and, unlike men, it's the time spent wandering that's the fun part. That's cute. Or something like this is too expensive. And I love it when we talk about shopping. That's the eternal and unchanging nature of girls, so boys have to smile and watch over them no matter how boring they are. Oh, my god. I just nodded to the usual guidance of Kanako-sensei. I guess that's really what it is, since they even threw in powerful words like the eternal and unchanging nature of girls. And earlier, when I asked you, which one of these looks better, you got a score of 40 when I asked what you thought. You also said I think this one is more in line with Kanako's image, which is not a bad line in itself, but what the girl who asked the question wants is empathy. I want the boys to have to worry about which one looks better on the girl, so they need to spend a little more time thinking about it and give the impression that they really think about it. Hey, is there such a thing as a hidden score? As for me, I think I answered the one that would suit Kanako intuitively. Does it mean that if you make a quick decision, it looks like you're not taking it seriously? Oh, also to tell you the truth, in many cases, the girl has already decided which one she wants by the time she asks you, which one do you want? What? Then why are you asking a man? As I said before, the main reason is because I want my boyfriend to be troubled, and there are times when I want a word of encouragement. I've actually decided on A, but it's not a cheap purchase, and I just can't make up my mind. So I asked, isn't it good? That's what I'm trying to say. By the way, if you hit it right, you get an extra bonus? Yeah, what is that? You want guys to be espers? If this were a gal game with random correct answer choices, players would be furious. There are many possible responses, though, like answering the question which one looks the best? With yeah, I think that suits you, and encouraging them to choose that outfit. I can make a good guess as to which of the two outfits you were staring at. I don't know if there are that many things to check when you're just shopping. Shopping for a woman is scary. I thought couples on a date were just enjoying chatting in a pink atmosphere, but I didn't know such tests were being conducted behind the scenes. Well, as long as you answer seriously, I wouldn't worry too much about it. And I'm not so sure about a girl who gets grumpy just because someone missed a quiz on which one looks better on her. I'm a little relieved to hear that. We're both sweating a lot, as expected. Do you want to go to a coffee shop? I'm still in good shape from all the running I've been doing, but Kanako is looking a little tired. I don't want her to get a heat stroke. I'm in. Yes, the basic idea is to show you care like that, brother. After all, being kind is the most powerful thing. Oh, if you buy a girl a parfait here, you'll get a lot of bonus points, so practice it right away. That's what you want to eat, isn't it? Don't try to hawk it after you've dragged people around with you. Oh, you know, but it doesn't matter. If anything, you owe me a parfait as compensation for letting you be the big brother to such a cute little sister. Don't mess this up, you shoulder-bearing middle schooler. In the first place, you've been gobbling up lunch and dinner lately. You'll get fat if you eat a parfait or something. Wait, you're gonna say that? The biggest no-no for girls. In the first place, it's my brother's fault for making Italian-style cutlets, beef stroganoff, and other tasty dishes just because he has some spare time during summer vacation. Don't shift the blame after every second serving of rice, you idiot. We started a fight without even looking at the people around us, and we yelled and yelled at each other in the traffic under the sun. This continued until we were both so sweaty that we could feel the weight of our clothes on each other and came to the empty realization. What are we both doing in this f***ing heat? TL, he'll know it was so hot that this maiden already smells like sweat. Kanako, sitting opposite me in a cooled coffee shop, said this in a tired voice with a cup of iced tea in her hand. You've already wasted a lot of fluid arguing stupidly in the f***ing heat after all this time. It's still too hot in Japan in the summer. It's a little depressing to know that in the future the maximum summer temperature will be even higher, and there will be many days when you will seriously die if you are unprotected. Heat has always been the worst enemy in the outside world. By the way, is this the end of your shopping? I thought you were going to buy a lot of stuff because you said you were a baggage handler, but it's only a small amount. If I had the money, I'd want an endless supply of clothes and accessories. Even the most popular junior high school girl, Kanako, can't control her money. Oh my god, I wish I could show the world how cute I am and get a fee to see a beautiful girl, like a money offering. I was gonna say, whoa, As I was about to say this, I remembered that beautiful and handsome content creators use their appearance in the future as a weapon to earn money from their viewers, commonly known as throwaway money. I don't know what's going to happen in this world, but you should remember what happened on today's date, brother. No matter how equal the sexes are, girls still want boys to be dependable. When you go on a date, be cheerful, gentle, and don't panic. Virgins are especially vulnerable to trouble and tend to get upset. I'll take your advice, but we're in a store, so choose your words carefully. Don't say virgin lightly. You always make fun of people as virgins. Well, I've never even held hands with a boy before. Huh? Kaneko and I looked at each other and blinked. No, wait a minute. No. Didn't that advice you gave me every time today come from your experience of dating? I've had more than a dozen people come on to me, and I've gone out with all of them. But we always come to the conclusion that we're not the same, so we all split up after about 5 minutes to a month. You're early? I mean, you're not dating a guy who's been with you for 5 minutes. So you're saying that you've had a lot of relationships, but you've never been in a relationship with anyone that could be called a boyfriend? You've only been in a trial relationship? The rumor of me being a love master who takes in and takes out guys spread around the school, and more kids came to me for love advice. I've been doing that for a long time, and I've learned a lot thanks to my own experience plus a lot of stories. It's like a lawyer who's done a lot of divorce counseling and has become extremely knowledgeable about the psychology of couples, isn't it? I thought you had a lot of experience as a junior high schooler? So that's what happened. No wonder you've never had a boyfriend in your life? So you're saying that you're a virgin, but you're also a naive earwig? An earwig is an older word used to describe someone who pesters people and gossips about them. You can use the advice in real life, so why not? I'm sure you're a little relieved that your sister isn't a bitch? Ugh. Kaneko, who had unusually flinched, turned away and said back. And that was a good point. I don't care who Kaneko is dating, but I find myself a little relieved that she's still my sister and not someone's boyfriend. In the end, I don't want my sister to be taken away from me because we finally became close in this life. TLN, Siskin SMH. Come on, enough about me, let's talk about Shishuin-san. I was a little taken aback the other day when you were implying that you hadn't exchanged addresses yet. You did well after that, didn't you? As she always does when she hears about my love life, Kaneko leans forward with a twinkle in her eye. Based on what I just said, this girl would be more excited about someone else's love life than his own. Yeah, I got that part right. We exchanged addresses, and we're already emailing each other frequently? Whoa. Nice work, bro. If you say you're not ready for this, I'll say, you lousy virgin, I was going to cuss you out and kick your butt. What a horrible thing to think about. When his father, Tokaimun-san, asked her if she was texting me, Shishun smiled and said yes. Yeah, her father is that overprotective president, right? Is he going to be okay? Oh, it's not like they're trying to interfere with our mail or anything. That said, when Shishun-san is texting in the living room, he's writhing in agony and moaning in weird voices like erg and yu. He's probably thinking, I can't stand the thought of Haruka and that little boy texting each other. And he's cursing me like that. Bufu? Wait, what is that? His reaction is too easy to understand. Ha. My brother's love life is as interesting as ever. Thinking it was someone else's problem, Kaneko laughed really hard. The next time I see Tokaimun-san, I'm going to be so scared. I let out a sigh of disgust as I imagined the overprotective dad's annoyance meter going up and up like a nighttime cab fare. Helena Kaneko, who had been laughing to the point of tears, heaved and caught her breath. As usual, this sister laughs too much at her brother. Well, I'm not going to tell you that makes me happy. To tell you the truth, after I started over in this life, I was a little worried about how to deal with Kaneko, with whom I had very little interaction in my previous life. And in the end, I decided to start by addressing her naturally as my brother anyway, hoping that we could have a different relationship than in our previous lives. As a result, Kaneko, who in my previous life was just a roommate living in the same house, started to smile in front of me. This is one of the most valuable jewel-like achievements I've won in this life. Hey, bro. What's up? After laughing for a while, Kaneko let out a breath and lowered the tone of her voice for some reason. Then I gulped slightly. It was because her sister's face was not as bright and innocent as usual, and for some reason she had a very mysterious expression on her face. Today, I'm having a lot of fun. What's this, all of a sudden? Since you've been so cheerful, the house has changed a lot. Mom always looks so happy, and I feel so much better too. That's because I want my mother to always have a smile on her face. Making life easier for my mother and giving her a happy life was my biggest goal in this life, even more than revenge for my youth. For this reason, I actively helped with household chores such as cooking and laundry, and worked hard to improve my grades. And then one day, my mom said to me, "Of course, I'm happy that you're helping me with the chores and that you got first place on the test. But what makes me the happiest is that you've gained confidence in yourself. I'm very happy to know that you can now walk through life on your own," she said. In this life, I often cried when I talked to my mother, but this time I cried more than when I saw her again. I couldn't stop crying, wondering why I couldn't repay the person who loved me so much in my previous life. Okay, so, brother, I'm only going to talk to you once, so listen carefully, okay? Kaneko says, her eyes swimming in embarrassment. What is it? What's really wrong with this girl? I'm happy. It's fun to be able to say what I want to say to my brother like we did when we were kids. You've been building a wall between us for some time now. You thought you lived in a dark world and I live in a world of sparkling light, didn't you? That was completely true. In my previous life, I was a typical shady guy, so I kept my distance so that I wouldn't be annoyed by the sunny Kanako. Kanako is not a shady person like me, so I shouldn't get involved with her, that's what I thought. No, because you're beautiful, bright, and popular at school. And you thought I was a dark-hearted guy, too, didn't you? I've always thought of my brother as a dark-hearted otaku. But that didn't mean I didn't like it. Even if you weren't the cheerful brother you are now, I would have gone out with you as much as I could if you would have told me to talk nonsense and play games in my room like we used to do. I was stunned to hear Kanako's words. I thought that my good relationship with my sister in this life was established because I was able to speak clearly after I got rid of my negative attitude in my previous life. But the truth is that I had just put up a wall and assumed that my sister shunned my dark and incompetent brother, and that we could always talk like we did when we were kids if I just stepped out of the shadows. That's what I thought. Well, it's the same for me. I kept stomping my feet, not knowing whether to step into my brother's avoidance of me. Just one word, let's have a conversation about love, bro, or we can go hang out together. I'm sure I could have told you that. Kanako. I realized that I really didn't know anything. I've always assumed that Kanako, with her glittering life, would find a shady brother like me an eyesore. Kanako had never dreamed that she would rather go back to a normal relationship where they could talk like they used to. So, what I'm trying to say is this, the fact that you have brightened up and are able to talk like this, and that you have returned to the way you were when we were kids, makes me very happy and grateful. Oh, my god, I'll never say this embarrassing thing again. Kanako's face turned bright red and she shouted in desperation. Don't tell me that being a baggage handler today was just an excuse, and you just wanted to get a chance to tell me that? Ugh, no. Why do you only use your intuition in such areas? That only makes it even more embarrassing, you idiot brother. At the same time, I realized that my sins in my previous life had become even deeper. The fact that Kanako in this life thought this way means that Kanako in her previous life was the same way, at least until she was in middle school, right? Why am I so stupid? What reverberates in my mind are the last words I exchanged with my sister in my previous life. If Kanako had always hated me as a shady person, her cursed words at that time would have only hurt my heart. But what if it wasn't that she hated me? What if she was dreaming that one day we would be able to laugh together like we did when we were children? I wonder how the adult Kanako felt when she said that. Sorry, I am so sorry, Kanako. I sincerely apologized to my sister from a previous life that I will never see again. I don't know if that future never happened, or if it was a parallel world that continued after I died. Regardless, no matter what, the sins I committed in my previous life will never go away. It's something I'll have to remember until the end of my life. Thanks, Kanako. I stroked my sister's head, her cheeks still dyed red. Kanako reacted with a shocked wait, what? She was dismayed, but she didn't push my hand away. I'm so glad to hear that, because I assumed that you hated me for being so gloomy before. I'm so happy to be able to laugh with you and my mom and everything. It's like a dream. A dream? You're overreacting, bro. When I let go of the hand that was stroking her head, my sister muttered this with a look of embarrassment still on her face. No, it's a dream, Kanako. The Nihama family now is the ideal itself, with all my regrets cleared up. That's why I'm going to protect our family ties this time. I won't end up like I did in my previous life, making you curse your brother. All right. Hey, Kanako. If you want a parfait, I'll buy you one. Leave it to me? Oh, really? Then I'll have a giant chocolate sundae tropical deluxe parfait. I heard it cost something like 2,000 yen? Whoa, what's on that menu? I mean, I don't have much money either, so go easy on me. Yeah, but a parfait is a parfait. It looks like it's really big, so you should eat it with me. Kanako, who has regained her usual form, smiles mischievously. Ah, yes. That's the kind of face that suits you after all. Oh, my god, I get it. Then we'll have that giant parfait, Kanako. I looked at the menu and it said something about a minimum of 4 people being recommended due to the large quantity, but let's show them what we siblings can do. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about. Ha 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 ha. You're really getting into the mood, bro. You may not be able to change your past life, but you can change your future life. I'm sure I'll be able to prove that the Nihama family had a happy future even with that ending. I promised myself that I would never betray the childlike smile on Kanako's face this time. As for the giant parfait, she said, the appetite of a high school student and a junior high school student should be enough. A girl's stomach is limitless when it comes to sweets. We were all so excited to eat. A cream that looked as big as Mount Fuji in a parfait glass that looked like a megaphone arrived, and I will remember with regret that we both unintentionally made a straight face. TL, Helena. Ed, Tom, I'm just an ordinary high school girl who's having fun every day and enjoying life. Now, I was walking down the street wearing a sky blue t-shirt and a beige pleated skirt. The sun was very strong, but my steps were very light. Oh, a girls only gathering is so exciting. It's summer vacation. Why don't we have tea at a cafe? The 3 of us don't do enough of this kind of thing, so we thought we should do the job of high school girls, hang out and have fun once in a while. I agreed to Kazumihara-san's and Mizuki's email without a second thought. And now I'm on my way to the cafe, the place of the appointment. Incidentally, Mai suggested that we call her by her first name, saying, "Hey, hey, hey, isn't it too impolite to call each other by our last name?" And that's what we did. I'm not used to calling people by their first names, so I was embarrassed by the friendly way they called me, and I blushed my cheeks. After taking the friend step of name calling, I'm really happy to have a tea party with other girls today. I'm very much like a high school girl now. I never imagined that I would really be in such a happy situation when I was just a sophomore. Looking back, I had always felt lonely, missing out on my youth. In elementary and middle school, there was no one to face me. There were those who were unnaturally sycophantic, those who were hostile and attacked me, and those who were afraid to get involved with me and tried to keep their relationship with me to the bare minimum. I think the girls generally fell into one of these categories. I just wanted to have a normal chat with my friends and hang out with them. Just when I was about to give up on my youth, a turning point came to me. One day, I started chatting with Nihama-kun, who suddenly became more cheerful, and many things changed from there. One of the biggest was the cultural festival, which would not have been such a memorable event without Nihama-kun. And through the troubles and hardships that I encountered, I made friends too. Mizuki Kazumihara, who looks cool but is rather mischievous, and Mai Hatsuhashi, who is always cheerful and has a cute smile. I really can't thank you enough, Nihama-kun. I gave him a thank you gift at home once, but I don't think that was enough. But what exactly would make Nihama-kun happy? Suddenly, I saw Nihama-kun in his casual clothes, wiping off his sweat as he walked. At that moment, my heart lit up. Even though it hadn't been long since the summer vacation, I felt as if I hadn't seen my family for months. Nihama-kun? What a coincidence, isn't it? My voice that tried to call out to him faded into the background. Because Nihama was not alone. Walking next to her was a very cute girl with beautiful twin tails. Her age was about a year or two younger than mine. Nihama and her were chatting casually, and I could tell at a glance that they had a very close relationship. For some reason, my body froze the moment I saw it. My breathing became harder and harder and my body became colder and colder, as if my blood had stopped flowing. While I was in a daze, they blended into the crowd and disappeared from sight. But I still can't get my head around it. My whole body became heavy as if it were lead, and my heart ached as if it had been pierced with a sharp blade. Hey, what's this? How come I just saw Nihama-kun and another girl walking around? I don't know my own mind. I can't figure out why I'm doing this. I stood there for a while with my chest tightening, staring in the direction Nihama-kun and the girl had disappeared to. My name is Mai Hatsuhashi. I'm a girl on the track and field team whose hobby is physical exercise. Today, there was a tea party with all 3 girls in my class, and I was very excited. When I'm with my clubmates, we mainly eat food that fills our stomachs, so this kind of girly event is very fresh and makes me feel like a modern high school girl. Yoo-hoo, Haruka and Mizuki are both early, aren't they? When I walked into the cafe where we were meeting and went to sit down, they were already seated. But there was something wrong with them. Wait, what's wrong, Haruka? You look like it's the end of the world? Sitting at the table, Haruka's usual innocent smile had disappeared and she looked depressed as if she was carrying a dark cloud. Her eyes were dead and her body was drained of all life. That's what I've been seeing since then. She was already in this state when I came here. Mizuki apparently didn't know what was going on either, and said this with a puzzled look. Yeah, Haruka was looking forward to this gathering so much. When Mizuki made this suggestion, Haruka was so enthusiastic that she replied, by all means, let's do it. I'm really looking forward to it. Why does it look like someone who has melted their entire fortune in the stock market? Oh Mizuki, Mai, you're here. Haruka, who had been nodding off, staggered up, her face looking like she was about to cry. I'm sorry, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you both. Could you please listen to me? Oh, you want to talk about it? Of course I'm totally fine with it. Mizuki says as she raises her glasses quickly. Normally, Mizuki looks serious and cool, but she's rather curious as well. She's also the type of person who's happy when her friends ask her for help, so she's a little excited. Yeah, I'm here to help you with whatever you need. So what's going on? Did you have a fight with your parents? Or did you make too many calls on your cell phone and get charged 20,000 yen? Yes, it's. Then Haruka told us what had happened on the way to this tea party. She happened to see Nihama-kun on the street. There was a very cute girl next to him, and they seemed to be very close. And Haruka, who saw the scene, was suffering from unexplained emotional pain as a result. I don't know why my heart hurts so much. I don't know why anymore. While Haruka earnestly expressed her concerns, Mizuki and I fell silent with indescribably subtle faces. How do I answer this? TL, Helen, are you serious about this? She made eye contact with me and I nodded slightly and told her, yes, I'm definitely serious. That Haruka. Well, think about it and give you some time to think about it, okay? Yeah, I'd be happy to let you two figure it out. With the approval of a disappointed Haruka, Mizuki and I turned our backs to her and brought our faces close together. It's a little difficult to answer this question on one's own. What should I do? The answer is already obvious, but it isn't okay for us to say it. That's a bit of a stretch. Shouldn't Nihama tell her about this, or should Haruka find out on her own? We spoke to each other in whispers so that Haruka would not hear. Mizuki seemed to know about Nihama's obsession with Haruka even before I did, and I was very grateful to her for talking so quickly. And I certainly agree with that opinion. If we say that's jealousy, In other words, Haruka thinks that Naya-hama-kun is. I think that's very rude. I'm sure there are situations where friends need to be taught that, but at least not now. By the way, about the girl she said he was walking with, Mizuki thinks that Naya-hama may have started thinking about another girl. What? How can he be? Naya-hama-kun is the kind of guy who's completely devoted to Haruka, you know? He would never look at another girl. That's right. I nodded profoundly. As I observed him again after realizing Naya-hama-kun's feelings, I could see that he usually had an aura of love for Haruka. If the source of the energy that allows him to move like a chariot horse is all from love, then his feelings are not half-baked. I'm jealous that he's that devoted to her. I want a boyfriend who will go to any length for me too. Oh, I remember these feelings a little. I didn't feel such a strong emotional pain at the time, but... Is that so? Can you tell me when that happened, just for reference? Haruka said as if she suddenly remembered, and Mizuki urged her to continue. I'm sure you've felt jealousy before, but what are you talking about? Yes, during the festival. When Mizuki and Mai were with Naya-hama-kun, my heart was in turmoil. My heart didn't hurt, but the direction of my emotions was very similar. Wha? Huh? We both let out an indifferent shout at the casual remark. Wow, we were included in the list of those who she was jealous of. She really doesn't know the name of her feelings when she says them directly to us. We resume our whispering meeting so that Haruka, who has her hand on her chest as if in pain, can't hear us. Maybe because she has experienced so little envy of others in her life, she doesn't know what her emotions really are. I heard from Naya-hama that she didn't understand why girls who were jealous of Haruka's beauty were getting involved with her. Yeah, isn't she too pure? I was so jealous of Haruka because of the size of her boobs that when Naya-hama got first place in the final exam, I was screaming in my mind, no fair. I want to trade brains with you. In our case, it wasn't so damaging because she knew it was for a cultural festival. But in this case, he was walking around with a strange girl without any information, so her imagination must be working and her heart must be equally hurting. Also, I think it's possible that her sensitivity has evolved that much. Oh, I see. Is it possible that Mizuki has a lot of experience in love? No, I just got better at simulating love in my brain as a result of reading a lot of shoujo manga because I longed for love. Well, I'll never get a chance to make use of it, though. No, you don't have to say such sad things with a smug look on your face. I mean, she doesn't have to worry about us being with Naya-hama-kun. Yeah, I know. Hey Mizuki, what the hell was that pause? It's nothing. Mai is also nothing, isn't it? Yeah, see, even Mai had a pause before answering. It was just a slip of the tongue. It's really nothing. Naya-hama-kun is certainly the boy I am closest to. He is different from the other boys, and his style of running as fast as he can in the time he is living in is well, I think it is desirable to see. But I knew very well from being near them that the power of that heart, which is the charm of Naya-hama-kun, burns because of Shizune-san's presence. His love for Haruka is what shapes the boy Naya-hama-kun is. So well, I'd be lying if I said I had no feelings of coolness, but if I had to say I did or didn't, I'd say I didn't. To hear their earlier exchange, I think Mizuki must be feeling the same way. Well, anyway, I'll follow up on Haruka's mental health in a calm way. Yes, you're right. I mean, this is almost certainly not the case that Haruka is worried about. No matter how much a person's heart changes, it is unthinkable that in such a short period of time Naya-hama would change his mind. Or rather, absolutely not. I just feel bad for Haruka who is seriously worried about this, but in the end, this matter is probably just a waste of time, I thought vaguely. He'll knows that what it is? I've been talking with Mizuki lately, but the person Haruka is closest to is Nihama-kun, right? So after a long time of not seeing him at school and seeing someone I don't know next to him, I'm worried that she might take my best friend. I'm replacing the love-like element with friendship, but I don't think it's a wrong analogy. For now, just understand that I'm scared that my best person is about to be taken. It's certainly one of those things. When Nihama was busy preparing for the festival, we didn't have much time to study together, and it made me feel uneasy, right? And the solution is seriously simple. Once Haruka understood her condition, Mizuki leaned forward and said, "You call Nihama-kun, who is at the center of this story, and ask him, who was that girl you were walking with?" Well, that's certainly true, but if that girl is a very intimate person and says he's not going to be ready for me anymore. When Haruka was frightened by the solution Mizuki offered, we both said together, "There's no way." I made a face in frustration. Oh my god. It's so frustrating that she has no idea how many love arrows are pointing at her. If it's too difficult to ask, or I can ask him for you, okay. We exchanged email addresses just before summer vacation. Yes, just call Nihama-kun right here and now, and that's it. If you want, you can call him here. That's no, I'll ask him myself. It's really nice of you to offer to help, but somehow I feel like I have to ask him myself. Haruka. I was more than a little impressed with Haruka, who said this with resolution despite being frightened by unknown emotions. I had talked to her a few times before I became friends with Haruka, but at that time I was impressed by her innocence and her gentle demeanor as a young lady. But the Haruka of today seems to have added even more core strength to her. Perhaps this is also due to the influence of Nihama-kun? I see, I understand Haruka's intentions. So, if that's what you've decided, let's give it a boost? The sweets have just arrived too. Just as we had reached the end of our conversation, the waitress brought out a number of plates and placed them on our table. It seemed that Mizuki had ordered first. Wow, oh, Haruka and I shouted in admiration. What shone before us was a glorious pancake. 3 layers of fluffy white pancakes, topped with syrup, fruit, and whipped cream. There was also a plate piled high with colorful macaroons and an la carte selection of miniature cakes and scones, which naturally dazzled both Haruka and me. I took the liberty of ordering a lot of sweets for Haruka, who was feeling down and out. When you're feeling down, just eat sweets. There's no better cure for a girl whose body is made of sugar. Oh, Mizuki, nice. A lot of sweets is justice after all. I'm sure that eating something sweet will make you feel better. No questions asked. Haruka and I agreed with and praised Mizuki's powerful argument. Boys may not understand this, but high school girls need sweets as fuel. I've ordered a pot of tea, so let's eat it together. I mean, I can't take it anymore, so I'll eat. Ha, yes. I'll have some too. I can't wait either. Let's eat. And with that, we all got to work on our pancakes. Our smiles couldn't help but bloom on the spot. Hey, delicious. I thought pancakes were just, well, pancakes, but they're not fluffy like these. Strictly speaking, souffle pancakes and Western pancakes are ultimately different things, but I don't really care about that. As long as it's tasty and fashionable, that's justice for girls. TLN, pancakes in Europe and the US are wide and thin, whereas pancakes in Japan are what we call souffle pancakes, which have a smaller diameter but are taller and are very fluffy. Yes, it has a great texture and goes well with whipped cream. It has syrup, so it's a guilty pleasure with a lot of calories. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't say the most forbidden words when eating sweets. I said it because I wanted to see that kind of reaction, but when I thought about it, I realized that I, who hates exercise, would definitely put on more weight than who is in the exercise club, and I'm secretly having a hard time with that. What are you doing? Isn't Mizuki a bit of an idiot sometimes? As we were joking around over sweets. Ha ha ha, Haruka was laughing. As in, it's fun. I'm sorry, I was just so happy to see the two of you interacting in such an interesting way. Haruka, who had regained her normal state, took another bite of the pancake. Sweets seem to be great after all, and the sweetness that pervades her face makes Haruka smile. As I told you both, I haven't had any friends for a long time, so this is the first time I've ever been to a gathering of girlfriends. Haruka. To tell the truth, before we became friends like this, I had a special view of Haruka. I thought she was a beautiful woman, a high-class woman, with a lot of experience in love, and that she would have a large group of friends. So when Haruka came out to me about her lack of friendships, I felt embarrassed that I had been looking at her in a very selfish way, and at the same time, I thought, I have to do a lot of friendly things for her? I promised myself that I would do my best. I'm really happy to have been friends with you too. Her eyes moistened with tears, and she smiled with delight. The destructive power of that pure and beautiful smile was so great that I not only lost consciousness for a moment, but also fell completely in love with her even though she was the same sex. It's too cute. Oh my god, this is bad. It's like the girls are together, but their heads went blank. I know it's a little late, but really, Haruka is just too beautiful in every way. To make such an angelic girl so depressed just because of jealousy, shouldn't Nihama-kun explode, just once? I nodded my head in my mind at Mizuki's whispered comment. Ed, I didn't mention this before when I picked up editing this, but hey, I'm Tom. I've been editing Company Slave since chapter 59 from where Anima left off. Sorry for the on and off editing from me. I am currently a student teacher and it has been a tough grind working through my first placement. However, I'm looking forward to editing chapters whenever I have the time. Hope you enjoy the series we have to offer, and make sure to join the Discord server to be updated whenever a new chapter releases and to just chill and hang out. Also, the doc is properly spaced when I send my edits back to Helena, so blame WordPress for bad spacing. Cuckoo. Anyway, I was relieved to see that Haruka seemed to be feeling quite well again. It was distressing to see my friend worrying about something that was likely nothing to be concerned over. If this were a romantic comedy, it would be the beginning of a love triangle, but Nihama-kun isn't that kind of person. With the depth of his feelings, she was worried that if Haruka rejected him, he would become a shell of a person. Oh, by the way, Haruka is exchanging emails with Nihama-kun, right? What messages are you sending each other? When the conversation was over, Mizuki asked her this with a glint in her eye. Contrary to her usual cool expression, she's a bit of a maiden, and she's very interested in what the two of them are texting about. To be honest, I'd kind of like to hear about it too. Huh? No, it's just normal stuff. Things like, I enjoyed that light novel you read today, or I ate this and it was delicious. Is that really all you do? For example, do you send each other pictures? You're too much of an onlooker, Mizuki. Well, I heard that there are men out there who instruct pure girls to take naughty pictures and send them to them, just in case. I whispered this to her, and Mizuki replied with a face that clearly showed she was amused. Well, there's no way Nihama-kun would do something like a bad uncle would, but... Pictures? Come to think of it, I've been sending him a lot of pictures of me. What? Our housekeeper, Fuiwaizumi-san, said to me, he would be happy if you took pictures of my young lattice daily life and sent those pictures to him. Oh, wait, what are you talking about, housekeeper? I'm sure Nihama-kun will be happy to hear that. I sent him pictures of me lying in bed in my pajamas, or eating ice cream in a t-shirt after a bath. I was a little embarrassed, but my mother said, oh, good. This picture looks good. And then she picked out a picture to send to him. They had her send a really suggestive picture. I mean, aren't the Shizun family members too flirty? So, what did Naya Hamakun reply to you? When I sent those pictures, the replies were always very slow, like I don't know if I can look directly at this, it's hard, or Akiko is definitely involved in this, so I stopped sending them after that. I can picture the shock and confusion in Naya Hamakun's eyes when the innocent Haruka suddenly sent him a bombshell of a photo. I'm sure the healthy boys would find Haruka's private shots poisonous to their eyes. I'm surprised. It was a joke, but I didn't know you were actually doing something erotic. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything naughty. What are you talking about when you have double melons all over your soft body? The more I look at it, the more I envy you, so I'll give you a little squeeze later. Huh? Oh my god. Don't make any quick, strange reservations. Haruka's face turns red as Mizuki gives her a wicked squeeze. You're having fun, Mizuki. But you have almost no contact with boys other than Naya Hamakun, don't you? Doesn't anyone ever call out to you? I know there are a lot of boys who want to get Haruka, but this has created a cryptic check and balance situation that makes it difficult for them to get away. In the midst of all this, Naya Hamakun got super close to Haruka, which would normally make the boys in the class jealous, but it didn't. The reason for this was that Naya Hamakun had become a person to be reckoned with in the class. He had become more of a presence in the class as he became very good at his studies and asked for cell phone-related advice. After his overworked performance at that cultural festival, no one complained about him being around Haruka anymore. But that's just our class. The boys in the other classes said even that Naya Hamagai is getting close to Shizun-san, so I don't have to put up with him anymore either, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone tried to flirt with Haruka. I'm a little worried that we might get in trouble for that. What? The other boys? Actually, I was approached by a few people during the semester, and they were asking me to go out somewhere with them. So, how did you answer that? The first time I met all of them, they were acting so familiar with me that it was scary, so I politely declined and left. I'm still a little confused as to what they were trying to do. Yeah? Who are those people? Oh, I see. You mean that? Mizuki whispered to me. What? What do you mean, Mizuki? I whispered back. I've only heard rumors that there was such a move, which means that Naya Hamakun and Haruka got their licks in. If a mediocre guy like Naya Hama can get along with her, then I'm sure I can get in with her. With this in mind, the people with a little confidence moved in, such as the slightly handsome, somewhat popular guys and the regulars in the athletic clubs. That's pretty lame. I can't believe they're making a move because they see an easy target, not because they like her. Yeah, that's not cool. If I really liked someone, I'd have just gone for them regardless of the hurdles. And it's disgusting that they're making fun of our friends. I completely agree with Mizuki's words, which were filled with anger. If you think that Naya Hamakun, whom you don't know very well, is lower than you, and you think that Haruka, who is with Naya Hamakun, is cheap, then you are not only lame but also really rude. I stop whispering and speak directly with Haruka. Well, it's a good response anyway, Haruka. You don't have to deal with people who are suddenly trying to be friendly. Yes. To be honest, I was scared, so it's nice to hear that. I'm not a big fan of people who are too selfish. I somehow knew this already, but it seems that Haruka doesn't like violent people. Well, Naya Hamakun, despite his energy, is not the arrogant type either. And speaking of being strong, what happened to that other guy, Mitsurugi? I heard he had a dispute with Naya Hama-san over the final exam. TLN, not sure about the D*head guy name. He's not worthy to be remembered, Ed, it's Mitsurugi. And yes, what an actual D*head LMAO. Suddenly remembering the name, I casually mentioned it. I really just said it in the flow of conversation, and it didn't mean anything more than that, but Mitsurugi? Haruka's appearance changed drastically. For some reason, the tone of her voice became very low and harsh, and her eyes became fixed. The usual atmosphere, like a flower garden with the sun shining on it, became freezing cold like the frozen Arctic. Oh, you mean that very rude person? TL, you mean that D*head. Haruka, what? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? The shine in my eyes are gone. It's true that I may have been spoken to by that crazy person, but I've forgotten at this point. I have no intention of speaking to him again, and if possible, I would like to erase him from my memory completely. Just the sight of him makes me very uncomfortable. All the things that a normal Haruka would never say. What is this? Her innocence has been turned inside out? I quickly turned to whisper with Mizuki. Wait, what's going on? The angelic Haruka is snapping at me with an expressionless face like a no mask. Ed, a no mask is a mask that has a limited amount of facial expressions, usually ranging from 1 to 3, often used in the classical style of Japanese dance/drama by the same name. I'm sorry, I should have told you about that. Apparently, during that final exam, Mitsurugi said Naya Hama is scum and trash. I'm the best of the best? Ever since then, whenever she hears that man's name, she seems to be like this. What is that prince-like person doing? It's not right to make the kind and gentle Haruka so angry. I never thought I'd be so disgusted by a really vulgar, self-conscious, arrogant person. Just remembering that makes my chest turn black. I don't know. Haruka mumbling in abhorrence is messed up and scary? Please be careful. The reason Haruka did this was obviously because she was angry that Naya Hamakun got belittled, but the same thing doesn't necessarily happen with jealousy. What do you mean? I don't think this will ever happen, but if Haruka hits her limit of lovesick jealousy, this dark side of her usual angelic nature might explode. We're already getting close to that, so we should be careful not to advance Harika's darkness gauge by misleading her about our friendship with Naya Hamakun. TL, Yandere Harika. That actually, I've been with Naya Hamakun all day long, accompanying him in his training during the ball game. Could this be out of the question? You should never say that. This may lead to jealousy, which in turn may lead to a TV episode like this thieving cat, or something like that. A thieving cat is a Japanese idiom which refers to someone who steals another's partner. Obviously, not something you want applied to you. Hey, if that happens. When you say that, I can't help but get a little paranoid. The rooftop of an empty school building. Harika and I are facing each other as the world turns the orange color of dusk. You practiced softball at a park on your day off with Naya Hamakun? So that's how you got close to him, a guy who's not very good at exercise. This thieving cat. No, I didn't mean it. Trust me, that's what all thieving cats say. Oh, I'm so sad, my-san. I thought we were friends, and now I have to send you to the same place as Mitsurugi. Harika, who has zero sanity in her eyes, smiles as she holds a bloody knife in her hand. This is the kind of thing that makes communication completely impossible. So, the blood on that knife is… Oh, no, Mitsurugi? I accidentally said this out loud in reality, and I heard a voice from outside saying, oh, I got slaughtered first? But my delusion continued. I knew I should wipe out all the girls who get close to Naya Hamakun. So, goodbye But this is your fault, isn't it? This person is a Yandere? And Harika slowly approached me with her sickly, lightless eyes. Stabbed to pieces? I shudder as I return from my fantasy. If Harika's purity is turned inside out, it would be very bad. In the meantime, Harika seemed to have regained her composure. I'm sorry. When I heard the name of that strange person for a moment, I lost my cool. What's up? Harika? Yeah. I leaned forward on the table and grabbed Harika's hand. Harika's eyes are black and white at the sudden action. I'll always be your friend, and I'll always stand by you, Harika. You can trust me? Yes, sure. It's so nice to have a friend say that about you. I'll always be on your side, too. Although I was surprised, I accepted Harika's dazzling, pure smile with all the guilt I felt for spreading my ridiculous fantasies earlier. I'm sorry for thinking of something weird. I'm Harika Shijuan. Right now I'm sitting on a park bench in the city, facing a very troubling problem. Still haven't been able to contact Nihamakun. Thanks to them, my mind was very light during yesterday's tea party, but the matter of Nihamakun and the strange girl walking together still weighs heavily on my heart. The two of you told me that I'm afraid that my best friend, Nihamakun, will be taken away. It's really true. But still, is it possible for the heart to tremble so much? It's so scary that it even feels like the soft parts of my heart are being torn to shreds. I've been staring at the cell phone in my right hand for a while now. It's amazing what civilization can do. One push of this phone and I'm connected to Nihamakun. And then all I'd have to do is ask, who was the girl you were walking with yesterday? That's the only way to make progress with this problem. I know that, but it seems like a pointless question if you think about it calmly. Whoever Nihamakun is with, he should be free to do as he pleases and I have nothing to do with it. If you're asking why I want to know about it. Possessiveness? That's the only way I can describe my feelings. When I realized this, I suddenly felt ashamed. What a childish feeling I have. From yesterday until now, I've been thinking about Nihamakun all the time like this. It's probably because I haven't been able to see him during the summer vacation. Before I knew it, talking to him every day at school had become the norm. I want to see him. I found myself muttering unconsciously. For the first time, I could recognize my desire to see his face. And then, a cold drop of water hit my cheek. The weather had been fine just a few minutes ago, but suddenly there was heavy rain. It was getting heavier and heavier. Yup, I let my guard down. It was sunny in the morning, so I didn't look at the weather forecast at all. Big mood. The rain was getting stronger and stronger, and the people on the street, also caught off guard, rushed to find a place to take shelter from the rain. This is what should I do? I was going to take a short walk today, so I didn't have a car to take me home. It would be better to buy a plastic umbrella at a convenience store. Oh my god, what is this? I didn't see the weather forecast at all. When I looked toward the voice, I saw a middle school-aged girl with straight hair screaming in the sudden rain. Apparently, she also forgot her umbrella like I did. Do I know her? Oh my god, rain showers are the worst. The strangely familiar girl raises her bag above her head and starts running, using it as protection from the rain. But then, the zipper of the bag that the girl lifted over her head seemed to be slightly unzipped, and her purse fell out of it, rolling onto the water-soaked asphalt. But the girl ran off at a glance without noticing it, her back becoming smaller and smaller. All right. I don't hesitate for even a second. As the streets filled with the sound of rain, I quickly picked up her purse and followed the girl. Oh my god, I'm soaked. It's raining down a lot? Konako Nayahama, was dashing through a residential area, drenched by the rain. I ate too many parfaits yesterday and gained a lot of calories. Because of this, my brother and I were not able to eat dinner, and my mom got angry with us. I thought I'd go for a short walk while window shopping today, but here I am. Thank God our house is located in a very convenient place near the city center. Otherwise, the unnecessary expense of buying an umbrella at a convenience store would have been mandatory. Come on. I thought I heard something over the sound of the rain, so I turned around and saw a woman of high school age running behind me without an umbrella. She is shouting something at me, and is obviously chasing me. Wait, please. What's going on? As I stiffened, unable to grasp the situation, the person came up to me, breathing heavily. She looked like she was running as fast as possible to catch up to me. Haha, I've finally caught up with It's a Lost and Found. What? My wallet? How did this get out of my bag? Then I finally understood the situation. I had accidentally dropped my wallet out of my bag, and this person had chased me, its owner, through this rain. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Wait, you're soaking wet. Didn't you have an umbrella? Yes, you're welcome about that. I accidentally missed the weather forecast but I'm glad I caught up. The woman, who looked sincerely relieved, was, upon closer inspection, an incredibly beautiful woman. Her long hair is shiny, her eyes and nose are beautiful, and even though she is slender, she has very ample breasts and buttocks. Yes, what? She's beautiful and also has such a beautiful heart that she's willing to run in the rain to deliver a wallet to a complete stranger? What is she, a goddess or something? Where have I seen this woman's face before? I think if you meet a beautiful woman like this, you usually don't forget her. Well then, I'll take this and try not to catch a cold. Kia? The rain was getting stronger and stronger, and the woman screamed. It's raining really badly, with lightning crashing in the distance. Wait. You're going to run into town without an umbrella again? Yes, this is a residential area, so sheltering from the rain seems a bit impossible, and there are no convenience stores to buy umbrellas until you go back a bit further. You're the one who's going to catch a cold if you do that. We're almost at my house, come with me? I can at least lend you a towel. Please, you don't have to. I don't care. I owe you for delivering my wallet. Don't be shy. Come on, let's go. It would be heartbreaking if the person who ran in the rain for me caught a cold because of me. I forcefully pull her hesitant hand and run to my house. Kanako Nihama was in a very unique situation. I'm in the familiar bathroom of the Nihama household. The fact that I'm in my house and I'm soaking in my bathtub here is completely normal. Fuo, it's warm. My cold body is coming back to life. However, when a beautiful girl of the highest class is bathing with you, your normal bathtub is instantly transformed into an unknown paradise. Wow, too much. What amazingly sexy white skin. It's like taking a bath with a Budokan class idol. It doesn't feel real. The Nippon Budokan, often abbreviated as just the Budokan, is a world-class indoor arena that hosts martial arts contests and musical events. This arena has hosted performers such as the Beatles, ABBA, Pink Floyd, and others. It is an idol's dream to be able to perform on such a stage, which is the kind of light Hanako is viewing Haruka in. It's good that I'm small so we can both soak in the hot water with some room to spare. Despite the fact that we both have towels wrapped around our bodies, the destructive power of the two melons floating in front of us is enough to overwhelm the chattering me to the point of exasperation. Her long hair easily curled up with hairpins, her neck's nape, which was completely exposed, her thin white shoulders, and her face, which was once again too beautiful to be seen up close, were all dangerous products that could destroy reason. Even though she was a woman, I was so excited that my nose was about to bleed. But I'm sorry for barging into someone's house and even taking their bath. No. I owe you a favor, so don't be like that. When we arrived at the Nihama house with this kind woman's hand in tow, we were no longer soaking wet to the point of toweling off, and in all likelihood, we needed a bath immediately. My mom and brother weren't home, so I quickly prepared a bath and told her to take a bath first, but she said, I don't care, you take a bath first? You'll catch a cold? She didn't give in, and we got into a little trouble. And I eventually lost my temper and said, oh my god, you're such a softie. Then let's go in together since we're both women. Then everything will be alright. When I said that I was desperate, the sister said, yes, that's right. If we don't, we'll both be too cold and reserved. Let's go with that? She adopted the idea. But more importantly, are you sure you're okay? I'm really sorry that I made you take a bath with me in a house that you don't know and that I made a crazy suggestion on the spur of the moment. No, I'm the one who agreed to come in with you, and I'm not in any trouble. I had a real problem with being soaking wet in the first place, and I'm very grateful. She really seems to think so, and she smiles at me over the short distance between us in the bathtub. Wow, this person is truly beautiful on the inside. Yeah, thanks for calling out to me, ma'am. You really helped me out? You're welcome. I'm glad that I could help. With a soft, graceful manner, she accepted my thanks. I'm not sure what to say, but I'm going to try. She feels like a princess who has come down to meet the villagers in the town. By the way, I've been wondering about something, for a while now. I've been looking at you for a while now. How did you grow those breasts? And your skin glows so brilliantly? If you have a secret, I'll get down on my knees and ask you for it. I know I'm a beautiful junior high school girl, but I hate my body shape. I don't want to be stuck in this Lolita style forever. The body of this woman is my ideal, and I would like to find out how to cultivate it. What? No, I don't do anything in particular. I eat a lot and sleep a lot, but I don't have any particular secrets. Whoa, I thought you might be, but you actually were born lucky? It's not fair that you automatically have such a perfect body. Also, please don't say so much about my body anymore, it's embarrassing. Sometimes my friends tell me that I'm just a little bigger than normal. Not just a little, not a little bit at all. I'm certain your friend is super jealous of you. As I was lamenting the unfairness of the world, the sound of rain became louder again. Apparently, the weather was still raging. Wow, it's still raining. Today was a bad day. I said it straight to change the mood a bit, but it still got soggy. It looked really good on you. Do you usually wear your hair differently? Oh, yeah. Most of the time I have twin tails like this. I made a tuft of hair with both hands and twirled my twin tails. I often wear my hair like this when I'm at home for whatever reason. Oh, I love it. It looks so good on you. Wait, is that haircut? Yeah, what's wrong? As soon as she saw me in my twin tails, she stopped moving for some reason and stared at my face. What's this? I'm embarrassed to have such a beautiful woman staring at me. Oh, crap. I just realized that I haven't even given my name to her yet. But it's strange, I know I've seen this woman somewhere. But no matter how much I try to recall it, I don't remember ever meeting anyone with such a strong aesthetic impact. But I certainly remember seeing this dainty-looking person somewhere. Ed, this line is from Harika's perspective. It's the only one that's like this. I've seen you even though I haven't seen you. For example, videos, photos. That's right. A while back, my brother showed me a class group photo with you in it. Oh, yes, my memory and your image finally match. You're in the city yesterday. Shizuen-san? You're Shizuen-san? The girl who was with Naya Hamakun. We both turned to each other in surprise. Our two confused voices echoed in the bathroom, where the only other sound was the rain from outside. I am Harika Shizuen. Now I was incredibly surprised to find out that I had been given a bath in a stranger's house, with a fact coming to light I never would have imagined. So, then, are you Naya Hama's sister? The situation was a little too difficult to grasp, and after explaining what we knew to each other in turn, we were finally able to understand this amazing coincidence. Yes, I'll introduce myself again. I'm Kanako Naya Hama. You've always been a great help to my brother. Kanako-chan, who is facing me in the bathtub, gives me a mischievous smile and a small bow. Naya Hama's sister. I had heard that he had one younger sister, but I didn't know she was so cute. Her vibrant smile was so adorable that I wanted to hug her. But I didn't expect that Shizuen-san was also there when I went shopping with my brother yesterday. Well, everyone gathers in the city on holidays, so I guess that's normal. Yes, I only saw it for a moment at that time, and I didn't realize it until just now when I saw your hairstyle was also twin-tailed. As I said this, I was amazed at the transformation that this fact had brought to my mind. She's his sister. That thing yesterday was just a brother and sister out together. Knowing this, I found myself feeling surprisingly light in my chest. Something that had been settled in the depths of my mind since yesterday had disappeared cleanly. Oh, now I'm very relieved. As if a thorn had been removed from my chest, a sense of relief filled me. That heavy, painful feeling had cleared up like a clear, cloudless day. Even so, it's a shallow possessiveness of me to be so relieved to know that Naya Hamakun didn't have a friend closer than me. Suddenly, I felt something strange. If my feelings were a possessive desire stemming from my lack of friends, then I would feel the same way even if Mai and Mizuki were close to other girls besides me, but my mind was not particularly disturbed by the thought. I don't understand, even if I'm right about it being just possessiveness, it's a little different from the fear of having your friends taken away, isn't it? Hey, what's wrong, Shizuen-san? Have you lost consciousness? Oh, no, I haven't introduced myself yet either. I'm Harika Shizuen. I'm indebted to your brother as well. I was so lost in thought that I hurriedly introduced myself and bowed lightly in the bathtub. Yes, it's nice to meet you. I thought you were a beautiful woman, but I didn't realize you were the Shizuen-san I'd heard so much about. I've been hoping to meet you someday. What do you mean by rumors? Did Naya Hamakun talk so much about me? That's right. Your father almost banned you from reading light novels because your grades were so low. What? Naya Hamakun? What are you talking to your sister about? I've never met Kanako-chan before, but from the very beginning my dignity as a big sister is ruined. But basically, I've always gotten compliments about you. Yeah, he always says you're a really nice girl. I've heard so many things about you that I have calluses in my ears, like how happy he was to study with you and how much fun he had going around the festival with you. What? I never imagined that Naya Hamakun would be talking about me so much at home. I felt a mixture of embarrassment and happiness, and my cheeks grew hot. The specs I was told about you as a girl were so great that I still slightly doubted her existence even after seeing a photo of you, and you really are a beautiful person inside, making a long-distance dash for me, a stranger, in the pouring rain. Oh, God. Please don't make fun of me. It's nothing to deliver a dropped wallet. It's really not a big deal, but Kanako-chan seemed a little surprised from me saying it's nothing. I'm sorry, but I can't believe Naya Hamakun has such a cute sister. I'm an only child, so I don't know what it's like to have a sister. I know it's very rude, but can I pat your head a little? The petite and very energetic Kanako was so cute, like a mischievous kitten, that I couldn't help but want to stroke her little head. Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. Think of me as your sister and love me to the fullest dash. With her permission, I touched Kanako's hair and stroked it quietly. Just like when I do that to a small animal, the mere act gives me an alluring sense of happiness. I knew you had beautiful hair, Kanako. No, wait a minute. This is more dangerous than I thought. While soaking in the same hot water with a beautiful girl who looks like a princess slowly caressing my head, my brain is melting. Just as I lose track of time when I'm playing with cats or dogs, I was so happy at this moment that I was absorbed in stroking Kanako's head and I didn't notice right away that Kanako was saying something in a disturbed voice, or that her face was getting redder and redder. This is the power of a beautiful lady Q. Wa? K Kanako-chan? What's wrong? Why are you so red? Did you take too long of a bath? Kanako-chan, who had become like a boiled octopus, was about to sink into the hot water, so I rushed in to help her. I'm sorry about earlier, I was having so much fun patting Kanako-chan that I got carried away. Wrapped in a bath towel, I bowed my head to Kanako-chan. Having warmed up more than enough, we climbed out of the bath and were now standing in the changing room and washroom. Kanako-chan recovered quickly after the bath, but it was really pathetic that I didn't notice her condition right away, being in complete exhaustion despite acting as the big sister. Oh, no, it wasn't the hot water that caused me to flush. Oh well, I'll leave a change of clothes here for you. Excuse me. Kanako-chan, who had changed into a t-shirt and shorts a step ahead of me, put the change of clothes she had brought me into the basket. I had my underwear dried in the dryer while I was taking a bath, but I couldn't do that with my fragile jackets and skirts, so I had to take advantage of her kindness. I'll be making tea then, so come to the living room when you're done changing. After saying that, Kanako disappeared across the corridor. If Kanako-chan is Naya Hamakun's younger sister, then this is Naya Hamakun's house, isn't it? I could see my reflection in the bathroom mirror turning red as I realized this very obvious fact at a time that was really too late. I mean, I got naked at Naya Hama's house and took a bath. I soaked myself naked in the bathtub in the same bathroom that Naya Hamakun usually used. I was very embarrassed by that fact. There doesn't seem to be anyone else in the house right now except Kanako-chan, and anyway, let's get dressed quickly. I put on my dry underwear and sleeved the large shirt that was given to me as a change of clothes. It was a little tight in the chest, but not so tight that it was painful. Is that? As I buttoned up the sleeves of my shirt, I saw a note in the basket. There was something written in round letters that seemed to be in Kanako-chan's handwriting. I'm going to give you my brother's shirt to wear because your breasts are too big for mine and my mom's are too tight. Wadash? This is Naya Hama's shirt. As soon as I realized this, I felt my face flush again. It was nothing compared to what I had seen earlier. Just the thought of the shirt that Naya Hamakun usually wears in his sleeves is now wrapped around my entire body, and my emotions are so hot and turbulent that I can't stay calm. Oh, but it's definitely not like a girl's shirt, it smells like a boy. My hand stopped as I was wearing a shirt open in the front over my underwear, just shorts and bra. I'm wearing Naya Hamakun's shirt, and I'm in his smell. When I think of that, my thoughts overflow with heat and I can't think of anything else. Yes, so I'm sure the behavior that followed was also because it was unusual. Same as when we huddled together in the planetarium at the school festival, I can definitely smell Naya Hamakun's scent. The action was unconscious. It was really, really unconscious. But the fact was that I had taken my arm through the sleeve of Naya Hamakun's shirt and brought it up to my mouth. I could smell him through my nostrils. I've officially graduated from university. I'll edit these chapters as Helena sends them to me, so look forward to it. To have some time to myself again. So the Ed was having some kind of problem during the time this chapter was released. So my name is Naya Hama Shinchiro. I'm a high school sophomore, an ex-industrial worker who is going back in time and redoing his youth. Oh my god, it's raining like a bitch. I closed my umbrella at the entrance of my house and complained about the sudden heavy rain. I had heard from the weather forecast that the weather would suddenly change from sunny to rainy, but the rainfall was much heavier than expected. I was just reading a book at the library today. I should have left a little earlier. Phew, I had an umbrella, but I got pretty wet. My pants, which had become heavy from splashing, and the sleeves of my shirt, which were wet and cool, were quite uncomfortable. I crossed the threshold of the entrance hallway thinking I would have to change my clothes. We are a family of 3, but most of the nearly 10 shoes lined up in the entryway belong to Kanako and her mother. And I had no way of knowing what kind of shoes they had. I didn't even realize at the time that there were shoes not from my family mixed in among them. Hearing sounds from the kitchen means that Kanako is back. I thought there was something going on and I heard, "Ga? Oh, there are too many tea leaves in the teacup." Unusually, she seemed to be struggling to brew her own tea. She is still the same girl with low domestic girl power. Speaking of girls, was Shijuan's girls' party yesterday? I wish I could meet with Shijuan-san too, but I need an excuse for that. Although we have been communicating via email, we have not met in person recently because of summer vacation. Frankly, I miss her very much. In this day and age, video phone calls aren't that easy to make. TLN, man, the 2020 era is just full of that because of that shitty virus. I'd love to see you. Muttering, I turned my feet to the washroom in a very natural way. It was raining and my body was wet all over. My clothes needed to be put in the washing machine, and I needed a towel. It's a natural thing to do. I had noticed that the light was on in the bathroom. But Kanako was in the kitchen, and it was obvious that mom had not yet returned, since her car was not back in the garage. So what was my fault for thinking it was just a light I forgot to turn off? Then I opened the sliding door to the bathroom without hesitation, making a loud rattling sound. And then, hiya! I saw a presence that shouldn't have been there, and a voice that shouldn't have been heard echoed in my eardrums. It blew a fuse in my head, temporarily shutting down my thinking. What came to my brain, which restarted 2 seconds later, were the words hallucination, delusion, and daydreaming, words that are linked to false perceptions of reality. I tried to find a peaceful conclusion that she could not be here and that this was a false image presented by my shallow desire. That's as far as I could get away from reality. Mercilessly, my brain comes to its senses and tells me this is real. The girl of my dreams, Shijun Haruka, is standing in the bathroom of my house with her bare skin exposed. Hey, what? I don't even know what's going on. What's going on, and where's the glitch making this happen? No, this has to be a glitch just because it is so strange. I came home as usual and found Shijun-san standing in our bathroom, wearing my shirt with the front buttons fully open over her underwear. If such an unorthodox super development is possible in reality, it would be possible that one day the Terminator would suddenly be sipping tea in the living room. Naya Hamakun? No. I borrowed this shirt out of necessity, not because I have some smell fetish. Shijun-san dropped her arm, which was close to her mouth, and although she should have screamed, her face turned bright red and she was upset for reasons that were not clear to me. Trust me? I can't live like this if people think I'm a girl with special tastes. Hey, Shijun-san. Front? Hey? With tears in her eyes, Shijun-san came closer and closer to me. But she is wearing only an unbuttoned shirt, and her body, in her underwear, is coming closer and closer to my view. 2 huge fruits wrapped in a pink bra, shorts in a skirt that is usually kept secret, a tight white waist and a sensational navel. The boy instinct in me is glued to the parts that I cannot normally see. Oi, remember what you look like. You're almost naked? Sorry, I'm sorry. Finally realizing how exposed she is, Shijun-san's face turns an embarrassed shade of vermilion, and she closes her shirt with her hand and crouches down as she is. At least I just barely avoided a situation that would have punctured my mental capacity. No, but what's really going on here? Why is Shijun-san in my house and half naked in the first place? Brother. Kanako? No, this is not what you think. My sister, who seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed to the scene, was looking at me with a stern look. No wait. Sure, I admit I'm guilty of seeing Shijun-san in her underwear, but it's a bit harsh to scorn me for this. No, well, I know that. Kanako mutters this with a huff and a sigh. I think it's a little tough to ask you to notice Shijun-san's shoes, which are about the same size as mom's, because mom gets new shoes every once in a while. And it's my own fault that I was so focused on making tea in the first place that I didn't notice that my own brother had come home. I was impressed by my sister's calm consideration of the scene, which in a romantic comedy is without exception a bust. I'm impressed that you can think so rationally, Kanako, but... What? Why are you going behind my back? I still have to make up for the fact that my brother saw Shijun in his underwear, and the only way to settle this very complicated situation is to play the rom-com manga card. So I'm being a little unreasonable, but Gaba. Kanako's auxiliary leap kick explodes into my back, and I am blown away and plopped down in the hallway with a shudder. Naya Hamakun? And the half-naked Shijun-san gives me a concerned voice, but it is hard not to look in that direction. I mean, isn't it time for someone to explain the situation? That's how it turned out. Me, Shijun-san, and Kanako were gathered around the table in the living room of the Nayahama residence. After the commotion in the bathroom, Shijun-san and Kanako, who had finished changing, accompanied me to the living room and now we had finally finished hearing the explanation of the situation. Thank you so much, Shijun-san, for running in the rain for Kanako's sake. Come on, Kanako, say thank you again. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Haruka-chan. Wow, please don't bow your heads like that. I really just picked up a wallet, that's all. As we siblings bowed our heads to express gratitude, Shijun-san became flustered. But Kanako calling someone she just met today Haruka-chan Shijun-san doesn't seem to mind at all, but still. And, I'm really sorry about what happened in the bathroom earlier. It was an accident caused by me and Kanako's carelessness. And no, it's just a simple accident. Well, I'm sorry for showing you something unsightly. At Shijun-san's bashful words, the scene from the bathroom flashed back in my mind. Shijun-san's pure white skin. The sight of the girl I love the most wearing nothing but a thin undergarment is not only exciting but also makes her look like a goddess. It's etched behind my eyelids and doesn't seem to fade away. And Shijun-san is currently wearing my shirt. As if recalling the accident earlier, Shijun-san blushed. Seeing her showing such shyness while wearing my shirt and hugging her own shoulders, it stirs something hot within me. Thinking about Shijun-san's slightly reddened skin after a bath touching my shirt, I can't help but feel flustered. When Kanako said with a smirk, you managed with mama's skirt, but considering the size of your chest, borrowing your big brother's shirt was the only option, right? It's definitely hitting me hard, damn it, considering my virgin-like turmoil. No, well anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Haruka-chan, but rather than unsightly, your bare skin is priceless, right? I bet I could easily charge 30,000 yen just to admire it. Don't say such explicit things, you idiot. Don't say things that people wouldn't even think about. We're in front of a guest, so try to tone down your usual antics. Well, that's enough about that. But I feel relieved. Taking a sip of the tea that Kanako brewed, I filtered it with a tea strainer because there were tea leaves mixed in. Shijun-san spoke. It turned out in a way I never expected, but I'm really happy to see you again after such a long time, Nayahama-kun. I wanted to see you just at this time. Huh? For some reason, Kaneko widened her eyes in surprise at Shizuen-san's words. Huh? What's wrong with you? Oh, I'm glad to. I've been wanting to see you, and I'm really happy to see your face again after such a long time. We've only been communicating through emails lately. Ho? As our faces meet like this, it's clear that our hearts are rejoicing. I can feel the Shizuen-san energy, the all-purpose energy that can be obtained by making contact with Shizuen-san, that was almost depleted, filling up my heart. But what's up with Kaneko? Hey, Ani-chan. What's wrong with you, Gyu? Kaneko grabs my shoulder and forcefully spins me around, diverting my gaze from Shizuen-san sitting across from me. Then, she leans closer to my face and starts whispering something in a hushed voice. What was that just now? You were casually saying how we wanted to see each other, but that was clearly an exchange between lovers. When did you completely conquer Shizuen-san? Oh no, I was a bit numb, but those words from Shizuen-san are purely how she feels, not with any romantic implications. Huh? Seriously? I mean, is that supposed to be a friend-like line? I knew she was airheaded, but there's a limit, right? Well, so far, I'm the only guy who gets that line from her at close proximity, so in that sense, it's special, but unfortunately, there are no heart marks attached. This airheadedness is the barrier that has repelled numerous guys from Shizuen-san, and I'm still in the middle of conquering her. The distance between us is undoubtedly getting closer, so I shouldn't rush things. By the way, there are hearts attached to every word I say to Shizuen-san. I know, I don't need unnecessary information that much. With a face that seems to say, "You're really annoying?" Kaneko skillfully interjects in a hushed voice. It seems like I've been sharing my feelings for Shizuen-san a bit too much. Sorry for the secret conversation, Haruka-chan. I apologize to Ani-chan for saying, Ani-chan always talks about Shizuen-san. Wait, what? How much of my statements at home did you spill? And you're not even showing any remorse, so what's with the apology? Well, when I heard that from Kaneko-chan, I felt both happy and embarrassed. Nayahama-kun? Why yes? Please don't tell Kaneko-chan any embarrassing things about me. She might laugh. I want her to see me as a reliable older sister. What part of the conversation is she referring to? To be honest, I've been talking about Shizuen-san a lot to Kaneko, so I can't pinpoint which embarrassing thing she's talking about. Well, I talk about Nayahama-kun all the time at home, so I have no right to say anything, Shizuen-san said. Oh, really? What kind of things do you say about Ani-chan? There are so many things. I can't possibly cover everything, like how amazing Nayajima-kun is, the times he's helped me, and what we talked about today. With a face full of curiosity, Kaneko leans forward eagerly, and for some reason, Shizuen-san happily shares the contents of our conversation. These two have become incredibly close in such a short time. However, every time I talk about Nayahama-kun, my father somehow gets a face like he's eaten a bitter bug and starts trembling as if he's holding something back. As expected, whenever my topic comes up, Tokaimun-san's annoyance meter keeps rising. Stop it. I'm glad you're talking about me, but please don't accumulate any more eruptions from Tokaimun-san. Haruka-chan's papa is too funny. He looks so tense, but hang in there, Ani-chan. You're laughing way too much, you little. She's thoroughly enjoying this. I can't laugh because it reminds me of that heart-pounding job interview. But anyway, Kaneko-chan really loves her big brother. Shizuen-san smiles warmly, and Kaneko, who was laughing foolishly, freezes as if caught off guard. Since earlier, she seems so happy whenever she interacts with her older brother. It's clear that you two get along really well. No? Shizuen-san expresses her honest impressions without any ulterior motive, causing Kaneko to stutter and become flustered, which is quite rare for her. This face of hers is truly unusual. That's not true. Besides, it makes it seem like I have a brother complex or something. Is that so? Even when we were talking about Nayahama-kun in the bath earlier, you seemed really lively. Shizuen-san follows up with her soft words, targeting Kaneko, who is denying it with a raised voice. The effect is outstanding, and Kaneko's face rapidly turns red. That's it. End this conversation. It's over. Kaneko forcefully cuts off the conversation, shaking her arms. It's a bit cute how she pouts and turns her face away. It's amazing, Kaneko blushing and staying silent like that. I once again admire Shizuen-san's purity and airheadedness. The words of an angel, who innocently speaks what she feels without any intention to tease, become a mirror reflecting the hearts of those she interacts with, leaving no room for argument. Kaneko-chan blushing and being embarrassed is so adorable. Nayahama-kun is really lucky, right? She may lack a bit of respect for her brother, but she's my proud little sister. Seeing Kaneko pout a little, both Shizuen-san and I can't help but smile. It's rare and especially cute to see her face flushed like this, so we find ourselves thinking it's even more adorable. Hey, what are you saying, you stupid big brother, taking advantage of this situation? What's wrong? I really mean it when I say she's my proud little sister. I'm frustrated being seen by my big brother with that smug face. Just let it slide that I'm borrowing the position you usually occupy a little. Well, I do think it's good for siblings to get along, but it's not like I want my big brother to pay attention to me or anything. Stop it, both of you, with those smiley faces. Kaneko, whose face is still flushed, complains with a slightly raised voice. But upon hearing her words, both Shizun-san and I deepen our heartwarming smiles even more. And in the living room filled with such a peaceful atmosphere, the sound of tires splashing through the wet asphalt and the rumble of a car engine could be heard. Oh, looks like mom is back. While we, the students, are on summer vacation, my mother, who is a working woman, had to go to work today. This morning, mom said to me, "You guys have summer vacation," with a sigh, and now, in my second life, I understand that feeling. Working adults don't have summer vacations. Not only that, they don't have spring breaks or winter breaks either. So working adults envy students who can freely enjoy their summers, yearn for long vacations that they won't have until retirement, and reminisce about their irretrievable student days. By the way, in a normal company, they would have a bone vacation or a few days of special summer leave, but in the shitty company I worked for, such luxuries were out of the question. While thinking about such things, I heard the sound of the front door opening, and familiar footsteps approaching the living room. I'm home? Phew, it was pouring rain. Wiping the droplets off her hair with a handkerchief, my mother appeared in her suit. She doesn't look as young as Shizun-san's mother, Akiko-san, but she still looks much younger than her age, which is the age of a high schooler's mother. She sets her wavy short hair neatly every day to go to work, and she takes good care of her skin and makeup. She's a full-fledged career woman with no shortcuts. Originally, yes, she's a very cheerful person. Unless some idiot son shows her how worn out he is from working in a black company, she can lead a very healthy life. Mama, welcome home. You're early today. Yes, the rain was getting heavier, so I decided to come home early. Oh, at that moment, my mother seemed to notice the presence of someone other than our family and blinked her eyes. Oh, sorry, I'm intruding? In a flustered manner, Shizun-san stood up and bowed to my mother. It was a beautiful bow that showed her good upbringing. Oh, well, Kanako's friend? No, I'm Haruka Shizun, a friend of Nyahama-kun, I mean Shinichiro-kun. Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you. I'm this child's friend. Slightly nervous, my mother returned the bow with her usual smile, still trying to sort out her thoughts. Hey, Shinichiro, what's going on? For your friend, she's too beautiful, don't you think? What do you mean? Well, compared to me, it's undeniable that she's on a different level. But really, what's the situation? Your friend is such a cute girl, and now that I look closely, she's wearing your shirt, Oh no, not only the situation, but my mother is also completely confused because Shizun-san is an unbelievably beautiful girl. Well, for mom, it must be like one day, I came home and my unimpressive son brought home a princess-like beauty. Something like that, right? Unimpressive is unnecessary, you idiot? Or rather, it was you who brought her home, not me. Personally, I'm really happy to see Shizun-san again after a long time, so secretly I'm like, way to go, my sister. But that's just my thoughts. Well, mom, calm down and listen, I just heard the story from Kaneko. I began explaining the situation to my mother, who seemed completely unable to imagine how her son managed to bring such a beautiful girl home. I didn't realize. How can I possibly express my gratitude? After explaining to my mother about how Shizun-san had returned Kanako's wallet and the events that followed, my mother repeatedly bowed to Shizun-san. And no, please don't bow your head. I've already received thanks from Shinichiro-kun and Kanako-chan, so I feel more apologetic than anything. Shizun-san, who had received bows from everyone in the Shimahama family, seemed a little troubled. She probably thinks that what she did, running in the rain, was really nothing special. But still calling me Shinichiro-kun sounds really nice. My heart feels all fluffy when Shizun-san addresses me by my first name. Suddenly, I started daydreaming. We had reached a sweet relationship where Shizun-san naturally called me that. Shinichiro-kun? What is it, Haruka? Hihi, I just wanted to call you that. Nice, it's a classic, but I can imagine Shizun-san doing that. Just as I was blushing at the thought, Kaneko muttered, "Brother, your face looks gross," bringing me back to reality. TLN, rude, Imuto. Oh no, it seems like I'm also quite elated to see Shizun-san again after a long time. But anyway, she's so cute that I was shocked. Wait, Shizun-san, could it be the girl Shinichiro often talked about? She really exists? What the hell have you been thinking all this time? Every time my mother asked me, how's school lately? In this life, I would talk about Shizun-san. I did it to reassure my mother, who was worried about her son, who had always been shy and prone to bullying, that his high school life was fulfilling. And no, it's just I thought you were pretending to have a cute and kind girl as a friend, boasting about it. I never thought she would be a princess-like girl and actually be you friend. At first, Kaneko thought the same way, but she considered it just a fantasy. Well, it might be understandable for a parent to treat it as a sad fantasy if their introverted, otaku-son suddenly became friends with a beautiful girl, even if they were the parent. Well, Nyahama-kun, I'm happy that you talk about me at home, but have you, by any chance, exaggerated the stories? I'm not that cute. No, Haruka-chan is super cute. If anything, he's not exaggerating enough in his stories about you, Kaneko said, blushing and embarrassed. Kaneko-chan? Kanako's words, blushing and shyly spoken, seemed to affirm, with that level of beauty, it's impossible not to be cute, and my mother and I nodded in agreement without saying a word. But still, since Shinichiro-kun is always taking care of me, I feel even more grateful. I hope I'm not causing any trouble. And no, it's nothing like that. It's entirely my pleasure. I can't thank Shizun-san enough. Is that so? Surprised by Shizun-san's enthusiastic response, my mother showed a shocked expression. Yes, especially during the final exams. Naya Hamakan has been helping me study after school, and he's really good at teaching. Hold on Shizun-san. For some reason, Shizun-san started energetically talking about the episodes involving me, and now it was my turn to blush. After all, she keeps praising me. She talks about how I prepared materials specifically for studying, how I dedicated my time to help her study, and how impressive it is that I can still find time to focus on my own studies. So, what did he say during that time? Mom, I'm really curious too. Kaneko. Yes, she said, I'm happy that you trust me and rely on me, and I want to meet that trust until the end. I was so happy. Haruka. Wayayot? No, it's not like I'm hiding anything, but it's quite embarrassing to have every single line of dialogue exposed to my family. Seriously, you two are getting way too excited, mother and daughter. So, I achieved my best grades ever, and Shinichiro-kun was ranked first overall. Not only that, but he has been a great help in various events and everyday life. Shinichiro-kun is truly amazing and wonderful. With a clear smile resembling the azure sky, Shizun-san declared. It was evident to everyone that she was expressing her true feelings, and while that made me incredibly happy, having it heard by my mother and sister was the pinnacle of embarrassment, causing me to instinctively cover my reddening face with my hand. Hey, Kaneko, could it be that this girl is not only beautiful on the outside but also pure and beautiful on the inside? Yeah, a real angel. After all, today she dashed through the rain for a stranger like me. My mother, witnessing Shizun-san's angelic smile, murmured softly to Kaneko. By the way, I could clearly hear her words since I was right next to Kaneko. And this atmosphere? Could it be that she doesn't just see him as a friend, but has feelings for Shinichiro? Well, it's hard to tell with her natural airheadedness, but it seems like you've become a significant presence in Haruka-chan's heart, big brother. What should I do? She's such a good girl that I feel like I want to fill in the gaps for her with all my might. Mama, I've been feeling that way from the start. With that, my mother and Kaneko nodded at each other and exchanged smirks. Hey, what are you two doing? Forming some strange alliance? And to make matters worse, the speed at which both my mother and sister are increasing their favorable impressions of Shizun-san is ridiculously fast. With a smile and a thumbs-up gesture that said, good luck, or something along those lines, I could only respond with a perplexed expression. I've never experienced this before, but it's incredibly awkward to have my mother cheering me on in my love life. Shizun-san, in this very short time, easily got along with my mother and sister, whom she met for the first time, and I was once again reminded of her innocent and lively charm. Just as the saying goes, when three women gather, it gets noisy. Our living room has turned into a chatty tea party of women. So, let me tell you, Naya Hamakan started grilling takoyaki on the teacher's desk like the finishing blow. Everyone was surprised and had their eyes wide open. What? Takoyaki in the classroom? Did he really do that in front of everyone? Most of the topics that Shizun-san talks about are related to me, and my mother expresses her surprise every time she hears them. From my mother's perspective, she probably never imagined that her son would become so active at school, even if he became brighter. Hey, Mom, remember the day when Unai-chan suddenly started a takoyaki party? Well, that was actually his practice. Oh, that day? But, didn't he get in trouble for doing something like that at school? The teacher immediately noticed the scent of sauce filling the classroom, but Shinichiro-kun, before getting scolded, apologized excessively with a loud voice, saying, I'm the culprit? I'm so sorry? The teacher couldn't do much in the face of that momentum and could only give a little reprimand. Well, I mean, in situations like that, it's better to apologize excessively and catch the other person off guard than to try to hide it. It makes it harder for them to get angry. Of course, that is also one type of apology I learned during my corporate slave days. It is only effective against individuals with a decent personality and not much anger, but combined with Japan's sense of admitting one's own mistakes is a virtue. It has a high level of versatility. In a way, my child has become so strong without me even realizing it. My mother, who heard my impudent behavior that was unimaginable in the past, let out a slightly astonished voice, but there was a smile on her face mixed with relief. Yes, Shinichiro-kun used to give a silent impression, but now he is very active and reliable. Shizun-san, who speaks with enthusiasm, also seems to be in a very good mood, and the atmosphere in the room is so pleasant that they don't even care about the rain outside. Come to think of it right now, all the important people in my life are gathered here. My mother, who died prematurely in my previous life because of me, Kaneko, who became estranged because of that, and Shizun-san, whose heart was broken by the petty jealousy of my colleagues. Everything I lost in my previous life is here. It's so bright, truly. As I watched the three of them chatting amiably, my eyes unintentionally grew warm. The things I should have protected, the things I couldn't even reach out for, the intense regret and grief for my previous life, where I couldn't save anything, once again squeezed my heart. Oh, we've been talking so absorbedly that it's already this late. I should be leaving soon. Shizun-san, who noticed the time when she looked at the living room clock, was about to get up and leave, but... Kaie? A flash of lightning shone outside the window, followed by thunder shaking the air a few seconds later. The intensity of the rain had not only not weakened but had actually intensified, making it impossible to go out in such weather. This rain isn't your typical rain. It even has a mist-like appearance. Haruka-chan, it seems impossible to walk home in this, right? Well, yes, in that case, I'll have to call home and ask them to send a car to pick me up. Even when I came home earlier, I felt quite scared while driving. Shall we check the weather forecast on TV? As my mother turned on the TV in the living room, the weather information was being read by the newscaster, and the caption on the screen said, "Sudden heavy rain causing traffic congestion in various areas." The current situation in the city is severe rainfall, with one railroad crossing malfunctioning due to a lightning strike and 4 traffic accidents caused by vehicles. As a result, traffic congestion is occurring in various areas, and there is no prospect of relief. Additionally, the visibility is extremely poor, so it is advised to refrain from going outside, including driving. Buses and trains are completely suspended. The camera switched from the studio to the scene, showing the rain's intensity, which caused the entire city to appear hazy, and footage of accident vehicles blocking the roads and the resulting severe traffic congestion. Evacuation advisories seem to have been issued for mountainous and riverside areas. Everyone present was left speechless by the situation, which was much worse than imagined. The forecast this morning only mentioned heavy rain, but it seems to have become far more severe than anticipated. I can't believe it has become this bad. I'm genuinely surprised. I barely made it home in time with the situation this dire. Even if they send a car to pick me up, it's unlikely to move due to the congestion, and the visibility is so poor that it's quite dangerous. Yay, you can't underestimate rain during critical times. Agreeing with my mother's words, I recalled how my previous crappy company would casually order us to come to work even in heavy rain, saying, "It's just rain. It's not a typhoon, so there won't be any days off." I managed to reach the company soaked to the bone in the pouring rain, but my colleagues who commuted by car had accidents due to poor visibility and ended up in pitiable situations. Extreme rainfall, even without strong winds, severely limits visibility, making it a danger that should never be underestimated. What should we do? We're truly in trouble. Shizuen-san was at a loss, looking at the devastated state of the city. As Shizuen-san's house was located in the suburbs, if the transportation routes were paralyzed, there would be no solution. Even if they called for a car to pick her up, it would likely take an incredibly long time. "Hey mom, about Shizuen-san." "Yes, I understand." When I made a suggestion, my mother nodded as if it were only natural. In a situation like this, regardless of whether it was Shizuen-san or someone else, there were certain things that needed to be done as human beings. Normally, I would hesitate to invite a girl like this to my house, considering that I'm a guy and all. However, this time it was an emergency evacuation measure. "Hey, Haruka-san. I'm planning to talk to your parents on the phone and consult with them, but before that, I have a proposal from my side." "Huh? Would you stay here until the road conditions improve? And if things don't work out today, I want you to stay overnight. I am Akiko Shijoin. I am a mother who finds it heartwarming to see my daughter getting along well with a boy who recently appeared. Although I am often described as being absent-minded, at this moment, upon receiving a report from our housekeeper, Fuyamai, both my husband and I were pale-faced. What? Haruka still hasn't come back? What? The buses have already stopped? The rain today was somewhat abnormal, pouring like a waterfall from the dark clouds that covered the sky, making the outside view from the window extremely poor. According to Fuyamai, Haruka carelessly went out on a day like this and hasn't returned yet. Well, I'm a little worried. Taking on the role of my husband's secretary as the company president, I had been busy organizing work brought home with Tokaimun-san, who came back early. However, I had been so focused on dealing with difficult documents in the study that I hadn't noticed the intensity of the rain until now. Sorry? I was cleaning the underground warehouse all this time, so I noticed late that Miss Haruka hasn't returned. Fuyamai bows repeatedly, almost in tears. Indeed, I have asked Fuyamai to keep an eye on Haruka, but in this vast mansion, such things can happen. Oh no, that girl, what if she's out there in the rain, shivering? No, not just that, with this terrible visibility, she might have fallen into the river or gotten into a traffic accident. I'm going now, my daughter. Now, calm down, Tokaimun-san. You're usually cool-headed at work, but why does your IQ drop when it comes to our daughter? I grabbed my husband, who seemed about to rush out, tightly and restrain him. Honestly, what good is it for a father to lose his composure in such situations? In times like this, calmly make a call on your mobile? As I was about to dial my daughter's number on the mobile phone in my hand, the ringtone started playing, and the screen displayed Haruka. Hello. Oh, it's Haruka, mother. I'm sorry for worrying you. I was really worried. But I'm glad nothing happened. From her usual voice, there didn't seem to be any signs of trouble, and I felt relieved from the bottom of my heart. Oh, Miss Haruka, that's a relief. Phew, she seems to be fine. Such a worrywart. Seeing that everything seemed fine from my behavior, Fuyamai breathes a sigh of relief, and Tokaimun-san, who had been so flustered until just now, had a cool expression on his face, as if to say, well, there's nothing we can do. So, what are you doing now? Huh? You're at Nya Hamakun's house? Huh? My surprised voice echoed in the living room, and Tokaimun-san, who seemed unable to fully grasp the meaning of the words he had heard, stood there dumbfounded, not angry, but rather bewildered. What? How did it end up like this? Huh? Such a coincidence? Huh? You even took a bath at Shinichiro-kun's house? In an instant, Tokaimon-san, who had been in a daze, swayed and collapsed to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Kaya, darling? It seems that his heart couldn't bear the excessive shock, and while making a groaning sound like furo, oh, he stared blankly, with vacant eyes wandering in the air. Oh, my dear? Please calm down. So, it has come to this, and they suggested staying overnight due to the heavy rain. I feel guilty, but I was thinking of taking advantage of their kindness. That's really happening? But yes, I was surprised, but given the situation, I think it's best to do that. Just make sure not to cause any trouble at their house. I already know a lot about Shinichiro-kun, and in this record-breaking torrential rain, it's impossible to leave the scene. In that case, the best option is to rely on their house. Thank you, mother. Oh, and it seems that Shinichiro-kun's mother wants to talk to you instead. Nayahama-kun's mother? I'm Nayahama Mika, the mother of Nayahama Shinichiro. From the other end of the phone, I heard a slightly nervous woman's voice. I had hoped to meet Shinichiro's parents someday, but to have this opportunity so soon. Yes, this is Akiko Shijoin, Haruka's mother. First of all, not only has my daughter been taken care of, but you even made such a thoughtful suggestion. I don't know how to thank you enough. And no, it's not like that originally. It all started because Haruka delivered our daughter's wallet. Nayahama-kun's mother is a very capable person, and she was not only grateful but also very considerate, saying, normally, I would hesitate to let someone's daughter stay at my son's house, but please understand it as an emergency situation. No, not at all. I'm not at all worried about leaving my daughter in your care because I know your son is a very sincere boy. Actually, in this situation, the risk of going to pick her up is very high, so it's best to leave her until tomorrow, and it's actually fortunate that it's the trustworthy Nayahama-kun's house. Besides, as long as it's within reason, even if there is some progress in their relationship between the two. Hihi, if Haruka ends up being too clingy to Nayahama-kun, please let it slide a bit. What? Is that how you feel, Akiko-san? As for me, I thought Haruka-chan was an incredibly good child who was hard to put into words, so I was hoping for something like that, but it seems my son isn't well regarded over there. Hihihi, on the contrary, I quite like Nayahama-kun. Well, my husband is overprotective, so it's a bit, but you can think of me as strongly supporting them? Yes, alright. Please also watch over them attentively. It seems that Haruka has been quite well liked at their house, and Nayahama-kun's mother seemed to be in supportive mode. I couldn't help but deepen my smile as there was progress in my daughter's romantic situation. She's an imperfect daughter, but I hope you'll take care of her. If the weather improves, there may be a possibility of going to pick her up, but considering the intensity of this rain, it's likely that she will stay overnight. Overnight? Tokaimon-san, who had collapsed on the floor, finally caught up with reality and reacted to those words. Oh, this is bad. Overnight? Oh, overnight? Oh, ooh. My husband, who had risen abruptly, screamed as if it were the end of the world. Oh no, it seems that he has regained his senses after hearing an even more shocking word. Was that my voice just now? Hihihi, it's nothing, really. Well then, excuse me for now. Wait, Akiko? Ignoring Tokaimon-san, who was shouting at me, I ended the call. If I leave it like this, my husband's unnecessary voice will be heard on the other end. Oi, why did you hang up? We can't let Haruka stay at that brat's house. It's different from staying at a friend's house. Well, Tokaimon-san has a point. As a high school student, it's a bit inappropriate to stay overnight at a boy's house. If Haruka had said she was going to stay at Nayahama-kun's house on a normal day, I wouldn't have allowed it. I support their relationship, but there's a line to be drawn as a parent. That's right? Then. But considering the current situation, isn't the situation different? If it seemed possible to go and pick her up, of course, we would. But in this poor visibility, it's dangerous for both the person driving the car and Haruka, who would ride back with them. Besides, it's already late, and we have to assume that she will stay overnight, don't you think? Well, considering it's an unavoidable situation, I think they should deepen their relationship within the bounds of what's acceptable for high school students. But that may be true, but Pointing to the scene of the downpour outside the window, Tokaimon-san let out a regretful groan. While he understood that my words were logical, he didn't seem to be satisfied on an emotional level and was shedding tears of frustration. But if they spend the night under the same roof, if that brat sees Haruka in her post-bath state and gets excited, turning into a beast in the middle of the night? That's quite vivid coming from you. Well, we were adults at that time, too. We were young. But anyway, how did Haruka end up at that brat's house? Could it be did that brat plan it? Excuse me? Did he lure Haruka there, knowing about this heavy rain, let her get soaking wet, let her take a bath, and then introduce her to his parents? There's no way any parent wouldn't be pleased to see an angel like Haruka, and with the rain helping, it turned into a sleepover, and then in the middle of the night, away from the eyes of their family? Well, how did Shinuma-kun predict the heavy rain that went completely against the weather forecast? Is he a psychic or a time traveler? It seems that my retort didn't reach him either, and Tokaimon-san's imagination was heating up as he became engrossed in his own delusions. I won't let it happen. Hey, I'm going to take the car and go pick her up right now. I don't know when we'll come back, but I'll definitely bring Haruka home with me. Wait, Tokaimun-san? What are you saying in this crazy weather? Fuyamai-san? Please help me restrain this foolish CEO? Why yes? Please calm down, sir. What will happen to the company if the CEO gets into an accident in this rain? I'll let Guo, Harika? If we leave her like this, she'll fall victim to the devil's trap. While he was being restrained by me, he was suffocating me by squeezing my face, and Tokaimun-san, who is known as the genius CEO and the success of the times, screamed and struggled like a spoiled child. I have obtained permission from my parents, so I thought I would shamelessly take advantage of your kind offer, but are you sure it's alright? Yes, of course. Make yourself at home as if it were your own house. Shijun-san, who spoke hesitantly, received a joyful response from my mother, who had a delighted expression. It seemed like she had taken quite a liking to Shijun-san, who was both adorable in personality and appearance, and her excitement was like that of a grandmother whose grandchild came to stay over. But still, did I hear a faint scream from the phone at the end? Well, it must be my imagination. It has to be. Shijun-san staying overnight at our place was an unexpected and uncontrollable situation. It should be clear that I am not at fault, and Tokaimun-san should understand that as well. Yeah. However, when I calmly think about Shijun-san staying at our house, it's really an unbelievable situation. Somehow I'm getting excited now. I was the one who suggested to my mother to let Shijun-san stay over. However, the reason I suggested that was due to the common sense and rationality of helping each other in times of disaster, not because I fully understood what it meant. It's great, isn't it, big brother? It's a sleepover. A sleepover? It's like an event that says, have a hot night. I should treat my sister to a triple scoop of ice cream for bringing up this situation? Hey, cut it out with that smirk. And I'm not ungrateful, but be more careful not to drop your wallet, alright? Honestly, he's making such a vulgar face, as if saying, the most exciting event has come, when I'm not calm about this unexpected event. Now then, let's start cooking dinner. Oh, suddenly, a ringtone echoed from my mother's cell phone, and upon hearing it, the career woman let out a small scream. Seeing her like that, I could sense what the call was about. Oh no, did it happen? Yes, this is Nyahama. Yes, we all went home early today due to the heavy rain. What? No, yes, I'll do my best to finish it and send it by email tomorrow. Yes, understood. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Just as I had expected, my mother hung up the phone with a worn-out expression. It seemed like it was an announcement that kills the privacy of working adults. I'm sorry, there's something about documents that need to be completed by tomorrow from another branch, and I have to start working on them now. So, Shinichiro, I'm really sorry, but that's alright. I'll take care of the cooking, so you focus on your work, Mom. Well, I appreciate your help. You're truly amazing these days, but honestly, I'm grateful. Well then, Shijun-san, I'm sorry to leave you so suddenly. Oh, it's fine. Please take care of your work. Yes, sorry about that. Ugh, I really hate it when the workplace intrudes on family life with just a single phone call. I watched as my mother, carrying her laptop, headed towards her room, and I found myself nodding in agreement. It's unsettling when a work-related phone call comes in while you're at home. Now, I'll go and make dinner, so Shijun-san, please watch TV in the living room with Kana. What? I knew that Nyahama-kun can cook, but are you saying that you're making all the dishes for the family? Well, not every time. I don't dislike cooking, and I want to lessen the burden on my working mother from time to time. Well, I'm aware that it's a bit unusual for a guy to do that. No, it's really amazing, and it's not unusual at all. Papa even said, in the future, the era when men can't do housework or cooking is almost over, as dual-income households become more common. Oh, I see. Tokaimun-san is in his 50s, but he certainly has a modern sense about that. By the way, I'm a specialist in eating. I can't even cook a decent fried egg. At the very least, try not to let tea leaves mix into the tea you brew, you silly sister. Honestly, she boasts about being popular with guys, but she doesn't even try to improve her femininity. Well, I've always been bad at cooking, even as an adult. I guess I'm just physically averse to it. What? Even as an adult? Oh, no, I was talking about myself. Well then, both of you, please relax while I stay in the kitchen. While disguising it as a future conversation that slipped out, I headed to the kitchen, leaving the two of them in the living room. Now what should I make? Well, I only have ordinary ingredients. Ideally, I would want to make a visually appealing dish to entertain someone like Shijun-san, but since I didn't prepare anything, it seems like it'll be a very ordinary menu. Okra with sesame dressing, cucumber and wakame seaweed with tuna vinegar, and miso soup with carrots and daikon radisho. Do we have kawahaji fish? The only option for that is simmering it. That sounds great. I love sweet and savory simmered fish with rice. It's perfect as a rice companion. Wait, Shijun-san? When I turned around, there stood Shijun-san wearing my mother's apron, with a smile on her face. Why is she in the kitchen? What's with that outfit? I asked Kana-chan and borrowed Mika-san's apron. I know it's proper etiquette for a guest to wait patiently, but well, I really wanted to. She really wanted to? I really wanted to cook with you, Nihama-kun. The girl with long, beautiful black hair said that with a dazzling, cheerful smile. Since I heard that Nyahama-kun can cook, I've been thinking about it all this time. I thought it would be a wonderful time if we could stand in the kitchen together, cooking and then eating together while having a conversation. As Shijun-san, wearing an apron over my shirt, said that with nonchalance, I blushed like a maiden. She's so cute. And no, calm down, I've experienced Shijun-san's natural pure intentions many times before. I need to stop my virgin mind from going all geeky. Of course, that's impossible. Whether I'm a virgin or not, if a girl I really like says, I really wanted to cook with you, I can't help but feel flustered. I have so much fun cooking with mother and the housekeeper, Fuyamai-san, so I wanted to try it with you. Naya-hama-kun, was that still bothersome? And no, not at all. As you can see, our kitchen isn't as spacious as Shijun-san's house, but I'd be extremely happy if you could help. Oh, that's great. Then please guide me. Since Naya-hama-kun is the head chef, just give me instructions. For some reason, just the fact that we would be in the kitchen together made Shijun-san show a blooming smile. But still Shijun-san seems to have no sense of tension about staying overnight at a guy's house, even though she said she felt guilty about it. Is she getting excited about this situation instead? This isn't a dating sim, and even if we're staying overnight, it's just eating, talking a little, and then sleeping but in front of this oddly cheerful natural girl. My sense of normalcy was already starting to crumble. TLN, want more? Consider joining our KO5 membership tiers. Tier 2 members have early access to the following day's chapters. Tier 3 members have access to all of my currently translated material. For this series, I have up to just go with chunks. That's what we always do at home. Understood? Beside me, as I arrange the fish in the pot, Shijun-san cheerfully responds. Luckily, our kitchen has 3 burners and enough space for 2 cutting boards, one for my mother and one for me, so there's no issue with the 2 of us working together. Shijun-san rhythmically chops the daikon and carrots. Despite her title as the daughter of the company president, her movements are graceful, revealing her experience in cooking. And I find myself absent-mindedly gazing at her figure. Shijun-san, wearing an apron, is making miso soup in my kitchen. She bends over the cutting board like a wife or mother, preparing dinner for this household. In this precious moment, reminiscent of beautiful memories from my past life that I have forever lost within this home, I am captivated by the precious girl. Huh? What's wrong, Naya-hama-kun? You seem distracted. Oh, no, it's nothing. I was just trying to recall the cooking steps. I quickly make up an excuse, trying to hide my embarrassment, and proceed to retrieve fresh ingredients from the refrigerator for the next step. In the process, as I pass by Shijun-san, a sweet scent of a girl wafts through the air, and my face flushes. Oh no, I smelled something incredible just now. No, I must calm down. Perhaps it's because we haven't seen each other in a while, but I'm becoming overly sensitive to Shijun-san's charm. The scent, the breath, the faint warmth when our shoulders brush, everything ignites my virgin circuits. Standing together in the same kitchen is a much more dangerous act than I imagined. I've run out of ingredients for the miso soup. I'll just put it into the pot now. Oh, sure. By the way, Shijun-san, you seem really excited. Yes? I never imagined I would be having a sleepover at your house, Naya-hama-kun. It's making me so thrilled. Talking with Kanako-chan and your mother, and cooking in someone else's home like this, it's so enjoyable. It feels as if the heavy rain outside is a lie, as Shijun-san exudes a smile as bright as the sun. She speaks with pure joy, like a child experiencing a sleepover for the first time. And I feel really refreshed right now. Refreshed? Yes, actually I had been troubled by something since yesterday, and it felt like a heavy burden in my chest. But this morning, I realized that I was overthinking everything, and I resolved it all. Is that so? It's true that Shijun-san doesn't seem to be suffering from anything right now. She's not the type to hide such things, and it seems like her worries have truly been resolved. But why is she staring at me while saying that? Could it be that the worry you had was related to me? Well, that is. When I ask her, Shijun-san blushes slightly and stumbles over her words. And then, she remains silent for a few seconds. Hehe, it's a little embarrassing, so it's a secret. With flushed cheeks and a mischievous smile, Shijun-san whispers, putting her index finger to her lips. I became quite curious about that secret, but I find myself captivated by her unusual bashful expression and the gesture of SHH from the always open Shijun-san. It feels like I've been mesmerized by Shijun-san more than I've been focused on cooking since earlier. A secret? Well, I guess there's no helping it. Yes, but someday I'll tell you. Naya-hama-kun. The simmered fish looks about ready? Oh, shoot. Wait, is the miso soup's ingredients already soft enough? Oh, right. Then I'll add the miso now. Prompted by the sound of the boiling pot, Shijun-san and I return to cooking. And from there, things progress quickly. We get into the flow, and as the cooking progresses, our wavelengths synchronize more and more. The cucumbers are cut, but how does the soaked wakame look? It's fresh and back to its original texture, so I'll mix it now. Oh, and I salt rubbed the okra and placed it there? Thanks. Oh, and I feel like making something else. Can you help me with tamagoyaki and bacon-wrapped asparagus? Oh, unfair, Naya-hama-kun. Then I'll take care of another dish. As Shijun-san suggests, cooking together was truly enjoyable. Working together with someone you're familiar with enriches your heart. The harmony is pleasant, and being aware of each other's existence and trusting each other gives a sense of coordination akin to playing sports. And though this feeling might be unique to me, having someone I love fit into my natural world, the cycle of our family dinner, makes me incredibly happy. In this way, including the additional dish I proposed in order to extend the enjoyable time, Shishun-san and I continue to laugh and progress through the cooking steps. The joyful time passes by in the blink of an eye. Kanako, what are you doing? Mama, you're done with work already? No, I just came out of my room for a bathroom break, but what are you doing? It looked like you were peeping into the kitchen from behind the pillar. Well, you see, look at that. Shinichiro and Haruka-san were cooking together. In the direction I pointed, my brother and Haruka-chan were cooking together in the kitchen. It was something my mother couldn't have imagined. When Haruka-chan asked, "May I borrow an apron? I'd like to help with dinner, but I don't want to stain Naya-hama-kun's shirt," I enthusiastically applauded and gladly accepted. Internally, I was grinning from ear to ear. And now, I'm fully committed to eavesdropping. Accidental touches and other happenings in that cramped kitchen, my brother's flustered reactions to Haruka-chan in an apron. I had hoped for a bittersweet situation like that. Oh, Shijoin-san's tamagoyaki looks so fluffy and delicious. Hehe, thank you very much. Just seeing Naya-hama-kun's bacon-wrapped asparagus makes me excited. It's like a highlight in a bento. Even though it's a bit late to mention it, Shijoin-san is really down to earth. I'm glad we can share these ordinary food topics, though. Well, I'm someone who loves yakisoba after all. Haha, yeah, I remember that. By the way, it's currently the season for local festivals. Laughter and warm conversation can be heard coming from the kitchen. At first, my brother blushed at how close he was to Shishun-san, just as I expected. But now, they seem to naturally understand each other, creating a space filled with harmony and smiles. The direction of the joyful and embarrassed situation I had anticipated is slightly different, but in a way, they've created a more intense world than I had imagined. What's with that warm and fuzzy atmosphere? It may not be passionate love, but the way they understand each other is amazing, isn't it? Right? It's like they're already a young married couple. As the cooking progresses, their breathing synchronizes more and more, and the fact that they both feel so comfortable in that atmosphere is evident even to me. It's as if they have always been that way, with gentle respect existing between the two of them. Wait, does that mean they're more like an old married couple? But Mom would be surprised. Just the fact that she's friends with such a beautiful young lady is unbelievable, but to have such a good relationship, could it be that there's really something between them? There's definitely something. Unlike the previous useless older brother, the current super brother has become incredibly handsome, and there's no way there's no interest. Why are you boasting like that? As I receive Mom's retort, I continue to watch my brother and Haruka-chan in the kitchen. I feel incredibly pleased to see the two of them getting along so well. It makes me so happy that such a wonderful person like Haruka-chan recognizes my brother and has feelings for him. My brother is really serious. I hope everything goes well. Hehe, that's so true. I wholeheartedly welcome such a wonderful girl. Seriously, do your best, brother? I'm already determined to become Haruka-chan's little sister. In front of the kitchen filled with delicious aromas, I immerse myself in the gentle atmosphere and continue to watch the two of them getting along. In my heart, I send them lots of encouragement. My mom was supposed to be working, but she said, I really wanted to have dinner with Haruka-san, so I tried my best and came out of her room with a triumphant look. Oh, sorry, Haruka-san? I ended up making you help even though you're a guest? No, it's alright. I just helped because of my own selfishness. Besides, I had a lot of fun. Your smile is lovely, and you're such a good girl. I'm in awe. With a sound effect like peck added to her radiant smile, my mom expressed her admiration. Yes, that smile of Shishun-san, where her inner purity seemed to shine through, felt the most dazzling to adults whose innocence had faded. Hehe, I'm glad to hear that from you, Naya-hama-kun's mother. Mom? Yes, that sounds really nice. While it's just her usual way of addressing her mother, Shishun-san calling her mom seemed to give my mom a high-class pleasure. Perhaps, fundamentally, it's the same sensation as being called master or big brother by a beautiful girl. But still, dishes like simmered fish and side dishes seem very common. But are you okay with it, Haruka-chan? Does it suit your taste? Kaneko seemed worried as she spoke, and well, I can understand her concern. The menu ended up being like something you'd see at my grandma's house. Oh, yes, I'm really enjoying it. Actually, we have a lot of regular Japanese cuisine like this at home too. Oh, really? I thought the president's house would be eating French cuisine every day. Hey, come on, isn't that image of a wealthy family a bit outdated? Well, it's true that it would be more appropriate for the Shishun family's grand dining table, but still. Ahaha, French cuisine is delicious, of course, but when you eat it every day, you start to crave rice and miso soup. Especially since my father often has business meals with those kinds of dishes and is getting tired of them, so we have a lot of ordinary side dishes like boiled vegetables and simmered dishes at home. Oh, I see. Rice and miso soup are the best, after all. Yes, they are. I'm Japanese, after all. Shishun-san and my sister burst into laughter, and warm excitement filled the dining table. It felt very comforting, and there was only a calm joy present. It's nice like this. Normally, it's just the three of us at the Naya-hama family's dining table, but having Shishun-san here makes the atmosphere so much brighter. I savor that warmth along with the dishes we cook together. Even though the ingredients in this miso soup are no different from what I usually make, it tastes much better when I think that someone I like made it for me. If I were told that it's a creepy delusion, I wouldn't have a comeback, but I can't help but daydream. The idea of Shijun-san making miso soup for me every day. If that dream were to come true, I would undoubtedly be the happiest person in the world. Come on, Haruka-chan, eat some more? Here, say ah. Oh my thank you. My sister, who is completely in high spirits, offers me a bacon-wrapped asparagus with her chopsticks, and Shijun-san, slightly embarrassed, accepts it with her mouth. That sister of mine has really taken a liking to Shijun-san. Nom hee hee, it feels a bit strange, but it's fun as if I'm being fed by my little sister. Can I do the same? Of course. I welcome the offer from a beautiful sister like you. Is that so? Then excuse me Shijun-san, seemingly delighted to be called a sister due to being an only child, returns the favor with an kanako. In response, my sister exclaims, delicious. It tastes different when I'm being fed by a beautiful sister. With an impression that resembles an old man from a host club. Oh, by the way. At that moment, Kanako's voice suddenly carries something devious. Huh? Why is she opening her mouth and staring at me from the corner of her eye? Listen, Haruka-chan. It seems that it's my brother's dream to be fed by a girl? What are you saying? When did I ever? Huh? My brother said that in middle school, remember? While watching romantic comedy anime, he used to say things like I'd be willing to die if a girl fed me. Oh, well, come to think of it. Certainly, when I was in middle school, which is about 15 years ago for me now, I was into various romantic comedy manga and gal games due to being in my adolescence, and I used to enthusiastically mutter things like I want to kiss a pure-looking girlfriend and make both of us blush, or I want a good wife-like girlfriend to make me an obento and feed me, saying ah while immersed in delusions. Huh? Is such a simple thing really that exciting for you, Naya-hama-kun? Yeah, for my brother, it's a dream that's almost tear-inducing. Shijun-san reacted intensely to my sister's nonsense. And seeing that, Kanako had an evil grin on her face. This girl? The exchange of earlier was a setup for this? Sure, it's something she wanted to do herself, but by doing it once with Shijun-san, she reduces the resistance for the next and smoothly creates a natural flow in the conversation. And now, this conversation is going in a bad direction? If Shijun-san were an ordinary girl, it would be one thing, but if she were to hear such things. I see, as a girl, I don't quite understand, but for boys, it's something that really moves them, huh? In that case, since we're gathered around the dining table, I humbly request to take on that role. Look, it turned out like this, Mufufu. Seeing Shijun-san filled with enthusiasm, I became extremely flustered. Shijun-san is very grateful for the small things I did during the semester, like acting as her tutor for a test and planning an event for her during the cultural festival. Even though I was invited to the Shijun family's house once before and they treated me to a feast as a gesture of gratitude, she still believes it's not enough and constantly looks for opportunities to repay me. If I were to have a conversation like this with such a sincere and innocent girl like Shijun-san, it was expected that she would enthusiastically volunteer for that role. But I said it in the heat of the moment. As Naya-hama-kun, you would prefer to have a cute girl do it, right? I wouldn't be satisfied. What? In response to the way the girl, blessed with captivating beauty, spoke, my mom and Kanako couldn't help but let out voices like, what is this beautiful girl saying? And as for me, I tended to overreact to such words lacking in self-confidence. What are you saying? There's no way I would be unsatisfied. If Shijun-san does it, I would be overflowing with tears of gratitude. Thank you. Shijun-san blushed, and I also turned red in response to my own statement. But it can't be helped. If Shijun-san were to say something like I don't have any charm, it would inevitably invalidate my existence. By the way, at this point, Kanako's excitement was skyrocketing with a feeling that things were going just as she had planned. Fuo? My mom, on the other hand, was pressing her lips and trembling, clearly struggling to contain her laughter at the unexpected turn the conversation had taken. Well, if that's not a problem, then let's get started. Here you go, Shijun-san, without any shyness in her actions, picked up a piece of tamagoyaki with her chopsticks and gently extended her left hand towards me. She seemed to lack the recognition that this act was associated with romance, wearing an innocent smile similar to how a mother would feed her child. She was anticipating my joy with a pure and innocent expression on her face. However, the impact was overwhelming. Every guy dreams of having their favorite girl feed them like this, and now it was happening to me in such an unreal situation. The excitement was overwhelming, to the point where my heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. But it's so embarrassing. This would have been great if it were just the two of us, but with my nosy mom and sister watching, what kind of punishment game is this? However, it was out of the question to refuse and make Shijun-san sad. With determination, I opened my mouth wide, making sure not to touch Shijun-san's chopsticks, and took a bite of the tamagoyaki. It was sweet. The taste was even sweeter than when I tried it in the kitchen earlier. At the same time, a mixture of embarrassment and happiness surged up from the depths of my being, overwhelming my emotions and overflowing in my chest. Thank you, I feel so overwhelmed. That's good to hear. If such a simple thing can make Naya-hama-kun happy, I'll do it as many times as you want, so feel free to ask anytime. Seeing me with a bright red face, struggling to process my emotions, Shijun-san said happily. It was probably because she was glad to be able to do something in return for me, even if it was just a little. Ha 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 ha. Well, that worked out nicely, Shinichiro. That was quite a show. Oh, big brother, you can fully express your gratitude to Kanako-chan for this fine play. My mom, well, she seemed to be enjoying my flustered state, but it annoyed me to no end. However, in the end, despite everything, the awe from Shizuen-san was incredibly delightful, making it difficult to blame her. And then, well, that's how dinner time passed. Even afterwards, being at the dining table with Shizuen-san made me nervous several times, but overall, my mom, Kanako, and Shizuen-san were in high spirits, and the dinner turned out to be quite lively for an impromptu gathering. And so, that time eventually came to an end, as the night settled in with the sound of rain. In the first place, during my second year of high school in my past life, my summer vacation consisted of staying in my room and indulging in light novels and games. Therefore, even if it rained heavily to the point where the roads were flooded, I never went outside to witness it, so it didn't leave a lasting memory. But now, I finally remembered, is this heavy rain the same as that time when my bed got completely soaked? After the dinner ended with me blushing from that on, various things happened, and now it's getting late at night, and it's about time for the Nayahama family to go to bed. And then, when I returned to my room, I witnessed a pitiful scene. The sheets on my bed were completely soaked, and transparent water droplets were seeping and dripping from the ceiling directly above it. It was undoubtedly a leaking roof. Kanako burst into laughter at that situation, saying, "Ah ha ha ha, you really have the worst luck, big brother. Oh, Haruka-chan will sleep in my room, but why don't you come too?" Her words were playful, causing me a great deal of trouble. And Shizuen-san, with an innocent line like, "That sounds good, I don't mind at all," made me even more perplexed. Well, I definitely declined that offer. Even if she says it's okay, it's a problem for a guy and a girl to sleep in the same room. So, I ended up lying down on the sofa in the living room. I can't sleep at all. In the dim orange light coming from the bedside lamp, I was getting tired of the fact that I hadn't been able to fall asleep for hours. The cause is self-evident. Shizuen-san is sleeping under the same roof. I, a virgin, am constantly excited and my heart is pounding. On top of that, I spent the whole day with Shizuen-san and too many things happened. We cooked together, she fed me in front of my family, and I accidentally saw her in her underwear. While I was caught up in the whirlwind of today's intense events, I had no composure. However, now that I have some time alone like this, I can't help but recall what happened in the bathroom. Her translucent white skin, devoid of unnecessary fat, drawing beautiful curves. Two abundantly voluptuous mounds that defy the modest underwear. And then, while exposing such a dazzling figure, she hurriedly held my shirt and appeared like a pitiful angel. It's only now that I realize her appearance and proportions are perfect, and yet, she's such a good girl that even without my mom or Kanako, I would like her. After dinner, while my mother was doing the dishes, Shizuen-san offered her help with her usual radiant smile. My mother tried to gently refuse, saying it was unnecessary, but she couldn't resist the sweetness of being called mother, and they ended up washing the dishes together in the end. My mother seemed to be ecstatic as if she had gained a new daughter. It's no good. I can't help but think about Shizuen-san and feel restless. I can't sleep anymore, so I'll just stay awake. Giving up on trying to sleep, I stood up from the sofa and started preparing tea in the kitchen. Since the sound of boiling water in a kettle would be loud, I used an electric kettle to boil water and poured it into a teapot with Darjeeling tea leaves. The faint aroma of Darjeeling was very pleasant. And at that moment, "Anayahama-kan, were you awake? Shizuen-san?" When I turned around at the unexpected voice, there was Shizuen-san, who should have been sleeping in Kanako's room. Why is she awake in the middle of the night? What happened? If you need to use the bathroom, it's at the end of the hallway. Oh, no, after chatting with Kanako-chan in her room, I fell into a deep sleep, but I woke up about an hour ago and haven't been able to sleep at all. I think it's because I haven't been tired at all during summer vacation recently. Shizuen-san seems to have taken a nap even though she ran in the rain today, but it seems like she fully recovered with just a short rest. As someone who has experienced becoming more easily tired as I grew older, I'm impressed by the stamina of teenagers. So, I had my eyes closed the whole time, but I heard some noise coming from the kitchen, so I was wondering what it was. And why are you here, Shinyama-kun? Well, actually, I'm feeling the same way. I haven't been going to school, so I'm not tired, and on top of that, it's not my usual bed, so I can't seem to fall asleep. I couldn't just say that it was because I was constantly thinking about Shizuen-san and getting excited, so I came up with a random excuse to brush it off. Anyway, I'm actually making some tea right now. If you can't sleep, would you like to have some? I apologize for using cheap tea leaves. That invitation slipped out of my mouth impulsively. Of course, I was concerned about Shizuen-san, who seemed wide awake in someone else's house, but more than that, I wanted to invite her for late night tea. Because of spending the whole day with Shizuen-san, my feelings for her were running high, and I yearned for her intensely. I wanted to talk more with her, to share a moment alone together on this night filled only with the sound of rain. Heat within me led me to speak those inviting words. Oh, is that okay? In that case, I'll be shameless and accept your offer. Honestly, I couldn't sleep at all, and I didn't know what to do. Finding a comrade who couldn't sleep, Shizuen-san burst into a bright smile. As someone who already had strong feelings for her, her blossoming cuteness made me react even more strongly than usual, and my cheeks flushed. All right then. Just wait there. Hoping that my bright red face wouldn't be visible in the dim light, I poured tea into 2 mugs. Since I had planned to drink tea slowly until I could fall asleep, I boiled a bit more than usual. Here you go. I returned to the living room with 2 mugs on a tray, and I was taken aback by an unexpected sight. When I said, "Just wait there," I meant for her to sit on the long chair at the dining table where we had dinner, but Shizuen-san was sitting on the sofa, which had become my makeshift bed. "Thank you so much." Hehe, drinking tea in the middle of the night feels so mature and lovely, don't you think? Ah, yeah. Unable to say anything in the face of Shizuen-san's genuine joy, I placed the tea on the low coffee table in front of the sofa. And then, Shizuen-san said, "Well, please have a seat, Naya-hama-kun," and patted the spot right next to her with her hand. I involuntarily swallowed my saliva. I was the one who suggested having late-night tea, but the distance between us was incredibly close. Not only her words but also her body heat and scent reached me. Is it alright if I sit this close to you while my mind is already overwhelmed by this intense longing for you? Won't my brain overheat if our shoulders touch? The pajamas she was wearing were a gift from Kanako, and she said, "I guess it's understandable that it would be tight for Haruka-chan to wear our size," with a strangely delighted expression as she rummaged through my drawer. Well, the choice itself was perfectly appropriate as sleepwear. It consisted of a plain white t-shirt and navy blue shorts, a casual outfit that gave off a different lively atmosphere than her usual skirt look and suited her very well. But this proximity feels a bit dangerous even though the air conditioner is on. My head feels dizzy from the heat. A sweet and pleasant fragrance typical of girls wafts directly from Shizuen-san, and even her seemingly unsexy shorts reveal slender, long white legs that are unabashedly exposed, with not even socks covering her perfectly bare feet. Well then, here I go. And Shizuen-san, seemingly unaware of my turmoil, takes the mug in her hand, gently blows on it, and sips the tea. It's delicious. It's very calming. I see. That's good. In an attempt to calm down the desires of adolescence brought about by the youthful teenage body, I also take a sip of tea. It's just ordinary Darjeeling, but perhaps due to the situation of being alone together in the late night, it tastes much more delicious and brings a soothing feeling to my heart. By the way, today was fun. Your mother is a very kind person, and Kanako-chan is so cute. If you say that, it's a relief. Especially Kanako, she got really close to you, so sorry for her overly familiar behavior. No, not at all. Kanako-chan is so adorable that I actually envied you. Is that so? While it may be true that she is cute, I was worried if I was becoming a nuisance to Shizuen-san with my overly familiar attitude. Yes, really? Besides, it's my first time staying overnight at a friend's house, so I had so much fun I can't sleep because I'm not really tired, but I think it's also because I'm still feeling excited. At that moment, Shizuen-san turns her face towards me, who is sitting next to her. Our eyes meet at an almost zero distance, and my heart starts pounding. That's why I feel a little reluctant. I wish this time could continue a little longer. With a warm cup of tea in her hand and a slightly reddened face, Shizuen-san smiles. She is saying that she enjoyed the day spent in this house, including my family. Actually, I feel the same way. I didn't expect that I would spend time with Shizuen-san at my own house cooking together, talking a lot. It was a day full of excitement and happiness. Due to the unusual situation of having Shizuen-san right next to me in the late night, the words from my heart come out of my mouth without hesitation. Perhaps it's the season of summer that is making me speak so casually. That's why I feel a little lonely that Shizuen-san's overnight stay is coming to an end. As I mutter those words, Shizuen-san widens her eyes. And then, I also realize the meaning of my own words. When Shizuen-san said she felt reluctant, it was a word directed at my entire family, including the Naya-hamas, but my lonely only means that I want to spend more time with Shizuen-san. Well thank you. Oh, no, Shizuen-san's cheeks flush a little more, and she stammers in response. I also give an equally unremarkable reply in the same state. The situation has become unsettled for a different reason than before, and in an attempt to calm my restless heart, I take a large sip of the still hot tea. It's surprisingly sweet even without sugar. The rain still hasn't stopped. Yes, according to the weather forecast, it should stop by morning. Strangely enough, our conversation falls silent for a while. In this room, which has become slightly extraordinary due to the rain still pouring outside in the late night, the sound of raindrops hitting the asphalt creating a rhythm that continues unabated. Neither of us is at a loss for conversation when we are together, talking with bright Shizuen-san for as long as possible, but now it's as if we are silently savoring the atmosphere. But it doesn't feel awkward at all when I'm alone with my boss or senpai at work. The atmosphere doesn't last, and I panic, thinking that I have to say something. After a while I'm vaguely thinking, I wish Shizuen-san could stay at this house tomorrow and the day after, I remember someone who would never allow such a thing. In our case, even if we feel reluctant, we have to go home. I'm sure Tokaimune-san is extremely worried. That's he. You're right. My father has always been excessively worried when I go somewhere alone, so he's likely to call me first thing tomorrow. It's possible that the president himself will come to pick her up in his car and say something like, "I won't allow you to do anything inappropriate, you bastard." Should I keep quiet about the incident with Shizuen-san being in her underwear and the on moment? Well, when you praised my family earlier, but your houses Akiko-san and Tokaimune-san are really good parents, I can feel that they truly love their daughter every time. In dramas and novels, it's a template that wealthy families of prestigious backgrounds are often portrayed as having unkind personalities, but those two were genuinely good people, considering they are Shizuen-san's parents. Well, I think I should refrain from being too much of a doting parent regarding Tokaimun-san. Hihi, if you say that, it makes me happy. I've always looked up to my parents as role models. Is that so? Since I was a child, I've always loved my parents, and my father and mother showed me an example of happiness. That's why I want to try working as well, but ultimately, I just want to build a happy family. I see. It was a bit surprising to me. Even though Shizuen-san possesses an unmatched charm, she doesn't seem to be particularly conscious of romance in her daily life. However, when it comes to building a future family, it seems that she has a deep attachment to that dream. Yes, just like many girls wish for. I simply want to become an ordinary wife, have children, and make meals for my child and husband. I desire that kind of happiness. The girl who possesses a prestigious background, wealth, and beauty expresses her modest and gentle dream with a warm smile. It's not something extraordinary, she simply desires the connection of a familiar wish that may seem commonplace, but it is a beautiful sentiment, pure and sacred above all else. But I know, in my previous life, that dream was mercilessly shattered. What? Ennaya Hamakan, why are you crying? No, I just drank some hot tea. I desperately hold back the tears that threaten to spill over and try to cover it up. Even though I'm using all my adult rationality, the overwhelming and painful emotions within me refuse to calm down. That's right, it's just an ordinary dream, nothing special. With Shizuen-san's charm and kindness, she could have definitely built a happy family. That modest dream of an ordinary girl was destroyed by the despicable malice lurking in society. When she was tormented and fell into despair, turning into a doll-like existence, I can only imagine how much Akiko-san and Tokaimun-san grieved. Why did it have to turn out this way for both Shizuen-san and me? We were just working earnestly. In my case, I admit that there were problems with my choices and the weakness of my heart, which I couldn't change, but I was still desperately trying to live my life. However, in the end, our lives were cut short by the wretched people. The dreams that were supposed to come true, the envisioned future, everything was crushed. In this life, I will never let that happen. I am here not only to reclaim my own life, but also to protect Shizuen-san. I, and no one else, have made that decision. Shizuen-san, you will definitely become a wonderful mother. I guarantee it. Huh? Everyone is captivated by your cuteness, your warm and kind nature. Moreover, your cooking skills surpass those of any ordinary housewife. You possess everything that is important as a person. If you can't be happy with all of that, then the world must be wrong. Hate. In my enumeration of her good qualities while looking at the face of the person I admire, Shizuen-san blushes and becomes flustered. In hindsight, at that moment, I wasn't in my right mind. I was overwhelmed with emotions, thinking about the pitiful Shizuen-san from my previous life. It was a mixture of anger towards the injustice and a rebellious spirit against fate, and my mind was bursting. That's why, please rest assured, I will protect that dream and your happiness. I will definitely make Shizuen-san happy. Hiei. With a firm declaration, Shirei-tora-san's eyes widen, and her cheeks gradually turn crimson. She seems to be quite confused. And then, I finally realize the weight of my words. Although I usually think about love matters, the words I just uttered stemmed from a pure sense of duty to protect Shizuen-san from certain doom. But only I understand that, and if you were to take the words at face value, they would simply sound like I want you. And no, Anyway, what I wanted to say is that I will support that dream and your happiness with all my might. Why, yes, that's right. It just surprised me because it sounded like lines I heard in a drama. To cool down our flushed faces, we avoid looking at each other and speak. Although Shizuen-san usually shows a dull response to romantic words, it feels like her usual airheadedness has disappeared, perhaps due to the magic of this summer night. But I'm really going to miss this. I love these moments. Her words, reminiscent of bidding farewell to a festival, are incredibly touching, filling my chest with joy. And it's clear to see what I want as well. That I'll text you and call you again. And it required a bit of courage to say this. But I had no hesitation. I can't let the fear of angering Tokaimun-san prevent me from pursuing love. I know this visit to my house was spontaneous due to Kana-chan's help, but next time, I'll invite you properly. The one disappointing thing about Shizuen-san's visit to my house was that it wasn't a deliberate invitation on my part. Since I had already been invited to the Shizuen household, it wouldn't have been an issue to extend the invitation in return. However, due to my virginity and being fixated on the idea of inviting her to my house after we're officially dating, I didn't consider it. Well, of course, spending the night together in this situation would be inappropriate, and even a regular invitation would face the greatest obstacle of obtaining approval from the doting president. So please come to my house and visit again. My family would be happy to. Yes? In response to my heartfelt words, Shizuen-san's face brightens even more than I expected. There was something by my side, and it exuded a soft and comforting warmth. Surrounded by a sweet scent that melted my instincts, there was nothing but blissful rest. Shudder sounds. As if cuddling up to a mother cat, I indulged in the most peaceful sleep. My whole body was enveloped in immense relief, and everything felt satisfying. Kaka, kaka, kaka. But what is this noisy sound? Due to the annoying noise, I woke up from my blissful slumber. Opening my eyes, I saw a ceiling that didn't belong to my room, with the dazzling morning sunlight pouring in through the window. Oh, I see, I must have fallen asleep sitting on the living room sofa. While the chirping of sparrows sounded pleasant, the continuous mechanical noise drowned it out. What is that noise, and Kanako? I turned my drowsy gaze towards the direction of the sound and saw my sister, wearing a t-shirt and denim pants. However, something seemed off. She had a slightly flushed face, and with a wide grin, she excitedly exclaimed, "Woohoo!" while aiming her flip phone towards me and taking photos at a furious pace. It seemed that the rattling sound was the shutter of the camera. "Oh, what are you doing? Oh, looks like you're awake. Good morning, big brother." Still in a half-asleep state, my mind not fully functioning, I addressed her. Why is she so hyper in the morning? He, what am I doing? Obviously, taking pictures. I can't miss capturing such an exciting and rare scene. Huh? What rare scene? Wait a minute. As my foggy mind gradually cleared, I suddenly noticed a warm sensation against my chest. It wasn't just warm, it was soft and silky, and there was a sweet fragrance. Finally, I realized our current situation. Shijun-san was leaning against me, peacefully breathing in her sleep. We had been sharing a towel blanket and sleeping side by side all this time. Well, what is this? Why is Shijun-san sleeping next to me? Could it be that we've been like this the entire night? I tried to move away from the sleeping Shijun-san, but she had her head resting on my chest, making it impossible to budge. The intense heat and weight of the girl pressed against me made my heart race at full throttle from the early morning. But wow, Shijun-san's sleeping face is incredibly cute. No matter how flustered I was, my love-stricken brain couldn't help but be captivated by her. The sight of the beautiful Yamato Hiko peacefully sleeping stole my gaze. It was fun last night, wasn't it? What? There's no way anything happened? Huh? Is Haruka-chan awake? Ah, I see. Haruka-chan, you're still dreaming, right? What? Shijun-san, are you still half asleep? Oh, Haruka-chan is awake. Oh, good morning, Shijun-san. This situation isn't because of any improper intentions on my part? Naya Hamakan slept in my room. Ah, I see, it must still be a dream. Huh? Wait, Shijun-san, are you still half asleep? Oh, Haruka-chan woke up? Ah, that's right, I was a little surprised when I woke up without Kanako-chan. Oh, I see, it's still a dream. Huh? It seems that Shijun-san is still half asleep and unaware of the situation. Can you please wake up, Shijun-san? Even though you're a boy, you're not rough at all, you're smooth and squishy. I desperately wanted to shout that it was her fingers that were smooth and squishy. They were so silky and smooth, it felt oddly pleasant. Huh? But in my dream I didn't know anything? Shijun-san, who seemed absent-minded, suddenly stopped moving as if realizing her surroundings. Her unfocused eyes gradually regained clarity, and she stared at her own hand, which was pinching both of my cheeks. Her beautiful face instantly turned bright red. I'm so sorry. I completely slept-talked. I was sleepwalking. Ah, well, if you're awake, then that's fine. With Shijun blushing and pulling away, I finally regained my freedom. Although I outwardly responded calmly with adult rationality, internally I was still in disarray from the shared sleep with Shijun and the squishy cheeks in the morning. By the way, why were the two of us sleeping on the sofa? I remember we were drinking tea and chatting together yesterday. Even if I fell asleep, why didn't Shijun go back to Kanako's room to sleep? Well, after chatting for a while, both I and Naya Hamakan started dozing off at the same time. I was so sleepy that I said, "I'm sorry, I'm too sleepy. I can't go on anymore." And then Naya Hamakan said, "Half asleep. I see, then we can just sleep here." So we stayed like that. Even though it might be because of sleepiness, did I really say something like that? Just by hearing those words, it sounds like an invitation to bed. Apparently I ended up leaning on Naya Hamakan all night. Wasn't it too heavy? And even though the air conditioning was on, wasn't it suffocating to be so close? Normally, it would be a situation where I should scream upon waking up to find myself sleeping together, but Shijun timidly asked if it wasn't a bother. And of course, being in close proximity to an angel was not a bother to me, but rather a heavenly experience. No, it wasn't a bother at all, but I'm sorry too. I mean, even though we were both sleepy, as a guy, I shouldn't have slept beside. I'm confident that I've become quite close with Shijun, but this is a different matter. From a gentleman's perspective, I should have stayed awake and returned Shijun to Kanako's room before going to sleep. Oh, no, it's okay. I didn't find it uncomfortable at all, really. Is that so? Shijun, sitting next to me, said nonchalantly as if there wasn't anything unpleasant. Yes, of course, I admit it was a little inappropriate, and it's a bit embarrassing to see each other's faces like this in the morning. Blushing slightly, Shijun spoke with a shy voice. The following words she spoke seemed to indicate that, despite her usually ethereal demeanor, she had to endure some embarrassment. But, it's you, Naya Hamakan. Huh? You're my closest friend and a very reliable boy. That's why there's nothing unpleasant about it. In fact, I felt incredibly safe and slept very comfortably. I was left speechless by Shijun's words, spoken with a smile that was angelic in itself. Those words went beyond simply saying it was okay because we were friends. She acknowledged that it was a little inappropriate to have fallen asleep together, but she sincerely expressed that she felt incredibly safe and slept very comfortably. That although aware of my male attributes, it sounded like she was saying that we were close enough to include that as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention the most important thing, even though it's such a precious morning. Whether she knew or didn't know about my inner thoughts, Shijun turned towards me on the same sofa. Good morning, Naya Hamakan. Shijun's smile was as radiant as the morning sun in summer, and I heard the best good morning I've ever heard in my life. Good morning, Shijun-san. In celebration of the morning welcome together with the person I love, I returned the greeting with a smile to the best of my ability. Under the refreshing air of a sunny sky that made last night's heavy rain seem like a lie, we shared a serene and harmonious atmosphere, laughing together. By the way, Kaneko later sent me a photo titled Morning Snuggle that was too straightforward, so I made sure to tell her not to let anyone else see it. And in secret, I saved the photo that captured Shijun's sleeping face. Under the clear sky that replaced last night's heavy rain, puddles of water on the asphalt sparkled and shimmered in the sunlight. It was a refreshing and summery scene, but the current situation didn't allow for such poetic moods. Long time no see, kid. You better not have done anything outrageous, ya hear me? Nice to see you too, Tokaimun-san. Your words are as predictable as ever. In front of my house, I found myself face to face with Shijun Tokimune, the president of the Shijun Corporation, after a long time. After enjoying a blissful morning with Shijun-san, we had a simple breakfast with Kaneko. By the way, it seemed like mom had left early in the morning for work. Then, Shijun-san received a message from her mother, Akiko-san, on her phone saying, the pickup car is on its way. Soon after, a luxury car parked in front of the house, and Shijun-san, accompanied by Kaneko, went outside to see. There stood Tokaimun-san, arms crossed, giving a slightly aggressive greeting right from the start. Oh, father? What are you doing here? Oh, Haruka? Sorry for being late with the pickup. Must have been tough. No, it wasn't tough at all, but what about your work? To Shijun-san's surprise, as if seeing each other after several months, she looked wide-eyed. It seemed she hadn't heard that Tokaimun-san was personally coming to pick her up. Ha ha ha, no need to worry about that, Haruka. To ensure I don't miss events like your entrance ceremony or sports festival, the company has already established a system that can function without me. Besides, it's unhealthy for a company to become dysfunctional just because the president or someone specific is temporarily absent. Even though I hadn't really hidden it before, it was clear that, for Tokaimun-san, his daughter was much more important than the company. However, it was commendable that he managed his work in a way that didn't interfere with his duties. Thank you, Naya Hama-san. It's been a while. Suddenly, I heard a voice, and when I turned towards it, a man in his 40s wearing a suit, who had also been the driver when I was invited to the Shijun residence, politely nodded his head. That person, I believe he was the driver at Shijun-san's house. Thank you for remembering my name, Natsuzaki-san. Oh, I appreciate your help back then. Also, you don't have to use san when addressing me. I'm just friends with Shijun-san. Oh no, as a friend of Miss Haruka, you are still a guest to me. Moreover, if you have a very close relationship, even more so. Not tha, that's not true you? Tokaimun-san widened his eyes and shouted loudly in response to Natsuzaki's words, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He and Haruka are just barely friends. Don't say weird things. Huh? No, that's not true, father. What? Just as Natsuzaki-san said, Naya Hamakan is a very close friend. We have the best relationship I've ever had in my life. Go. With a dazzling smile that exuded an angelic charm, Shijun-san said it confidently, causing me to blush, and Tokaimun-san let out a pained voice as if his internal organs were being squeezed. In many ways, natural airheadedness can be overpowering. Hey, Kid Haruka seems more energetic than usual, but nothing really happened, right? Approaching me with lingering damage, Tokaimun-san asked in a low voice. Though his voice seemed quiet, it carried a weighty undertone, exerting an overwhelming pressure on my stomach. I'm grateful that you accommodated my daughter at your house during the heavy rain, and I intend to come and thank you formally when your parents are present, but there's something I need to ask. Well, the memories came flooding back, the day I spent with Shijun-san. If I were to honestly describe its contents. Well, actually, I happened to run into Haruka-san after she took a bath, and I had the fortune of seeing her in her underwear. And during dinner, her sister orchestrated it so Haruka-san fed me with an eye. It was embarrassing, but the atmosphere was incredibly sweet. Oh, and last night, we slept together on the same sofa, snuggled up like pillows to each other, and this morning we even had a morning kiss. It was truly amazing. I am going to be killed. Although I had no impure intentions, the facts laid out before me would surely warrant the death penalty. Damn it, for now. Well, even if you say that, there really was nothing at all. Well, if I had to say, she helped me with preparing dinner. Without revealing the turmoil in my heart, I casually told a lie mixed with some truth. The lie would be exposed if my voice or expression faltered, but I had been trained to handle such situations naturally, to appease irritable bosses and evade unreasonable client demands during my corporate slave days. I would not be easily seen through. That's a lie. Huh? You're adept at concealing your agitation and tension in your voice, but there's a slight stiffness. My eyes, honed from negotiating with countless opponents, won't be fooled. Damn it, this is why competent managers skilled in probing are a pain. I could have easily deceived my idiotic former boss or clueless company president from my past life. Now spill it. What happened? Well, this is troublesome. No, none of these are things I intended to happen, but I can't share these contents with my overly doting father. Just as I was sweating nervously. Are you Haruka-chan's dad? A familiar voice resonated from the side. When I looked, Kaneko, my sister, was standing unexpectedly close to me and Tokimune-san, smiling sweetly. Want more? Consider joining our KO-FI memberships. Tier 2 members get early access to the following day's chapters. Tier 3 members get early access to all currently translated chapters. Oh, and who might you be? Nice to meet you. I'm Nayahama Kaneko, the little sister of Unai-chan. Disguised as an innocent girl, Kaneko, in full outing mode, politely bows and introduces herself. But Unai-chan, she's really laying it on thick. Well, I wanted to apologize to Haruka-chan's father. It's my fault that Haruka-chan couldn't go home last night. Dressed as a pure young girl, Kaneko briefly explains yesterday's events to Shizuen-san. She mentions delivering the wallet in the rain and bringing the drenched Shizuen-san home, among other things. So, I felt really sorry for causing Haruka-chan's family to worry. I'm truly sorry. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about that. You were genuinely concerned about Haruka, who got caught in the rain. The heavy rain that followed, causing transportation disruptions, wasn't something that could have been predicted even by the weather forecast. It was just bad luck. It seems that Shizuen-san, apart from me, or any man approaching his daughter, is indeed a very gentle person, and he interacts amicably with Kaneko as well. Oh, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I had so much fun getting along with Haruka-chan in just one night, but I kept thinking that Haruka-chan's mom and dad must have been really worried. Ha ha ha, it's alright. Both my wife and I are adults. We stayed in touch, and it wasn't a big deal. Shizuen-san, didn't you scream like crazy over the phone when you found out about Shizuen-san staying over? But you two became so close in just one night? Yes, she's beautiful, cute, kind, and warm. I can't find enough words to describe her. I kept wishing I had an older sister like her. Yeah, I know. Haruka is the cutest in the world. Shizuen-san nods happily, praising Haruka with all his might, probably because he truly means it. He seems to have forgotten about me and is in a very good mood. Kaneko-chan, it's too much to praise me like that. Father, please stop. Blushing, Shizuen-san's daughter, overwhelmed by the excessive compliments from her younger friend, speaks up. Yes, even I would feel embarrassed in this situation. Well, but it's true. We spent the whole time together yesterday, doing various things. We took a bath together, chatted on the futon. It was so much fun being together all the time. I wondered why Kaneko suddenly started talking to Shizuen-san. Could it be that she's throwing me a lifeline? I see. Well, if you spent that much time together, then it's true that there wouldn't have been an opportunity for Nayahama boy to make contact. Maybe I was too sensitive. Oh, my suspicions of misconduct have been cleared. Shizuen-san, without any doubt, believes Kaneko's testimony as a seemingly pure and well-mannered junior high school girl. Girls have amazing acting skills. Kaneko gives me a quick glance, as if saying, not just a favor, but 100 favors, and smiles mischievously. Well, she truly saved me? Do you understand now, Shizuen-san? I'm not so wicked as to take advantage of a situation like a natural disaster. Although I intended to ask if there was any inappropriate situation that occurred without your proactive involvement. Well, I'll believe you for now. I must admit I acted a bit childish in front of your sister. He really knows how to pinpoint the right spot, and it made me break into a cold sweat, but I managed to get through. However, that was more than just a bit childish, President, in my opinion. Oh, come on, father. What's with all the mumbling to Nayahama-kun? We're really grateful for everything this time, so you better not say anything rude again. And no, I only asked about the situation when you stayed at someone else's house. Well, alright then. I should be going. To avoid further scolding from his determined daughter, Shizuen-san hastily gets into the car. He really doesn't have any resistance against his wife and daughter. Phew, sorry about my father, but we should probably leave soon. Yes, it's a bit sad, but see you again. Haruka-chan, thank you so much for everything. Please give my thanks to Mika-san as well. Bowing slightly, Shizuen-san's daughter gets into the back seat of the car. Finally, this overnight stay is coming to an end. It's a little bit sad, though. Nevertheless, I was able to create many memories with Shizuen-san, and I managed to avoid Shizuen-san's overprotective eruption. If this were a game event, it would be a complete victory. Nayahama-kun? Suddenly, I noticed Shizuen-san sticking his head out of the rear window. I don't know where to begin thanking you for everything this time, but I had such a great time, especially under the summer sunshine. The girl waves her hand with a beaming smile towards me and Kaneko, and to convey her feelings of enjoyment, she raises her voice loudly. I had so much fun being together with Nayahama-kun all night. In that instant, time froze. Both Kaneko and I, still smiling in farewell, froze in place. The car, which was in the middle of departure, abruptly came to a complete stop as if its engine had stalled. And then, what? Haruka? What did you just saw? With a few seconds delay, a scream from Shizuen-san resonates from the passenger seat. Ha ha ha, our desperate attempt to deceive was exposed in an instant. And as for Shizuen-san himself, he looks bewildered by the intense reactions around him, saying, that's right, I should have anticipated this situation, but I completely forgot to silence the natural airheaded girl after the shock of our morning co-sleeping. Oh no, the lid of the hellish furnace has been lifted. This is not just a matter of life and death. You boy, So, you really? Oi, Natsuzaki, don't start the car. Haha, that was quite an impactful revelation, but now we must quickly show Madam the cheerful face of her daughter. Oh, Natsuzaki-san? Wait. There are so many things I need to question that boy about the situation. The car, carrying an enraged Shizuen-san, starts again, and Natsuzaki-san extends his thumb out from the driver's seat. Ah, thank you, Natsuzaki-san. It feels like he's acting in accordance with Akiko-san's intentions, but in any case, I'm grateful. Hey, Aniki, look. Haruka-chan is waving at us. In response to my sister's voice, I shift my gaze, and I see Shizuen-san vigorously waving her hand towards us from the rear windshield, even though her father is in a frenzy. And so, we wave our hands back in response. Like distant relatives who get along well or old friends reunited after a long time, our mutual feeling of reluctance to part is conveyed. In my previous life, I couldn't have imagined it was the best night. Well, that's all well and good, but... Hey, Aniki, sorry to interrupt your immersed state, but... Yeah, shouldn't we call Haruka-chan's dad ourselves and explain? It's such a hassle, but I guess we have to. Realizing that the mission of calming down a typhoon is now upon us after surviving the heavy rain, I muttered with a heavy-hearted voice. And so after making a call to the Shizuen household, I found myself engaged in a conversation resembling a court trial with an angry Tokaimune-san, all in order to convince them that it was merely an accident resulting from both of us falling asleep. I'm exhausted. I was sprawled lazily on the living room sofa, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. The heat from the sun caused heat waves to rise from the scorched ground, and large cumulus clouds spread across the blue sky. The sound of cars passing by mixed with the chirping of cicadas, creating the quintessential atmosphere of a Japanese summer. Just the other day, I slept together with Shizuen-san on this sofa. I still can't believe it, I murmured. Recalling the calm conversation we had on that rainy night and the morning we greeted while wearing the same blanket, my face flushed involuntarily. Well, a lot has happened since then, I thought to myself. Explaining the incident of sleeping together with Shizuen-san to her father, Tokaimune-san, over the phone and convincing him that it was an accident was quite a challenge. Shizuen-san seemed to be greatly concerned about it and apologized profusely during our phone conversation. I'm sorry. It seems you managed to calm down my father. I scolded him for giving you a hard time, but it's ultimately because I got carried away and said unnecessary things. I'm truly sorry, she said. She even went as far as to say, if there's anything I can do to apologize, please let me know. I'll do anything? It was enough to break the virgin brain, and I was quite flustered. However, I honestly didn't really care about that incident. Regardless of whether it was Tokaimune-san or any other father, it was something any father would want to say in such a situation. Moreover, if that person truly thought I was a despicable person, a simple complaint wouldn't have been enough. Somehow, I understood that Tokaimune-san, the father who dotes on his daughter, wasn't genuinely angry. It may be an old-fashioned way of thinking, but as someone scheming to steal away his daughter, it was only proper to accept his mild anger. Well, that's how the post-sleepover aftermath ended. I already miss Shizuen-san, I murmured. Even though I should have replenished the Shizuen-san portion, the source of my energy that can be obtained by coming into contact with her, that had been depleted during the sleepover. Within a few days, I already felt the charge running out. My fuel efficiency is seriously terrible. Even though there is still some time until summer vacation ends and I can't meet her until the new school term starts, it's extremely painful. And there's something else that's bothering me. Is it okay to let the second summer of our second year of high school end like this? During my previous life, summer vacation in high school was just a period of time when I could say, I can indulge in games without having to deal with bothersome school. It was undoubtedly a fun time, but deep down, I longed for something more. I longed for those moments filled with youth, like those often depicted in manga and light novels. A summer that was youthful, vibrant, passionate, and left lasting memories. The post-sleepover event fulfilled my desire for a youth revival, but luxuriously enough, my heart wasn't satisfied. There was a certain summer element missing. I want to see Shizuen-san. I want to meet her and talk. At the same time, I want an event that fulfills my longing for a summer experience. With these thoughts in mind, I fell into contemplation. What's that? I want an event to happen? I suddenly blurted out, responding to the train of thought that had been floating in my mind. Because that was exactly the same as the style of waiting for convenient events like in a dating simulation game that I pursued in my previous life. Although there was just the recent lucky event where Kaneko brought Shizuen-san home, which never happened in my previous life, that was more like a bug that occurred as a result of my different actions. It's wrong to expect a repeat of that. Oops, my introverted side is making me forget my attacking stance again? What am I daydreaming about? Don't I know that waiting around idly will only lead to regrets? I scolded myself. Yes, nothing will start if I just wait. That's why I should plan for something to make the most of the remaining summer vacation. But what should I do? I want to invite Shizuen-san and do something summery, but what exactly? As I casually glanced at the TV that was still on, there was a summer-themed feature about the beach. Couples snuggling under parasols, groups of college students having a lively barbecue on the show. Right, was incredibly envy-inducing. Come to think of it, Shizuen-san really loved that lively atmosphere, didn't she? The atmosphere of the beach shown on TV was similar to the festival she mentioned, and it struck me. It was bustling, down-to-earth, and somewhat chaotic, but it brimmed with energy. The scorching sun, the hot sandy beach, the endless blue sea, everyone seemed excited. The beach, inviting Shishuan-san and our classmates to the beach? That's a great idea. While the option of going to the beach alone with her crossed my mind, it was still too early for that since we weren't even dating, and there was no way her parents would give permission. Besides, Shishuan-san prefers the atmosphere of being with everyone. Alright, the destination is set. Now, let's start by inviting Shishuan-san. With the aim of creating the best memories to conclude the summer, I ignited my enthusiasm and took out my cell phone. But I hesitated for about 20 minutes, unable to bring myself to press the call button. Arg? What am I hesitating for? In front of me, the cell phone placed on the table, I shouted in frustration at my own weakness. But come to think of it, even during my past life, I had never been the one to propose plans for outings with my male friends. So suddenly inviting the girl I have feelings for to go to the beach together raises the difficulty level to astronomical heights. However, if I just suggest going to the beach with everyone, instead of going alone with her, it should be fine. This is why I, the virgin older brother, get ridiculed by Kanako. I had been trying to call Shishuan-san over and over again, but every time, my trembling finger would hover over the call button and stop. I couldn't help but feel pathetic about it. However, I can't afford to give up here. In times like this, remember that. Remember the time in my previous life when I mustered up the courage to make a call that I desperately didn't want to make. Like making a call to an obsessive complainer saying, "We cannot exchange the product for that reason," or asking a quick-tempered boss, "I apologize for interrupting your vacation. An extremely urgent issue has arisen, and we can't do anything about it. Could you please provide us with the system administrator ID?" That was really bothersome. After all, it would almost certainly turn into a storm of insults, calling me rude, useless, trash, and more. I don't have good memories about phone calls at all. Compared to that, what's there to be nervous about when calling someone I like? Alright, here I go. I'm inviting Shishuan-san to the beach. With that, I used my usual salaryman-style motivation technique. Using past pain as a springboard and pushing myself forward, I pressed the call button. And then, hello, is this Naya Hamakun? Yeah, it's me. Sorry for calling out of the blue. Shishuan-san picked up the phone much quicker than I expected. I've been teased by Jinji as someone with a romance-focused brain, and I can't really deny it. Just hearing her cool voice makes me feel so happy. No, it's totally fine. But, what's up today? Oh, maybe you've finally thought of a way to use that right to make me do anything I offered as an apology the other day? No, it's not that. And, I don't remember ever receiving such a terrifying thing. Please don't casually mention things like a war breaking out with that really bright voice. That's like a nuclear bomb. Well, the thing is, we're actually planning to go to the beach with everyone, so I was wondering if you'd like to come along? I had prepared the contents of my message beforehand so that my words wouldn't get stuck. I'm not used to inviting girls to the beach, and it's a forbidden act reserved for the most popular among the popular. It really doesn't suit me, who has lived a life as an introvert. But no matter how incompatible it may seem, and no matter how much my heart feels like it's about to explode from nerves, nothing will start unless I speak up about my wish. Well, I mean, we're planning to go play at the beach today, so, would you like to join us? The air conditioning is on, but I'm sweating from nervousness. Inviting a girl to the beach is like crossing into the territory of the most successful of the successful in romance. As someone who has led a life as an introvert, I wasn't expecting a positive response. Butevan, if it doesn't match my character at all, and even if my heart is pounding, nothing will start if I don't speak up. I said everything I had to say in one breath, trying not to stutter. How can these guys who are all so calm and collected deliver lines like this so smoothly? Is their humor lighter than hydrogen or something? Well, I mean, if you're busy or anything. Ilgo, when and where are we meeting? Oh, I only have school swimsuits, so I need to buy a proper swimsuit. Wait, really? What do you mean by really? Did you think I was lying? No, I mean, I'm 100% serious, but... Phew, good. I was about to cry from happiness if it was just a tease. I thought I had chosen a situation that Shishuan-san would like, but her reaction was beyond my expectations. When I asked for her email address before, she also reacted with great enthusiasm, but her excitement now is even higher. Well, I didn't expect you to be this happy. I'm actually quite surprised. Shishuan-san and I have definitely become good friends. However, this time, there are no excuses like school events, the library committee, thank yous, or emergency evacuations. This is a pure invitation to hang out as friends. And moreover, it's a trip to the beach. I was prepared for the possibility of her avoiding it, but you must know that I'll be overjoyed. It's the beach, the beach. It's like a dream to be able to go to the beach with you and everyone else. It's as if she's a child who had just been promised a trip to an amusement park by her parents. Shishuan-san's voice is filled with unreserved joy. But I've never done anything summer-like with friends until now. With a self-deprecating laugh, she said, since I was a child, I've never had the chance to do things like camping or going to the beach with friends. I've had plenty of summer experiences with family and the housemaids, of course, and they were fun, but it's different, you know? It's not the sparkling summer spent with friends that's the typical subject of conversations. Yeah, I understand. The time spent with family and that spent with peers are indeed different. Especially the latter, it shines even more brilliantly, and that's why it's called youth. Especially during the summer, doing things like going camping or to the beach with friends is considered a classic, but in reality, I've never had the chance to experience it. I've always admired it. I could hear the excitement in her voice as she talked about it. If we were in the age of smartphones, I would have used video call to see her cute face. So thank you for inviting me. I've always admired those things, but I never had the courage to propose such plans to others myself. So, I'm really happy you reached out to me, Shijun-san. This is the first time ever, including my past life, that I've invited a girl to hang out, and seeing her genuinely delighted makes my heart swell with happiness. We haven't even been to the beach yet, but I feel overwhelmed with emotion. I used to think of Shijun-san as someone living the life of the most popular of the popular rich, super popular, with lots of friends, and living the perfect youth. However, as I get closer to her, I begin to see aspects of her I didn't know before. That she had also longed for a summer with friends, and that, depending on how I do things, there could be a future where we go to the beach together. These are things the previous me never knew. I'm really glad I mustered up the courage. Oh, I meant myself. Anyway, I'll ask the others too. I'll plan and discuss the details with you later. Sure? I want to be part of the planning too, so please feel free to talk to me about it. Talk to you later. With that, the call that lasted over 10 minutes came to an end. I placed my flip phone on the table and looked around the living room. Naturally, there were no changes in the scenery around me. Outside the window, the summer scene was the same as before, and the air conditioner continued to blow cool air into the room. Yes, there were no visible changes in the world I could see, but a revolution had taken place within my little universe. Yes, the beach? It's going to be the beach with Shijun-san. Yeehaw! I abandoned the composure I had barely maintained during the call and shouted with a victorious pose. Well, it's impossible to stay calm in a situation like this. Being at the beach with the person you like is something that felt like it only belonged in romantic comedy manga, almost like fiction. But, it was made possible with just one decisive phone call. Of course, this result is the accumulation of what I've experienced in this life. But, it's also the result of taking the initiative and not being afraid of rejection or failure, something I shied away from and merely waited for in my past life. Well, since we're going together with everyone, I guess there won't be any intimate events with Shijun-san. But, for now, spending time together at the beach is enough. It feels amazing. In my excitement, I danced a joyful dance like a primary school kid, completely losing my mind. And before I knew it, Kaneko, standing at the entrance to the living room, had witnessed my bizarre behavior and commented with a sarcastic tone, "Has the heat turned your brain into tofu, big brother?" After receiving a positive response from Shijun-san, I proceeded to invite the others via email, asking, "How about going to the beach together?" To my surprise, Fudahashi, Kazumihara, and Jinji immediately called me back with even more enthusiastic reactions than I had imagined. Going to the beach? Yeah, definitely count me in. I love the beach, and going there with everyone is gonna be awesome. Man, Haruka, inviting her to the beach, you've got guts, bro? Ahaha, the guys in our grade are gonna be so jealous when they hear about this. Beach? Yes. I was just wishing someone would invite me to the beach. If you had left me out, I would have cursed those airheaded, summer-loving, popular kids all summer long. My schedule? Hihi, do you really think a girl like me, with no boyfriend and barely any friends, has anything to do? Sarcastic, am I? Me? Haha, you've gotta be kidding, Nyahama. That's too much like a dating sim. There's no way such a situation could happen in real life, Really? Wait a minute? Are you sure it's okay for someone like me to join you? Everyone's eager participation, especially Kazumihara and Jinji's, caught me a bit off guard, but at the same time, I found it heartwarming. It seemed that the longing for the beach wasn't limited to just Shijun-san and me, as everyone was excited about the invitation to this place filled with youthful energy. With that, I naturally took on the role of the organizer, and from that moment on, I became busy working on the plan. Fortunately, I still had the nostalgic computer I had saved up for during my junior high days, so the task wasn't too difficult. Having access to a certain giant IT company's map service even in this era was a great help. But I never realized how exciting it could be to go out with friends other than family. Sitting in front of the slow computer from a futuristic perspective, I mused about this. When I was in my previous life, I was greatly troubled by my superiors during the company trip. They complained about things like it's too far and troublesome, the travel expenses are too high, no karaoke? Are you kidding me? Hey, there's no unlimited non-alcoholic beer? Are you making fun of me, who can't drink due to health reasons? It had been incredibly stressful, and I was on the verge of collapsing. But now, the fact that my friends were pleased with what I had planned was just heartwarming. The research I did for everyone was enjoyable, not painful. It was an entirely new experience, one that I had never known in my previous life. I've missed out on so many things, haven't I? I keenly realized how I had ended my previous life as a lonely man and, once again, felt grateful for the miracle of having a second life and the people who had become close to me during it. And with that heightened excitement, my work efficiency improved. The plan came together swiftly, and the promised day arrived in no time. On the day everyone was heading to the beach, I walked through the scorching city. I was wearing a pearl white t-shirt, a light blue short sleeve shirt, and khaki shorts. A very casual outfit, with a backpack containing a change of clothes. Fortunately, the chance of rain today was 0%, and the sky was a refreshing blue. The sun was strong, and the heat was considerable, but it might actually be perfect for a trip to the beach. I've really come the day I'm going to the beach with Shizuen-san. In reality, my 3 classmates were going with me, but going to the beach with the girl I admire was, when considered calmly, an unimaginable act. It felt as if I had slyly whisked away a princess living in a castle, and I couldn't help but feel a mysterious sense of guilt. Thinking about such things, as I approached the meeting place, a convenience store's parking lot. Oh, Nayahama? Over here, over here? Good morning, Nayahama-kun. Thanks for setting everything up for today. It's been a while since I last saw you, but you're giving me the impression that you've been thinking about Haruka all this time. When I arrived at the convenience store's parking lot, Fudahashi, Jinji, and Kazumihara greeted me. Jinji, who had short hair and a clean-cut, sporty look, though he was just as much of an otaku as me, was dressed quite casually, similar to how I was for the summer outing. However, he seemed to be quite conscious that several girls would be joining us, so he tidied up his hair and clothes slightly, which was rather amusing. But it's the first time I've seen Fudahashi and Kazumihara in their casual clothes. Fudahashi, with her short haircut, had a sporty girl look, wearing an orange t-shirt and denim shorts with a cap that gave her a refreshing charm, as if she could be in a summer sports commercial. On the other hand, Kazumihara, the bespectacled girl, wore a sky blue linen blouse with moss green mid-length pants, giving her a somewhat mature look. Surprisingly, and I mean no offense, she had a very modern and sophisticated aura about her. Hey, isn't everyone here too early? It's still 15 minutes before the agreed time, right? Well, it seems like everyone wanted to make sure they wouldn't be late, even by a slight chance. When we all gathered together 20 minutes early, we were surprised to see each other. Fudahashi chuckled slightly and said, "Haha, I feel like I'm a grade schooler looking forward to a field trip," and the other two also looked a bit bashful. They were quite excited during the phone call, but it seems they were genuinely looking forward to it as the plan's originator, and that made me really happy. Haha, thanks for being so excited. So, what about Shizuen-san? When I asked, for some reason, all 3 of them grinned and pointed at me simultaneously. Huh? Why are they pointing at me? No, wait, is it not me but someone behind me? Good morning, Nayahama-kun. As I turned around, there was a summer angel standing there. She wore a pure white blouse with frilled collar, and a navy ribbon swayed at her chest. What's more, it was a sleeveless blouse, generously exposing her fair shoulders and arms. The striped blue short skirt and the large straw hat she wore enhanced her youthful charm, making her irresistibly adorable. Oh, what's the matter? Are you still sleepy? Oh, no good morning, Shizuen-san. This is the 3rd time I've seen you in casual clothes, but today's outfit is so summery and looks great. I tried my best to practice what Kanako had told me before we left, which was to always compliment a girl's outfit when you see it. She insisted that even if it feels forced, find something to compliment. Most people won't feel bad about receiving compliments, and it will make them aware of your attention. It's all positive. However, there were just too many things to compliment about her. It was frustrating that my eyes couldn't convey even a tiny fraction of how captivated I was. Really? Thank you. I'm glad to hear that since I'll be changing into a swimsuit later. I tried various combinations rather than just randomly picking something. Hehe, I was already excited and woke up early, but now my excitement is soaring even higher. Shizuen-san's face brightened, and she smiled like a blooming sunflower. Her pure innocence and radiant smile were even more dazzling than the midsummer sun. Become a completely different person from a few months ago, the shy one. As a friend, what do you think, Yamahiro-kun? Huh, me? Well, it's like she's gone to a distant place, which makes me feel both lonely and proud, and it looks like it's really effective on Shizuen-san too. Hey, Kazumihara and Jinji? Stop mumbling and giving live commentary together? Damn it, I just realized that everyone here knows about my love situation. It's awkward when they all grin and laugh while I'm talking to Shizuen-san. Good morning, everyone. I am Natsuzaki, the driver for the Shizuen family. A gentle smile adorned the face of a man in his 40s who stood beside Shizuen-san and respectfully bowed his head. Even in this heat, he was wearing a suit, but there was no sign of him sweating. I will be in charge of transportation today, so please feel free to let me know if you need anything. In the plan I proposed, we were supposed to go by bus, but it seems that Shizuen-san's mother, Mrs. Akiko, heard about the beach trip and offered her car, which we gladly accepted. My classmates, Kazumihara and Jinji, seemed to be seeing someone in the job of wealthy people's staff for the first time, and they managed to return the greetings with some nervousness. I see, the Shizuen family really has a lot of money. I'm starting to realize that now, Kazumihara said. Yay, I get that feeling. By the way, I don't know about butlers, but there was indeed a pretty young housemaid, technically a housekeeper, in the Shizuen household. Rich families are quite like fantasies. Good morning, Natsuzaki-san. Thank you for today. Yes, it's been a while, Nayahama-sama. I hear you're the one who planned today's event. You have such a wonderful drive. Hihi, you could say you're quite an offensive player. I blushed a bit when the adult seemed to see through my thoughts and praised my wave-like approach to love. Ugh, it seems like everyone knows about my feelings. Well then, I'll go get the car now. Let's go, Natsuzaki-san. The day is short. Haha, Miss Haruka seems to be in a very good mood today. Her eyes are sparkling differently. Shijun-san walked quickly toward the parking lot where the car was parked, even though she wasn't the one driving. She seemed to be in the state of a child on the day of a field trip. But could it be that something happened recently with Haruka? I can't think of any other reason for her to be so cheerful, Kazumihara said. Maybe some kind of romantic event with Haruka? I can't think of any other reason why her worries would disappear, Jinji added. Shijun-san's worries? Yes, I remember hearing something like that when she came to my house. Oh, when we talked the other day, she was feeling really down because of some complicated problem. But it seems that she solved it at some point. When I asked what it was, she blushed and said, "It's a secret." I can't exactly tell them that Shijun-san stayed overnight at my house and had some rom-com-like interactions. So, I just stated the facts. Ah, so she figured it out before you could question her about it. Well, it lacks excitement, but as long as Haruka is feeling better, I guess it's okay, Kazumihara said. Yeah, it's a bit lacking in entertainment, but if it made Haruka feel better, let's leave it at that, Jinji agreed. Huh? It seems like Kazumihara and Jinji knew about Shijun-san's worries, but their conversation is somewhat confusing. However, judging by their reactions, it seems that the matter is settled for now. I don't know anything about Shijun-san's worries, but Nayahama, you really are quite assertive. Huh? What do you mean, Jinji? What are you trying to say? Well, you know, if you said Shijun-san was blushing, then it must mean you met her in person during summer vacation, not just through calls or messages, right? Wha? You idiot? How did you pick that up? I shouldn't give them material to tease me. Oh, I see, I get it now. So, you did meet during the summer break. That explains a lot. I definitely want to hear the details. Meeting during summer vacation means it's practically a date, right? Hey, where did you go? Downtown? The zoo? The movies? See, look at that. To girls, friends' love lives are like the ultimate toy. They'll ask and dig until they get all the juicy details. No, we didn't go anywhere. Today's beach trip is the first time I'm going out with Shijun-san. Oh, I see. So, you didn't go anywhere then. Could it be that you spent a passionate night together at your place? Haha, well, I guess that's not possible, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Huh, Nayahama-kun? At that moment, I should have put on a composed face and sighed something like, "Hey, come on, why are you saying such ridiculous things?" But instead, as the truth from that joke slipped out, I blushed and got stuck in my words, making the worst possible reaction. And that mere few seconds of reaction were enough to sow the seeds of suspicion and conviction. The silence is painful. Kazumihara and Fudehashi, who were grinning just a moment ago, along with Jinji, were now staring at me with serious expressions. And once it got to this point, no matter how much I tried to play dumb, it was already too late. And then, after a while, "Alright Nayahama, you finally graduated and became an adult, haha, you're no longer the one saying this heroine is my wife," said Jinji. Wow, so you two have that kind of relationship. Haruka was in Nayahama-kun's room. Congratulations, Mr. Lustful. I won't say anything if it's mutual, but if you make Haruka sad, it'll rip off your manhood without hesitation, so keep that in mind. No, that's not it. All of you, your minds are way too deep in the gutter. Yelling at the three of them, who clearly had a completely erotic misunderstanding, I tried to clear things up. Filled with energetic children and carefree college students running around. The blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see, forming waves that crashed onto the shore, creating white splashes and foam. Wow, it's the ocean, not a soothing wallpaper or a relaxing video, but the real sea, someone exclaimed. The journey to this beach was quick and pleasant. Natsuzaki-san drove an 8-seater wagon car, providing us with a comfortable and spacious ride. During the trip, we engaged in lively conversations. Fudehashi was surprised to find out that almost everyone had finished their summer homework, and Shijun-san shared that she buys a new school swimsuit almost every year because her chest tends to grow quickly. Now, we were all standing together, having changed into trunks-type swimwear. Our mission was to secure a spot with parasols and beach mats. "Hey, Nayahama," Jinji called out. What's up, Jinji?" The atmosphere was filled with a sense of luxury. "Thanks for inviting me, of course. Being asked to join girls for a beach trip is a super rare event. I was so happy that I cried tears of joy," Jinji said, shedding tears of happiness again, seemingly still moved by the invitation. I could truly understand his feelings. The spot we were standing on was the golden horizon that all teenage boys across the country longed for, but only 0.01% could reach. That's good to hear. I was worried you might feel out of place or something. But the girls were happy to have you come along, and thanks to that, your presence in the classroom has been quite popular. Well, in a bit of a twisted way, I said. Huh? That? Popular? Jinji seemed puzzled. Don't you remember? Thanks to you, you're a bit famous in class as the man with that thing. Well, in a slightly perverted way. Wait, that? Famous? What are you talking about? I have no idea. Jinji looked lost. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for securing the spot. Fudehashi and Kazumihara came over from behind us. I see these two are on a completely different level, I thought. Fudehashi wore a two-piece swimsuit with shoulder straps that crossed in front of her neck, featuring a navy and yellow sporty design. Her slender figure beautifully accentuated the curves of her body. Her gap between the exposed skin and her usual cheerful smile made her incredibly charming. Kazumihara, without her glasses, wore a bikini with a slightly mature green design, enhancing her seemingly slim chest. Although she was usually free-spirited, it seemed a little embarrassing for her to expose her skin in front of the boys, as she had a slightly shy expression. Both of you look great. Yeah, really nice, I honestly complimented, but it didn't seem to be the reaction they were expecting. It's nice to hear you say that, but your reaction is too indifferent. We're high school girls showing our swimsuits, you know, Fudahashi said. Well, I'm really happy to be praised, but couldn't you show a bit more embarrassment? It's part of the gentleman's manners when girls show their swimsuits, you know, Kazumihara added. That's right. If you blush a bit more like Jinji, it will save face for us girls. Haha, you're such a pure boy, Fudahashi playfully teased Jinji. Huh? Me? What? Jinji's face flushed, and he seemed to be having a hard time with the situation. Unexpectedly, the contact with the girls in their swimsuits was too much for Jinji to handle. His brain seemed to be boiling, and he couldn't withstand the legendary situation of the girls saying, sorry for the wait. The embarrassment made him collapse onto the sandy beach. This is what we call the proper reaction of a pure boy. You should learn from Jinji, Fudahashi said, amused, while patting Jinji's shoulder. Yeah, that's right. If you react like him, it will maintain our dignity as girls. Haha, but seriously, Jinji, you're too pure, Kazumihara added. Man, it's embarrassing. But I do think their swimsuits are beautiful. Well, I just had an incredibly thrilling experience with Shizun-san the other day, so I can't show the intense reaction they want from me, I thought. Oh, such a good reaction. Well then, here I go. Hiae. Kazumihara lowered herself beside the collapsed Jinji and lightly traced her fingers along the nape of his neck, which was already overwhelmed by the intense experience. Gyaya! Jinji jumped like a grasshopper, then rolled back onto the sandy beach again. The stimulation seemed too much for him, and his limbs were twitching slightly. Ahahaha. I must say, I was surprised the first time I saw it, but your reactions, Yamahira-kun, are just too amusing. It's like watching a startled cat, Fudahashi said with laughter. TLN, I think Yamahira is Jinji's given name. Well, I know it's wrong, but when you get flustered like this, it satisfies my sense of superiority while also accelerating my sadistic tendencies, Kazumihara added. Hey, cut it out. Don't tease Jinji, I said, trying to protect Jinji from the playful girls. However, Jinji's face was still as red as a boiled octopus. This is what I mentioned earlier as that thing. I mean, I didn't know he'd be like this until this life, but, in my previous life, there were no girls around me, but in this life, as I started talking to girls here and there, Jinji also had more opportunities to interact with girls. Through that, it became clear that Jinji had an exceptionally low tolerance towards the opposite sex. When it was just a conversation with girls, he could manage to blush but handle it somehow. However, just a slight touch on the shoulder or hand would trigger his virgin power to explode, resulting in either him fainting from shame or collapsing on the spot. Everyone in the class realized that Jinji's lack of immunity to the opposite sex was genuinely overflowing with virgin aura. Though they couldn't laugh out loud and restrained their amusement, they couldn't help but be entertained by the pure Jinji's antics, who would writhe in agony from any accidental contact. Hey, are you okay, Jinji? Are you still alive? And Nayahama, I'm ready to die. Idiot! Don't be satisfied and die just because the girls teased you a bit. I can't really say anything, considering I used to feel happy with just a slight touch from a girl in my previous life, but come on, isn't the satisfaction level too low? I know I understand how you feel. After graduating high school, I'll probably remember this day of going to the beach with girls as the peak of my life, Jinji said, with a sense of painful reality. Don't say such depressing and vividly realistic things, you idiot. It struck too close to home for me, who often thought, talking to Shizun-san during high school was the peak of my life. And as we were engrossed in our foolish skit, the girls murmured in a soft voice. By the way, Haruka is late, huh? She asked us to go ahead and start changing since she went to the restroom. Yeah, she is a bit late. The changing room is right over there, so it's hard to imagine she got lost. Hearing that conversation, I unconsciously looked in the direction of the changing rooms. The beach was crowded with many beachgoers, as it was still in the morning, making it quite chaotic. Yet, my unconscious mind seemed to be seeking Shizun-san's figure, and to my surprise, I naturally caught sight of her small silhouette. Sorry, I'll go and get her? Huh? Wait, Nayahama-kun? Suddenly, I transformed into a frenzied state, surprising Fudahashi with my sudden change of demeanor. Ignoring her, I sprinted full speed toward the beach. Using the skill of slipping through the crowded streets honed during the morning rush hour, I dashed through the crowd, and there she was, Shizun-san. She seemed to have already changed into her swimsuit, wearing a large straw hat and a white hoodie that covered her upper body, leaving everything below a mystery. However, despite her guarded upper body, her exposed fair legs and her own beauty were captivating the attention of male passersby, and even some bad insects looking for an opportunity had appeared. Oh, Nayahama-kun, did you come to pick me up? Oh, are they your friends? As I slid to a stop, Shizun-san, who had been looking weak, brightened her face. Yeah, I came to pick you up since you were late. Is there something wrong? Well, you see. No, it's not a big deal. As I interjected, one of the university-looking guys, Guy A, spoke without permission. He and the other two guys had an unassuming appearance, natural hair color, a sporty look on their demeanor wasn't intimidating at all. But probably all of that was camouflage to lower the other party's guard. I noticed the slight scowl on their faces when I showed up, not letting them get away with their pickup tactics. We accidentally bumped into her and almost knocked her over. So, as an apology, we tried to give her some juice we bought too much of, but she won't accept it. Bumped into her and an apology with juice? Oh, I see. Right, this was the quid pro quo tactic. It was indeed a technique used in sales as well, and I called it quid pro quo myself. You give someone a slightly more expensive sample or some sweets, and the other person feels a debt and is less likely to refuse subsequent requests like answering surveys or hearing product explanations. These guys probably thought that the "hey, babe, wanna hang out with us?" approach of the classic pickup line wasn't going to work well, so they went for a less suspicious approach, using a facade of being less interested and offering something as an apology. Bumping into someone and then apologizing with juice is way too pushy. It's obvious they want to create a connection, I thought. In any case, they must have been caught off guard by my drastic change from before, and they couldn't make any moves in this public setting. I continued with my fake sales pitch. Oh, she's just a bit scared. You see, we just saw some guys hitting on her earlier. They're the type who give a little gift to a girl and then say, "Where are you from?" Or "Let's have lunch together," taking advantage of the good impression. The guys were left speechless by my over-exaggerated smile and loud voice. No matter what, it was an amount of juice that could be accepted with difficulty, but one that would make the other person feel a bit bad about it. So, you see, I've become a bit cautious around guys like you. Sorry for misunderstanding your genuine apology and offering us juice. We were all thirsty, so we're very grateful. The guys could only groan at my exaggerated smile and volume. In any case, they wouldn't be able to make a move in such a public place with everyone watching. Well then, we'll be going now. Come on, Shishun-san. Why yes? I unilaterally declared our departure and took Shishun-san with me, leaving the guys behind, who had their true intentions exposed. As we walked a little faster along the sandy beach, the pickup guys quickly disappeared into the crowd. We should be safe now with this distance. Phew, are you okay, Shishun? I stopped mid-sentence as I realized that my fingers were tightly intertwined with Shishun-san's graceful ones. From the moment we left that place until now, I had been holding her hand like a whitefish caught on a line. Sorry? Oh. As I hurriedly let go of her hand, Shishun-san let out a sound that seemed somewhat reluctant, like a child when their parent's hand is released. This was it because we had almost been approached by those guys just now? Did holding my hand provide her with some sense of security? Well thank you, Naya-hama-kun. Shishun-san said timidly in her hoodie. I was puzzled when they suddenly offered me juice. So, that was, a pickup, right? I experienced it for the first time. Even this naturally airheaded girl seemed to understand the implications behind that act, and her face showed faint fear and agitation. While the term pickup might not carry a menacing tone for most people, it's natural to feel afraid when you're a teenage girl approached by unknown guys. No, I'm sorry. As the one who brought you to the beach, I should have been more cautious about those over-enthusiastic fools. I bowed deeply, apologizing. While we managed to drive them away, I should have been more careful not to let those kinds of guys get close to Shishun-san in the first place. Why are you apologizing? You helped me, Naya-hama-kun. No, even if it's a beach in summer, it's natural to attract attention when someone as incredibly cute as you, Shishun-san, steps in. I shouldn't have left you alone, even for a short time. Oh, no, Naya-hama-kun? Please don't say something so smooth and embarrassing. Even if it's flattery, it's embarrassing. No, it's not flattery, I genuinely mean it. In reality, during that commotion just now, the men around us were captivated by Shishun-san's beauty. Anyway, thank you very much. Shishun-san moved closer to me and said, even though there were 3 guys, I was really scared and had no idea what they were planning. That's when you rushed to help me, and I was so relieved, like when my family comes to my aid. It made me feel really happy. She smiled as if relieved, and the trust shining in her eyes touched my heart deeply. But, putting that aside, I choked a little when she mentioned family as the word that indicates the highest level of intimacy. How many times has this girl's airheaded lines thrown me off balance? Indeed, when a cute girl like Shishun-san appears on a beach like this, it's inevitable she will attract pickup attempts. The words the protagonist says in light novels come to mind. That guy's my girlfriend. Don't lay a finger on her? Something like that, haha. I said that line in jest, to go along with the flow of the conversation. However, unexpectedly, when Shishun-san heard those words, her face turned red at an astonishing speed. Not only did she not laugh, but she seemed to be at a loss for words, staring at me with wide-open eyes. And watching her like that, I realized my entire face was getting hot as well. We were probably both blushing at this point. An awkward, almost embarrassed silence fell over us due to the unique atmosphere that formed. I can't let this continue, I have to break this tension. Well speaking of that, Shishun-san looks good in that hoodie. If you were in your swimsuit, even more guys would have come over to hit on you. Is that so? I deliberately spoke in a cheerful tone to try and restore the atmosphere. That's right. Even I can't imagine how cute Shishun-san would look in a swimsuit. Then, when I honestly expressed myself, Shishun-san, for some reason, put down the sports bag she had been carrying on her shoulder. Will you be the first one to see me in my swimsuit? She took off the straw hat she was wearing, and her lush black hair fluttered in the sunlight. Her cheeks were still blushing, and her voice sounded a little anxious. Shizhuan-san's hand reached for the zipper of her hoodie, and with a hint of shyness, she slowly began to pull it down. There was nothing inherently suspicious about that act. It's only natural to wear a hoodie over a swimsuit and then take it off when you're at the beach. But, watching her gradually reveal the hidden beneath with a mix of shyness and openness, it felt strangely seductive. And finally, as the hoodie detached from her body, there was nothing obstructing our view anymore. So, what do you think? Before my eyes, an angel by the beach appeared. Shizhuan-san's bikini had a white and blue checkered pattern, giving a sense of purity and summer freshness. The top, with white frills, couldn't completely conceal the deep valley between her ample breasts, and her overwhelming charm, usually hidden under her clothes, was now on full display. The bottoms had cute frills on both sides of her waist, and her exposed, fair and slender legs, along with her innocent belly button, were incredibly dazzling. My thoughts stopped. As a man, my capacity for processing was saturated, and my eyes were even starting to moisten with emotions. I was captivated, to say the least. It wasn't just caught my eye or held my attention, it went beyond that. She was just too beautiful, and my heart was captured. If she had angelic white wings on her back, I would have easily believed she was a genuine angel. An awkward and strangely embarrassed silence filled the air. This is bad. I need to divert this atmosphere somehow. Well, seeing a girl so beautiful that it makes me want to cry, I've experienced that for the first time in my life. Even though I don't know how to properly express it, that swimsuit looks incredibly good on you. You look really charming. The overwhelming emotion that filled my heart acted like fuel to the engine of my passion, and words that surpassed embarrassment and shyness burst out of my mouth. Though the words that came out were feeble due to my limited vocabulary, Shizhuan-san showed a delighted and radiant smile, as if she couldn't be happier. Thank you so much. I'm really happy that you said that, Nayahama-kun. The stunning sight of her in that beautiful swimsuit, combined with her radiant smile, blossomed like a flower by the seaside. As expected, the girl I fell for is the cutest in the world. TLN, pull the trigger, dude. Shoot your shot. After basking in the overwhelming honor of being the first to admire Shizhuan-san's swimsuit, we reunited with Jinji and the others and told them about how we saved her from the clutches of the pickup artists. Fudahashi and Kazumihara repeatedly apologized to Shizhuan-san, saying, "Sorry for leaving you alone. It seems we underestimated how easily pickup artists would flock to a girl like her in a beach setting. It's like attracting a pack of hyenas with a sirloin steak," I said. "Yeah, it's not that you should have been cautious, Haruka. It's more like walking around with roast chicken among starving wolves," added Jinji. "No, it's not that I mind that, but why are you both using meat as examples?" asked Fudahashi. "Well, it's just that when we saw her in that swimsuit, it felt natural," I replied. "That's right, said Jinji. Both of them looked at Shizhuan-san's curvaceous figure, a mixture of admiration and envy on their faces. "But, Nayahama, didn't you get all excited when you saw Shizhuan-san in a swimsuit?" Jinji whispered in my ear. I leaned closer to Jinji's ear and said, "No, I didn't faint or anything, but to be honest, when I saw her in that swimsuit, I think I forgot to breathe for a few seconds." Jinji gave me a look of disbelief. "If it were anyone else, I'd think you were joking, but knowing you, it's probably true. You really need to be more careful with your feelings, man." But come on, it was really something to see Shizhuan-san shyly unzip her hoodie. It was just breathtaking. Speaking of which, Jinji, you seem unusually composed about seeing Shizhuan-san in a swimsuit. Did your resistance build up from seeing Fudahashi-san and Kazumihara-san in swimsuits? I asked. "Oh, no, when it comes to friends, I feel bad looking at them in swimsuits, so I try to look away or squint my eyes when I see Shizhuan-san," Jinji replied. "I've noticed you've been squinting a lot. You're too considerate, aren't you?" I said. In truth, I didn't want anyone else to see Shizhuan-san in her swimsuit, but I never expected someone to understand that male sentiment. Now then, now that we're all here, let's hit the beach right away. But before that, we should all do some warm-up exercises together. We can't neglect that," Fudahashi exclaimed. The sports girl Fudahashi clapped her hands, urging everyone to join in. Even though I was already satisfied with seeing Shizhuan-san in her swimsuit, I was reminded of our original purpose for coming here. And so we entered the next stage of the day, playing in the sea with the girls, an experience I could never have had in my previous life. "Ahahaha, Mizuki-san, please don't splash so much. Hoo, it's impossible, Haruka. I'm on cloud 9 right now, being able to play at the beach with friends." The scene spread out before us as we watched from the shore was a feast for the eyes. Both Shizhuan-san and Kazumihara were playing in the shallow waters, splashing water at each other, looking incredibly happy. Not just Shizhuan-san, even Kazumihara, who had few friends, was fully immersed in the joy of playing at the beach with them. I guess she has a few weird old man-like tendencies, but she's got something that makes her so alluring. Kazumihara had this strange old man vibe and occasionally teased Shizhuan-san, making her blush and exclaim, "Hyan," in a funny voice. In response, Shizhuan-san would say, "Come on, Mizuki-san. You did it again. Then I'll do this," and show off a cute move where they hugged and sank into the water together, their wet swimsuits clinging to each other's skin, creating an alluring sight. Meanwhile, Fudahashi was screaming, "It's the sea, yai, and charging forward at top speed, showcasing her athletic abilities. I could see her in the distance, producing huge splashes as she raced towards the deeper waters, almost resembling a shark. I'm glad everyone seems to be having so much fun. It truly made me happy to see the people I cared about and my friends having so much fun. In my previous life, it was rare to see my ideas bring smiles to people's faces, so it meant even more to me now. Nayahama-sama, are you enjoying yourself? Huh? Natsuzaki-san? TLN, I finally dug up his name. I'll have to go back and fix his name in the previous chapters. Beside me, sitting under the parasol, was Natsuzaki-san, who had somehow become our driver this time. Perhaps to match the location, he had changed from a suit to an aloha shirt, giving him the appearance of a father taking his child to the beach. I was trying to stay out of the way so as not to disturb everyone, but I wanted to express my gratitude to you, Nayahama-sama, he said. Gratitude for what? Yes, for dealing with those uncouth pickup guys who were approaching the young lady. In fact, I was about to intervene at that moment, but you beat me to it. Your quick response and the peaceful way you handled the situation were impressive. What? You were that close? He must have been observing from quite nearby to know that much, but I didn't notice him at all. Come to think of it, I didn't sense his presence until he came closer. Yes, I was watching from a distance to protect the young lady and her friends from any trouble. I rushed over when the situation escalated, but it was astonishing to see you arrive just under a minute after she was accosted. The power of love is truly amazing. And no, it's not like that. Natsuzaki-san seemed genuinely impressed, but I didn't feel like boasting about my love-filled brain unconsciously searching for Shizuen-san in the crowded place, almost like a stalker. In any case, I'm grateful that you arrived in time, allowing the young lady to enjoy the beach without lingering fear. Many of my colleagues are also cheering for you, so please continue to be strong with your deep feelings and heart. By any chance, has it become quite obvious to the people working for the Shizuen family that I have feelings for Haruka-san? Haha, it's not just obvious, everyone in the Shizuen family knows. What? Well, it's not just among colleagues, it's become the hottest topic in the Shizuen family. Everyone knows about the day you stood up to the childish master and held your ground. And, of course, the madam eagerly talks about it multiple times. I suppose the only one who doesn't know is the young lady herself. Akiko-san? Why are you spreading my romantic feelings throughout the entire household? Ha ha ha, you seem surprised, but I should be stepping back now. Oh, and... Ignoring my surprise, Natsuzaki-san turned on his heels and, just before leaving, threw some parting words over his shoulder. I believe you have the qualities of a mature person, capable of consideration and composure, but as someone who lived his younger days like a stuffy old man, I recommend letting loose a bit in a setting like this. With that, the discreetly muscular driver departed. For someone who had similar experiences during his stuffy old man days, his words resonated with me far more than he probably imagined. I guess I must appear lacking in youthfulness as for me. I believe my mental age is getting closer to that of a high school student. Young bodies seem to have a strong influence on the mind, and I am definitely not the same as my 30-year-old self from my previous life. Nevertheless, I suppose from an adult's perspective, I might be a bit too mature to be considered an ordinary high school student. Even Tokashiro-san mentioned that I lack freshness. As I was thinking about that. What are you doing, Shinichiro Uyuyu? Whoa, Jinji? After Natsuzaki-san left, I found myself face to face with Jinji, a small and youthful-looking guy who seemed to have just come out of the sea, soaking wet. He seemed quite different from his usual self, and his energy was off the charts. Hey, I've been watching you for a while now. You're just sitting under the parasol or walking on the beach? You're not supposed to smile happily while watching everyone else have fun? Are you some kind of babysitting dad? What? Why are you so fired up? I had never heard him raise his voice this much before. What's with this sudden burst of energy? Ha ha ha. The thing is, I've been teased by Fudahashi-san and Kazumihara-san in the water, and I've become an insanely happy toy, bouncing around like flying fish. The joy of being teased by girls over and over has pushed me over the edge, and my brain has finally turned into mush. Wow. It seemed like the combination of the summer sea and the overwhelming stimulation for a virgin was causing his brain to overheat. It was like he had just come back from a night of heavy drinking at several izakayas. TLN, izakaya. Anyway, I'm taking you with me? Yay. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Quiet? I don't care what's going on with you, but I'm telling you this now. Your transformation is beyond belief for someone like me, your friend from our previous life. It's like you came back from another world or something. Your specs may be the same, but your inside has powered up so much that you're good at everything. As he suddenly said that, Jinji put his right arm around my neck and pulled me into a headlock-like hold. Then, he started running towards the sea, dragging me along. Hey, wait, what's going on with you? Ha ha ha, welcome, Nayahama. We've all been waiting for you. As I was being dragged away, I emerged from the sea, and standing in front of me was not Jinji but Shishun-san. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she had a cheerful smile on her face. Beside her were Fudahashi and Kazumihara, both smiling with a mischievous look on their faces. What's going on? What's the situation? Listen, girls. This guy, who is supposed to be the host, has been selfishly watching us with a smug look on his face. So, I want to hold the first Soak Nayahama to the bone competition starting now. Wait a minute. Jinji, who was now 10 times more excited than usual, enthusiastically declared this without any hint of embarrassment. He kept saying that I had changed, but isn't he changing too much in such a short time? Yes, I think it's a great idea, Yamahira-kun. I've been feeling a bit lonely because Nayahama-kun wasn't getting wet enough. Shizuen-san? She was the first to agree with a beaming smile. She had already played so much and was sweating a lot, fully enjoying the summer sea environment. He, you'd better give up, Nayahama-kun. This is not just Yamahira-kun's idea, it's the consensus among all of us. Besides, being the only one sitting under the parasol is guilty as charged. That's right. What's the point of coming to the beach? We should all empty our heads and have fun until we reach our limits. Looking at them, I could see Fudahashi and Kazumihara were already completely flushed and immersed in the summer spirit, with mischievous grins on their faces. Wait, does this mean they are all drunk, and I'm the only one sober at this drinking party? Now take this, Nayahama. Ha ha ha, brace yourself, Nayahama-kun. Foo, get ready to get soaked. Ha ha ha, that's it. Hey, stop. Wait. All my friends unleashed a spray of seawater at me, and in an instant, I was completely drenched. But strangely, it felt pleasant. The warm seawater touching my skin and the strong scent of the ocean guided my mind to a nostalgic place back to my childhood over 20 years ago, where I would play at the beach with family and friends, my eyes sparkling with joy. Ah, that's right. Right now, I'm still just a kid. I can simply enjoy the present moment to the fullest. Phew, well done, everyone. Hey, race my revenge. As my body and mind gradually heated up, I scooped up water with both hands, creating a water column that sent small splashes flying around, eliciting joyful screams from my friends. Ha ha ha, Nayahama-kun splashed us? But Shizuen-san, who got hit by my spray, had a smile on her face, looking like a child as she wet her hair. But it's okay. It seems like Nayahama-kun is having fun too. From the relief in Shizuen-san's voice, I realized that everyone had been worried about me. Even though I thought I was enjoying myself, I couldn't help but be delighted watching everyone else having fun, neglecting my own enjoyment and causing unnecessary worries for them. And it seemed that Jinji took on the role of dragging me along to change this situation. Alright. From now on, I'm going to enjoy the sea to the fullest too. First of all, this is for dragging me into the sea earlier, Jinji Aini. Whoa, hey, that was a sneak attack. Ha ha ha, I can't hear you. It's your fault for letting your guard down. I hit Jinji's face with water without any hesitation, laughing like a child. The excitement of everyone around me spread to me, simplifying my thoughts. Playing with seawater like kids, it was such a simple and endlessly fun game that I wanted to keep going forever. Alright, it's my turn now. Get ready to have your mouths full of salt water? That's right, that's what we were waiting for, Nayahama-kun. You talk big, Nayahama-kun. We already know your weak spot. You freeze when Haruka pours water on you, and we won't let you go. Wait, when did I become your enemy too? And so, the five of us, completely reverted to little kids, splashed water at each other, laughing with pure joy and amusement amidst the peak of our silly excitement at the summer beach. As the morning passed and we had played around in the sea, we decided to have lunch at a beach house. At that time, Shizuen-san's excitement exceeded our expectations. A beach house? A real beach house? I've never seen one before in my life, she exclaimed. From the moment she stood in front of the restaurant, Shizuen-san's eyes sparkled as if she had encountered a cherished cultural heritage. When she sat on the tatami mat around a low table, her excitement only grew. Wow, just like in manga, sitting on tatami. And this nostalgic atmosphere with the fan spinning and the lively ambience, oh my, it's amazing. Her childlike enthusiasm was endearing, and we all smiled at the sight. Observing Shizuen-san's joy and innocence, we couldn't help but feel like protective adults bringing their little sister or daughter to play. Haruka's beauty combined with her innocence is just unfair. If she were my daughter, I'd definitely spoil her, said Fudahashi, sighing as he watched Shizuen-san's innocent exuberance. Hearing that, I was reminded of Tokumura-san, who dotes on his daughter. Come to think of it, with that cuteness, she probably used to say things like yakisoba is really delicious, and Daddy, I love you, when she was little. No wonder he's so crazy about her. While lost in my thoughts, the food we had ordered arrived promptly. On the table were grilled corn, takoyaki, grilled squid, and yakisoba, classic dishes that are always perfect. The aroma of soy sauce and sauce wafting from the dishes stimulated our already hungry stomachs. Wow, these are all my favorites? It's irresistible when I'm this hungry. Yet, I remember you enjoying festival food like this at the school festival. I didn't know that about Haruka even though we're friends. You really know a lot about her, huh, Nayahama? I mumbled as I turned my face away, trying to hide the heat on my cheeks. It seemed that the mischievous look on Fudahashi's face was not limited to teasing just me, it's something common to all girls. By the way, Haruka, is it really okay for you to eat so much? Won't it be hard to diet later? Kazumihara asked, witnessing Shizuen-san's hearty appetite. Oh, yes. Even if I eat a lot, I don't gain much weight. So I haven't really done any dieting. Wha? How can your body be so cheat-like? Does all the nutrition just go to your breasts or something? Wait, what? You have that body without doing anything? I have to run like crazy in my club just to burn it off? That's not fair. I'm sorry, Shizuen-san apologized with a troubled expression as Kazumihara and Fudehashi expressed their envy with cries of admiration. Well, it's not just those two. Any woman would probably feel the same way, envious of having such a perfect figure without any effort. I need to stop this. Stop thinking about Shizuen-san in her swimsuit. Now, during lunch, everyone was wearing a hoodie or a cover-up over their swimsuits. However, the angelic and alluring image of her in a swimsuit kept flashing back in my mind. Seriously, calm down, my desires? When I was a workaholic, I was always so busy that my interest in the opposite sex diminished with age, but now, with this puberty-fueled body, my male instincts are way too strong. Trying to distract myself from my own thoughts, I took a bite of grilled corn and washed it down with cold cola. The carbonation made a popping sensation in my parched throat, clearing my slightly hazy mind. Whoa, wait, Jinji? Why are you crying? What happened? Suddenly, when I looked beside me, my closest friend, Jinji, was silently shedding tears while watching the three girls chatting animatedly. Sorry, it's just that it's unbelievable and so happy to find myself here, playing at the beach and having lunch with the girls like in an anime. My eyes are getting watery. My heart is so full that I can't even taste the extra saucy yakisoba. So, that's how it is. Jinji's current state resembled that of a teary-eyed girl during a graduation ceremony, truly overwhelmed with emotion. Earlier, his head was spinning from being teased by the girls, but now he seemed like he could say, I have no regrets in this life. Even so, don't cry so sadly. Well, I totally understand your feelings, though. Even as the one who came up with the idea for this beach trip, I can't believe I ended up in a situation straight out of a youth anime. I carry the experiences from my past life as an adult, which gave me a slight advantage in studying and persuading people, but it didn't help me in making friends or being popular with girls. That's why I kept trying to get closer to Shizuen-san with reckless tactics. I never thought it would lead to expanding my circle of friends. The result is indeed a consequence of my actions, but it's also thanks to the 4 people, including Shizuen-san, in this group who were open to accepting me. After all, from their perspective, I suddenly changed my personality one day and became so assertive that it's not surprising if they found me creepy. Despite my incomprehensible changes and my recklessly driven youth revenge activities, everyone in this group has positively embraced me. They recognized the qualities I cultivated over 30 years of my previous life. Having experienced the cesspool of terrible people at my former workplace in my past life, I truly appreciate how fortunate I am to be surrounded by such great people now. You, of all people, must have found my transformation the creepiest, but you laughed it off from the beginning. Seriously, I'm grateful. That's pretty sudden, but what's the problem with a friend becoming brighter? Well, anyway, you shouldn't overeat and take naps too much. You need to stay awake and active in the afternoon too. What do you mean by that? As the voices of the girls teasing each other echoed around us, Jinji brought up something I couldn't quite understand. You know, both Kazumihara-san and Fudehashi-san and I are cheering you on. Abundant servings in no time, wondering if we had ordered too much. I've had a similar experience before with Shizuen-san during the cultural festival. There's something about eating street food with friends at the beach that makes it taste even better. Everyone seemed to have an insatiable appetite, just like me. As the afternoon approached, we all started to feel only a bit tired. Teenagers really have amazing stamina, and our energy levels didn't seem to wane at all. Fudehashi from the track and field club, with her slightly tanned wheat-colored skin, was in high spirits. She challenged me and Jinji to a swimming contest, but of course, we were hopelessly defeated. She complained that we had already given up when we hadn't even completed 1 kilometer. It's a problem when athletes use their superhuman stamina as the standard. Kazumihara, without her glasses, looked like a mature beach girl in her swimsuit. She suddenly wanted us to bury her in the sand, and without thinking twice, we all dug a hole and buried her in it. However, she quickly regretted her decision as the heat became unbearable, and she burst out of the sand covered in grains. As the afternoon went on, we continued to have fun under the scorching sun, and I was enjoying the company of my friends at the beach. It made me understand why people love coming to the beach with their friends. Now, during this moment, I find myself resting in a quiet spot at the edge of the beach, swaying like a leaf on the water. Phew, I'm a bit tired, I muttered to myself. Even after all the activities in the morning, everyone's energy remained high. I've come a long way from my previous life, which was filled with toxic people, and now I truly appreciate how lucky I am to be surrounded by such wonderful friends. Hey guys, doing leisure activities with friends is really fun. I might understand why the popular kids always want to come to the beach, I said while floating on the water. Being at the beach with close friends is even more enjoyable than I imagined. Basking in the sunlight, playing in the sea, all worries and unnecessary thoughts vanish, leaving only the pure feeling of joy, like being a child again. But all the fun and games had left me a little exhausted. That's why I found myself alone now, taking a moment to rest at a less crowded spot on the beach. Niham? Whose voice is that? Among the sound of waves, a small voice caught my attention. It was a voice I couldn't ignore. Nihama-kun? Over here, come this way. Shizuen-san? What's that? Turning my gaze in the direction of the voice, I saw a huge vinyl mat floating on the water, occupying my entire field of vision. Inflated and filled with air, it seemed like a large floating ring, big enough for 2 people to lie down side by side, resembling a floating double bed on the sea. Thank you for the expected reaction. It's amazing, isn't it? Shizhuan-san said with a satisfied voice. Apparently, she swam over with this giant float to show me. Ah, yeah, I'm really surprised by its size. What is this? When I was little, I fell in love with this and asked my parents to buy it. I brought it out from the house's warehouse and have been playing with it for a while. I wanted to show it to you, Shinyuma-kan, so I brought it here. She introduced her prized possession with a bright smile, sitting on the edge of the float and patting the space next to her with her hand. Unaware of the impact her invitation was having on a virgin like me, she looked innocent and carefree, as always. Gee, gladly, but sitting next to her already made me blush, and now, we were both in our swimsuits. The lack of fabric covering our bodies made the situation feel even more precarious. Still, it was impossible to refuse Shizhuan-san's warm invitation. If you insist, excuse me, I said, getting closer to the float and carefully climbing aboard to avoid overturning it. The float seemed to have weights or some kind of stabilization at its unseen parts because it was incredibly stable even with two people sitting on the edge. And it was right after that moment when I truly understood the power of this situation. Hehe, welcome, Nayahama-kan. Ah, yes, sorry for intruding. So close? Our hips and legs are touching. Prompted by Shizhuan-san, I immediately sat down next to her. Since the float was inflated with air, our bodies slightly sank in the direction of each other when sitting at such a close distance. As a result, our hips and thighs came into contact. Moreover, read at. Oh, don't worry. We tried sitting together with Mizuki-san and Mayu-san earlier, and we didn't flip over. With a smile that bloomed like a flower, Shizhuan-san exposed her soft body without any hesitation. Even though there was a guy sitting right next to her, she made no attempt to hide her bewitching figure. Just glancing at her nearby, I could see her slender arms, dazzling legs, ample chest, her exposed belly button, and her enchanting nape up close. The impact was overwhelming, causing my blood to rush faster, and my body temperature to rise even more than the summer heat. Just a few meters away, it was already overwhelming. Is it really acceptable at this distance? Can I get arrested for getting too close to someone in a swimsuit? I know I'm stating the obvious, but swimsuits have even less fabric than underwear, yet both men and women accept them as something wholesome. In reality, if I keep gazing at this wet angel, my virgin mind might explode into pieces. But, well, how did you manage to find me floating all the way out here? Trying not to look at Shizhuan-san too much, I spoke up. When I don't engage in conversation, my vision keeps wandering, and my thoughts tend to drift into a more boyish direction. Oh, well, all three of them had a cheerful expression and said something like, "We're going to take a break, but Nayahama-kun seems bored over there, so could you keep him company?" Huh? Why did Jinji had been with me just a moment ago but told me to stay here while he went to the bathroom. That's why I was resting alone by myself. But wait. Oh, I remembered what Jinji said during lunch, don't eat too much and take a nap, and Kazumihara and Fudahashi are supporting you. Given what he seemed to conspire with Kazumihara and Fudahashi, those guys, they're probably planning to leave us alone together, aren't they? I don't know who came up with the idea, but it seems they had already agreed upon it in the morning. Maybe they were secretly planning this from before we came to the beach. These meddlesome guys. Imagining their faces, grinning and conspiring to create this situation, I was certain they were enjoying it. Nevertheless, I couldn't deny that this situation, being alone with Shizhuan-san at the beach, was both embarrassing and thrilling. Well, if you were enjoying yourself alone, I'm sorry. But, sitting next to me, Shizhuan-san spoke hesitantly, as if looking up at my face with her what they call upturned eyes, and her eyes met mine. When I heard that Nayahama-kun was bored alone, I felt like it would be such a waste, so I came over. I hope I wasn't bothering you. Huh? And no, of course not. Being with Shizhuan-san is 100 times more fun than just floating around alone in the sea. Ah. My words burst out without any filter or restraint, and my face flushed with embarrassment. Due to the special situation of sitting next to Shizhuan-san in our swimsuits, what I thought in my head came out of my mouth right away. I mean it's not 100 times. I may have gone a bit overboard with that, but thank you. Looking somewhat surprised by my straightforwardness, Shizhuan-san returned my honesty with a shy smile. But if that's the case, relieved, she took a breath and looked up at my face, or so-called upturned eyes, and her pupils reflected my face. Could you keep me company and chat with me like this? Yeah. If it's me, I don't mind keeping you company and chatting. Hehe, thank you. With an invitation from Shizhuan-san, who was in a swimsuit that could be called eye candy for high school boys, no single guy on earth would refuse. With such thoughts lingering in the back of my mind, I blushed and slightly shifted my position away from Shirei Tora-san, who was sitting right next to me. She didn't seem to mind, but this situation of being too close, where certain parts of our bodies were touching, was way too dangerous. I struggled to hide my embarrassment, but my mind was in turmoil as I continued to touch her delicate skin, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. What's wrong, Shizhuan-san? Suddenly, I noticed that Shizhuan-san was staring intently at me. Strangely, her gaze wasn't fixed on my face. Instead, her eyes were filled with curiosity as if she was examining my entire body. Well, I was just thinking how great your body looks, Nayahama-kun. Wait, what are you saying? Normally, this expression would imply something perverted like your body is so sexy, but coming from a refined young lady like Shizhuan-san, it left me bewildered. I've never really looked at a boy's body closely. It's so different from a girl's. Yeah, Well, I've been running and exercising for a few months now, so I guess I've become somewhat toned. It seems she was genuinely curious about the differences between male and female bodies and had no idea about the implications of saying someone had a nice body. This is too much. She's looking way too closely. Shijun-san continued to observe my body with great interest. While it was natural for her to find it unusual since she hadn't seen a boy's body up close, having such an enchanting young lady examine my shoulders, belly, chest, and other areas in detail was extremely embarrassing. It felt like being in the middle of some sort of play. Hey, see, could you please stop? Honestly, it's so embarrassing. I'm sorry. How impolite of me. That was totally sexual harassment. While it seemed unintentional, Shijun-san finally realized what she was doing and blushed, apologizing profusely. In theory, this would qualify as sexual harassment under the principle of gender equality, but the key point in harassment is whether the other person dislikes it. In this case, even though I was feeling embarrassed, I was secretly happy to be praised for my toned body resulting from running. So, it's safe to say this doesn't count as harassment. In the first place, I'm the one inappropriately close to Shijun-san. Sitting next to her in swimsuits, I'm probably the one harassing her here. If the overprotective company president sees this, I wonder what he'd say. Wait a minute, I just thought of something. By the way, did your father finally approve of you going to the beach? Considering that it was my idea to organize a mixed-gender event and a swimsuit was required, I was secretly wondering how her dad, who was obsessed with her, would react. Oh, you hit the nail on the head, Naya-hama-kun. As you guessed, he absolutely didn't allow it. Shijun-san went from a remorseful expression to pouting cutely. It seemed there was some trouble with her father as I expected. According to her, it seems that Tokimune-san had a hard time accepting the idea of her going to the beach. Beach? Does that mean you'll be wearing a swimsuit and exposing your skin in front of beachgoers and that little boy? Huh? What are you saying, father? The family meeting started with a shocked Tokimune and his daughter, who had no idea why her father was in shock and had question marks in her mind. Initially, Tokimune-san seemed unable to put aside his reluctance to let his daughter go to the beach, which was crowded with boys. He opposed the idea of his daughter going to the sea with just her friends, citing safety concerns. However, his wife, Akiko-san, immediately interjected with an alternative, saying, then, why not have Natsuzaki-san go along as a driver and guardian? This quickly shot down the safety issue, leaving Tokimune-san looking extremely unhappy. Nevertheless, Tokimune-san continued to resist, expressing his concerns about his beloved daughter going to the sea with boys, saying things like, but wearing swimsuits at the beach, a man's self-control is thinner than shoji paper. His true feelings as a father might be something like, I can't stand the idea of my adorable daughter being in a swimsuit in front of boys, However, that couldn't be a valid reason, so he could only stammer and come up with negative excuses. With him murmuring like that, I finally mustered the courage to speak up. I asked him, why can't I go to the beach with friends like any other high school student? And even if we have Natsuzaki-san as our guardian, why is that still not allowed? Perhaps due to her excitement about the longed-for event of going to the beach with friends, Shijun-san strongly confronted her father, launching a fierce attack. And with her relentless assault, Tokimune-san finally gave in. He reluctantly gave his permission, and when he saw Shijun-san assert herself with emotional words, he softened his expression just a bit. Shijun-san found this part a bit strange, but my guess is that her father was happy to see his daughter persuading him with her powerful words. That's how it went, though it wasn't easy at all. But in the end, I managed to win permission to go to the beach. Well done, Shijun-san. I sincerely praised her, and she responded with a cute, triumphant face. Compared to a few months ago, she had become more assertive and confident. It was a necessary strength to avoid the worst possible future that I had been worried about, and it was truly a delightful development. After all, it's the beach, friends and the sea. It's a dream come true, and I put all my effort into convincing my father. More dazzling than the summer sun shining above us, Shijun-san laughed innocently. And you know what? Actually being here is much more fun than I imagined. I got excited, played around with everyone, ate delicious food together without worrying about getting scolded for being too wild. I completely embraced my inner child and enjoyed it to the fullest. Her words revealed part of the reason why she was so happy. When I invited her to the beach, she mentioned that despite going to the sea with her family, she had never gone with friends. This might be because, from a young age, she was always surrounded by girls who would criticize her for standing out due to her beauty. So, I'm really grateful to you, Naya-hama-kun. I suddenly noticed that Shijun-san was smiling at me. Just like the physical proximity between us on the floating mat, her smile had a familiar warmth, as if we were family. You always do things to make me happy. I can't keep up with repaying you, it's almost unfair. With a mischievous expression, Shijun-san whispered to me from very close. Even though we were already close, this swimsuit-clad girl showed a slightly different side, and my heart pounded intensely. Though I said it as if to hide his embarrassment, the main point was not a lie. I planned this beach trip because I suffered from a serious case of Shijun-san withdrawal, and I wanted to spend the remaining summer together. Even though we had become closer, I had no idea how Shijun-san would react to being invited to the beach, a step that clearly went beyond our previous interactions. Before extending the invitation, I hesitated quite a bit. I'm just saying that I'm happy to be included among your close friends. So did you enjoy today, Naya-hama-kun? Perhaps due to the liberating feeling of the sea, Shizuen-san appeared even more relaxed than usual as she spoke with a calm expression. The way she moved her legs in the water, creating ripples, reminded me of a puppy wagging its tail, and it was clear that she was genuinely enjoying this time. Yeah, I had fun. It was so refreshing to play without a care in the world, with my mind completely empty. And that was all thanks to the friends who came with us today. Seeing everyone having fun made me forget my adult-like demeanor and embrace my inner child, fitting right in with the foolish kids at the beach. Looking back, my memories as an adult were limited to scenes from work and home. During my student days, I was always cooped up in my room. When was the last time I was so engrossed in playing at the beach like this? I couldn't remember. But I might have gotten a bit too carried away. I'm feeling a little tired. Haha, I feel the same way. My body feels a bit heavy. Here we go. Huh? Suddenly, Shizuen-san collapsed. She fell backward as if lying down on a bed and ended up reclining on the floating mat face up, sinking her body into it. If I were to describe the event as information, it would be just that. However, visually, it was a much riskier act than anything before. What? This is dangerous. It was just too defenseless. With her slightly tanned thighs, her exposed navel, her alluring neck, and her well-shaped breasts that defied gravity, everything about her in that swimsuit was simply perfect, and she was lying before me with no guard whatsoever. The close-up angle that captured her swimsuit-clad figure completely within my sight was problematic enough, but what shook my virgin mind the most was Shizuen-san's lack of awareness. Like a small animal completely trusting its surroundings, she had no concern about presenting her exquisite physique before me. Her innocent trust made me happy, but it was also too much to handle. Phew, don't worry, it's fine. This mat is designed for this purpose, and even adults can lie down here with two people. I don't know how she interpreted my intense confusion, but Shizuen-san nonchalantly said that. Naya-hama-kun, why don't you lie down with me? It feels so nice. With her perfect body shamelessly exposed before me, she extended an innocent smile and invited me. She had no idea that this contrast was deeply disturbing my mind. For the love of all that's holy, please become a bit more aware of your own charm. The reason I was so flustered might be that my experience with the opposite sex is practically zero from my past life to now, or it could be simply because Shizuen-san is just too pure. It's probably both. Nevertheless, even if I know the sight of her perfect body behaving so carefree will destroy me like a nuclear explosion, seriously. Huh? Is something wrong, Naya-hama-kun? No, it's nothing. Well, if you insist. Clearing my throat, I obediently lay down on the floating mat as Shizuen-san invited. If I lay here and gaze up at the sky, I might be able to avoid harboring any more unnecessary desires. And as I sank my body into the makeshift bed on the sea and looked up at the sky, my entire field of vision turned blue. Under a cloudless, clear sky, the only thing visible was the endless expanse of blue. Boundlessly blue, infinitely deep, as if all colors other than blue had disappeared from the world. The sky was so clear that one might feel as if they could be drawn into that endless blue. How amazing! I never knew the sky could be this beautiful. Being out on the sea, there were no sounds from people or artificial objects, only the gentle sound of lapping waves reaching my ears. Swaying on the gentle waves of the ocean, I was deeply moved by this small glimpse of an extraordinary scene. Come to think of it, when I felt tired from work, I used to watch healing videos of the sea. I would vaguely think about wanting to have a great vacation at a beautiful beach someday. The radiance of the sun, the clear sky, and the gentle melody of the ocean waves. While indulging in such a scene, I still never managed to visit the sea until the day I died. The unending demanding work left me with no time to take a solo drive to the beach, and I eventually accepted it as an inevitable reality. I should have gone. To the sea, to the mountains, anywhere. The sea and the sky had always been there, unaffected by time loops. I only needed to take time off from work or quit entirely, hop in the car, and drive. Then, the shimmering coastal scenery and the boundless blue sky should have welcomed me. I really was an idiot. I shouldn't have accepted that I couldn't even spare time to leisurely admire nature. How about it, Naya-hama-kun? Doesn't it feel a bit amazing? Quite different from looking up while standing? As we stood side by side, still gazing up at the sky, Shizuen-san's voice reached my ears from close by. I couldn't see her face from this position, but I knew she was wearing her usual bright smile. Yeah, it's truly amazing. Somehow, I feel my worries becoming lighter. By gazing at the grandeur of nature and realizing how insignificant I am, my past troubles also seemed small, and my heart found peace. Or if my past self had taken the time to admire such scenery leisurely, I might have found the resolve to escape that black company's clutches and choose a different path in life. Phew, thank you, Shizuen-san. I'm glad I can share this view with you. Why, you're welcome. I'm also happy to see beautiful things together with you, Naya-hama-kun. In this comfortable floating sensation while gazing at the boundless sky, I unintentionally spoke words straight from my heart. Perhaps my unexpected response caught Shizuen-san off guard. She seemed slightly flustered for a moment but quickly answered with a joyous voice that was tinged with delight. Huh? Do I seem that stressed and unable to rest normally? The voice that came from Shizuen-san, lying on the floating mat, was filled with a sense of relief. As someone who died from overwork, I do try to prioritize sleep and rest, but no, it's just that Naya-hama-kun always gives his all in everything he does, and I find that incredibly wonderful. However, she paused for a moment, hesitating a little before continuing. I might be imagining things, but sometimes, it seems like you're being driven by something. As if there's something you must accomplish, and if you don't give it your all, it won't be forgiven. Her words hit home more than she probably realized. My regrets from my past life and my genuine desire to be happy in this life were true. They were my own wishes, not imposed on me by anyone. However, I can't deny that I've also felt an obligation to fulfill the miracle of time looping. I know it's probably just my own assumption, but this time, I really wanted Nayahama-kun to enjoy himself and find peace. When I consulted Yamahiro-kun and the others before noon, they seemed to be considerate, and it ended up with them dragging you out forcefully. So, that's what happened. Ah, I see. When Jinji forcefully dragged me into the sea earlier, it was because of that. I guess his high energy at the time was also fueled by a desire to show concern and say, "I'll make sure you have fun. I won't let you worry." Or something like that. For some reason, my opinion of you keeps rising, Jinji. But, well, Shizuen-san is truly kind. Huh? You worried about me and took care of me all this time. Thanks to you, I realized that I had become too rigid and was able to fully enjoy the summer at the beach. Thank you, really. This angelic girl had been watching over me the whole time, caring for me so that I could truly spread my wings. As someone who was used to being criticized and ridiculed by those around me in my past life, her kindness left an even stronger impact on me. Oh, come on. That's too much. If you say that, it makes me feel embarrassed. No, it's not too much. Normally, not many people. As we continued to gaze up at the sky, we turned our faces towards each other while lying side by side. We noticed it. On the double-sized mat floating on the sea, when we turned our faces towards each other while lying down, our faces were just a few inches apart. We had been in a similar situation before when we ended up sleeping together on the sofa at my house, but this time, with both of us in swimsuits and lying down, there was a different kind of awkwardness and a difficult-to-express atmosphere. Well, while I thought that Shizuen-san's carefree nature might allow her to not be concerned about being close to the opposite sex even in this situation, it seemed that being in such close proximity was making her act differently from her usual self. She couldn't find the right words to say. As for me, no, this won't do. I can't take my eyes off her. Despite being a virgin, I couldn't look away. My consciousness was captivated by the happiness of being surrounded by such a cute and beautiful sight. The usual carefree girl, who was showing awareness of my presence, embarrassedly recognized me as a boy, which was incredibly adorable. I couldn't control my desire to keep gazing at her with my eyes. And, it was at that moment, as I was filled with such thoughts. Excuse me, but I can't help but interrupt you. A voice from somewhere intruded into the scene. Wah? Eek? Suddenly, a large wave crashed into us, violently rocking the floating mat we were lying on. The giant vinyl bed didn't overturn, but it tilted significantly. If we had been more aware of our surroundings, we wouldn't have panicked so much, as the movement wasn't that alarming. However, in that moment, our minds were overwhelmed, and we lacked a sense of danger. As a result, we heard a loud splash as the girl's body was pulled into the sea. In an instant, Shizuen-san had fallen into the water and disappeared from the surface. Shizuen-san? Feeling a chill run through my entire body, I immediately dove into the sea. Although I wasn't a strong swimmer, such thoughts were far from my mind at that moment. A huge water column rose as I dived in, and my surroundings were dyed white with foam. I left my underwater goggles on the mat, and the seawater stung my eyes. But even so, I desperately searched for the black-haired girl and found her slender shoulder underwater. I grabbed it and pulled her up in one go. Are you okay, Shizuen-san? Can you breathe? I held onto her shoulders, with my left hand gripping the U-shaped handle on the side of the floating mat, and asked her. Cough cough ugh, I drank some seawater. She looked a little queasy, but she seemed fine, and I was greatly relieved. Phew thank goodness. Cough tea thank you, Nayahama-kun. Shizuen-san tried to express her gratitude, but her words were interrupted midway. I momentarily wondered why, but the reason was clear. It was because I had my arm around her back, holding her close within my embrace. I hadn't been paying close attention to my actions as I had acted on instinct to help her. But now, I noticed that we were in a very intimate position, with her in her swimsuit pressed closely against my bare chest, and something incredibly soft was touching my chest. Sorry? It was just an instinctive reaction. I mean, are you hurt? Can you stay afloat by yourself? I'm fine. Confirming that she was okay, I quickly released Shizuen-san's shoulders and got back up onto the floating mat. The sensation of our bodies touching was still fresh, and I couldn't bring myself to look at her face directly. I really held her tightly in the heat of the moment. Moreover, thinking about it calmly, it might not have been such a dangerous situation to warrant diving in like that. In a more composed state, I realized that there probably wasn't much danger when she fell off the floating mat. While this place wasn't shallow enough to stand, Shizuen-san could swim, so she should have been able to surface without any trouble if I had waited. As I pondered such thoughts, I took Shizuen-san's hand from the floating mat and pulled her small figure back up onto the platform. Thus, with our still damp bodies, we returned to the safety of this enormous double-sized vinyl plaything. I'm sorry. My mind went blank, and I acted out of instinct to save you, but it led to me touching a girl's body. Once I calmed down, I realized it wasn't that dire a situation to intervene. And no, it's not like that. I know you were just trying to help me. It's no big deal that you touched my petite body a bit. Petite. Her words, which would undoubtedly invite sarcastic remarks from Hashibashi and Kazehara, were her generous way of comforting me. No, it's because her voluptuousness is so far from being petite that I feel even more guilty. Besides, it might have been a valuable experience. Huh? To be hugged by a man who isn't family was a first for me. I was surprised by how strong you were, and it made my heart race a bit. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Shishun-san shyly confided in me. It was a hair-trending line and smile that shook the very core of a man's heart. I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and captivated by this sweet moment. What's wrong, Nayahama-kun? Why are you suddenly hiding your face? I'm sorry, it's just that I can't look at you properly anymore. Unable to bear the gaze of an angel any longer, I covered my face with both hands. My heart was pounding like a maiden's, overwhelmed by the captivating allure of the girl I had been observing all day today, from her seductive swimsuit figure to her adorable expressions. In a sense, I had underestimated the power of the summer sea, where happy couples gathered. As the summer sun started to dip towards the west, I realized the immense charm of the girl who had left a vivid impression on me throughout the day, and I was helplessly controlled by some sweet, mysterious force. The time was approaching evening, and the setting sun illuminated the beach with an orange glow. During the daytime, the beach had been crowded with swimmers, but now, at this time, most of them had left, and only the sound of waves gently washing ashore could be heard. Incredible, this feels amazing. In this serene atmosphere, I, dressed in casual clothes, manipulated the charcoal with tongs in hand. Igniting the charcoal was a bit troublesome for an amateur, but I had prepared fire lighters and rolled up newspapers, leaving no room for error. I gently fanned the already glowing orange charcoal with a fan, and the fire was approaching its ideal state. Soon, I could let go of it. Wow, is it really okay for me to experience such happiness, having a beach barbecue? Of course. I prepared a lot, so have fun to your heart's content. Beside me, Shishun-san, dressed in casual wear, looked at the blazing large charcoal grill with sparkling eyes, expressing her admiration. Her pure and genuine excitement was the best reward for all the effort I had put into the preparations. After we finished playing on the floating mat, we returned to the beach, took showers, and changed into our regular clothes. It was time for dinner. Originally, there was a suggestion to go to a family restaurant or something on our way back, but when I proposed a beach barbecue, Shishun-san was thrilled and fully supported the idea. That's why we decided to go with it. I was going for a classic approach this time. Following the conventions of anime and manga, having a beach house for lunch and a barbecue for dinner is a staple. And Shishun-san's excitement made it all worth it. The other members also had a longing for these classic activities, which is why the barbecue plan was unanimously approved. Outdoor meals are always popular on occasions like this. I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm a bit nervous. Having a beach barbecue with classmates is something only carefree college students would do. Yes, considering that we're all friends with few other acquaintances, I can understand how Nayahama feels about this compared to us. The contrast between the dark side imitating the light side is quite apparent. While changing into casual clothes, Jinji and Kazumihara commented with a mix of excitement and wariness. Their faces couldn't hide their anticipation for this first-time experience of being part of a party. So, the only light side here is my, left out from the group. Please enjoy the barbecue without any meat, just eating green peppers and onions. What's that supposed to mean? Just because I'm in a sports club doesn't mean I have a lot of friends. Being in a sports club and actively participating makes you part of the light side. Your radiance is incomparable to Nayahama and Haruka, who only have each other as friends. Mizuki-san, it's a bit painful to be hit right on the mark like that. Shishun-san and I groaned and held our chests in response to their words. While I do talk with my classmates more now, it's not like I've made a lot of new friends. Well, everyone seems to be happy, Nayahama-sama. I'm glad everything is going well. With a smile, Natsuzaki-san, dressed in aloha attire, offered her thoughts. She had been very helpful from the planning stages, arranging the provision of the charcoal grill and table set from the Shishun family. And, Natsuzaki-san, thank you for everything. I feel like I made you work extra hard with my plan today. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. As a child, all you need to do is enjoy today and make it a good memory with your friends. It was truly respectful to meet someone like him, a responsible adult. I felt gratitude towards him from the bottom of my heart. He was completely different from those dreadful bosses in my previous life, who forced underage new employees to drink alcohol. Now since everything I can help with is done, I'll take a little break over there. Please enjoy yourselves without going too wild. Oh? Natsuzaki-san, aren't you going to eat with us here? No, young lady. It's not refined for a guardian to be nearby at an event like this. I'm just having some coffee while enjoying the evening sea view. If you need anything, just call me. With those words, Natsuzaki-san left the scene. Thinking about how he had been watching over us all day, I couldn't help but be deeply moved. I nodded in agreement with Futahashi's comment that he was more like a first-class butler than a chauffeur. Alright, let's get ready for the last part. How are we doing with cutting the ingredients? Got it? While you were lighting the charcoal, I finished preparing everything. Yes? While Jinji-san was preparing the food, I set the table. With everyone's cooperation, the preparations were complete. Next to Shishun-san, who was wiping the kitchen knife, there was a table with neatly cut pieces of beef, onions, bell peppers, carrots, and more, piled up in appropriate sizes. As expected, she had great skills. I could have done all the preparations at home, but I thought it would be fun to do it together with everyone on site. Judging by the lively atmosphere, it seemed like the right decision. Haha, but it's really fun to cook together like this. It reminds me of the cultural festival. Like the time Kazumihara almost cut off her own finger along with the octopus legs. Yes, at that time, Haruka held me down with an intense expression. The sensation of her double melons against my back made me almost drop the knife. Don't just reminisce, reflect on your actions. Kazumihara, who wasn't involved in the ingredient cutting, spoke in her usual carefree manner. Well, I can't blame her, it's hard not to get distracted by that impact on her chest. But, hey, is it really okay to cut the meat and vegetables this big? It might be difficult for them to cook through, right? Jinji was right. I instructed them to cut the meat and vegetables thickly. True, it might be a bit hard to cook them if we were grilling them yakiniku style. Oh, it's no problem. Well, use this to grill them. I nonchalantly took a certain cooking utensil out of my bag. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the item, a romantic one that's been seen before, but seldom used, iron skewers for barbecues. Wow, seeing the item that could finally realize the dreamlike form of a barbecue, my friends showed enthusiastic reactions, their eyes shining brightly. That's right, even though it's called a barbecue, most of the time it's just like grilling meat outdoors. While that's certainly enjoyable, the opportunity to use the iron skewers shown in movies and manga is quite rare, and that's been a strong aspiration of mine since my previous life. I don't know why just skewering something on a stick can be so captivating, but judging from the reactions of everyone here, it seems like this sense of romance is somewhat shared. Hehehe, you skewer the meat and vegetables on this long iron skewer, grill them with barbecue sauce, then hold the piping hot skewer in your hand and take a big bite, and then, wash it down with a cold cola? How about that? That's amazing. Isn't Naya Hamakun such a wonderful guy? Shijun-san, who was too excited, praised me with an extravagant compliment that could be taken the wrong way. It's quite an impressive cost performance to receive such compliments just by preparing the skewers. Haha, we're just getting started. We also have sugar and soy sauce, so we can make grilled corn and onigiri. For sweet treats, there are grilled bananas, chocolate, and biscuit s'mores. I've prepared it all. Wow! The excited angel of the beach screamed with joy, her innocent expression filled with genuine happiness, just like a child in front of a birthday cake. It's truly adorable. Oh, as expected of Naya Hamakun. It may be to please Haruka, but you've really prepared everything thoroughly. I used to be the lazy one, but somehow I've become the one who's always prepared. I'm really hungry, so I'll help myself. Hehe, Naya Hamakun, you're really considerate? I thought that during the cultural festival too. You're quite experienced with setting up and enlivening events. Everyone praised me, and while it made me happy, I couldn't help but quietly feel bitter as I remembered the past struggles with preparing for parties. In my previous life, for some reason, the middle-aged men I worked with loved events like cherry blossom viewing or barbecues outdoors. However, unlike booking a regular izakaya, these events were a lot of work. Reserving a spot for the leisure sheet, researching suitable barbecue locations, and arranging the necessary equipment and catering were all tough tasks. Even if I managed everything just right, the bosses who had grown too used to parties were often dissatisfied, saying things like it's too ordinary or you lack the will to treat your superiors properly. That's why I started to come up with high-quality surprises for the parties, thinking about what would make the bosses happy. I tried various things within the limited budget, like bingo tournaments as a side event, preparing cherry blossom-colored sake for elegant sake sharing during hanami, or renting a draft beer dispenser for the barbecue. I even grilled American-style bone-in steaks and sliced them up in front of everyone. It was all about pleasing them. Thanks to that, the bosses didn't complain as much, but I ended up becoming the party organizer every time, which was the worst. Well, I did learn some know-how about what people enjoy at events through those experiences, and now I'm putting that knowledge to good use. We have plenty of drinks since everyone brought them. Today must have made you all thirsty, so drink to your heart's content. I pointed to the cooler box, which was filled to the brim with various types of canned juice, all buried under a mountain of ice. This kind of display is often seen at festivals and not only keeps the drinks cold but also creates a refreshing atmosphere. Yes, of course. Oh, let's do that thing. It already feels like a party, so Naya Hamakun, please lead us. Me? I quickly understood what Shijun-san meant by that thing. Although I was a bit surprised at first, I could feel the looks of my friends saying, if you don't do it, who will? So, I smiled wryly and showed my consent. And so, we all took out our choice of drink from the cooler box and opened the tabs. The refreshing sound of the cans being opened resonated through the calm evening at the beach. Well then, this is the finale for today. Eat and drink to your heart's content, and let's have a great time until the end. Cheers, cheers. I led the toast, a moment that I had been through countless times in my previous life. But now, in a completely different and joyous mood, I said the words. However, at that moment, I still didn't know that the seeds of unexpected happenings could be found anywhere, and that they were waiting to sprout in unexpected ways. I had no idea that this harmonious beach barbecue party would go beyond excitement and end up overheating, as a mere mortal like me couldn't possibly predict such events. The barbecue skewers, with a colorful array of vegetables and meat, sizzle on the charcoal grill, cooking away any excess moisture and fat. The irresistible aroma of the collaboration between the charcoal and meat alone is enough to make anyone's mouth water. When the barbecue sauce is brushed on with a cooking brush and caramelizes, it becomes impossible for anyone not to let out a satisfied gulp. For high school students who have played all day and are now hungry, this is nothing short of critical. This is seriously delicious. So good. I can't stop eating this. You always seem to have some mysterious talent up your sleeve, Nayahama choo choo choo. Hey, don't eat too quickly and choke, you guys. While my friends enthusiastically devour the barbecue skewers, I watch with a wry smile and offer a word of caution. Although I decided to be a carefree kid today, seeing these young ones enjoy the food so much genuinely makes me happy. Phew, how does it taste, Shishun-san? I direct my gaze towards the girl whose reaction interests me the most. The angel in the white blouse, though I'm a little concerned about sauce splattering, is currently taking big bites from the center of a skewer she's holding from both ends. Her blissful eating style clearly shows how much she's savoring the flavors, and it brings a smile to my face. However, Shishun-san's face gradually turns red. Oh, you saw me eating in such an indecent manner. It was just so delicious that I couldn't help myself. Despite her words, Shishun-san continues to eat while hiding her mouth with her hand. No matter how refined her upbringing as a young lady, she can't suppress her appetite when faced with delicious food on an empty stomach. Hehe, I'm glad you liked it. I ended up doing the cooking because everyone trusted me with it, but if it turned out bad, I would have gotten a unanimous scolding. No, not only is it not bad, it's really well done. The meat and vegetables are cooked perfectly, so juicy and not at all dry. Are you secretly a barbecue master, Nayahama-kun? Haha, well, kinda. I can't really attribute it to my previous life when I was just the office guy responsible for grilling the meat. I had to study a lot to avoid displeasing my superiors, treating vegetables with olive oil to prevent them from getting too grilled, creating zones of high and low heat when igniting the fire. I did whatever it took to not make them unhappy. Wow, I think I can have as many as I want of these. Oh, this corn looks perfect already. I'll have it, please. While enjoying the occasional drink of juice, Shishun-san tackles one delicious dish after another on the grill with her hearty appetite. The sight of her delicately enjoying the food and eating enthusiastically is incredibly endearing. It makes me want to keep serving her more and more food. Hey, Nayahama. Are you eating? Oh yay, don't worry, I'm eating too. While my friends are busy devouring the barbecue skewers, Jinji comes over with a can of juice in hand, in high spirits and ready to chat. It seems he's interested in hearing about what happened between Shishun-san and me in the afternoon. Whether it's girls or anime, he's naturally curious about other people's love affairs. Well, you know, it's obvious what happened this afternoon. Why don't you come up with something more creative and exciting, Jinji? I mean, if this wasn't a dream, there's no way we could be enjoying this heavenly, happy place filled with beautiful girls. So, it was a dream after all? Well, I mean that's right. Think about it, Jinji. Only in a dream could we experience this heaven filled with joyful laughter. When you wake up, you'll be crying over summer vacation ending without anything special happening. And no way. So, it was just a dream? Ugh, I don't want to wake up. And to think you were the one giggling like crazy, Nayahama, while I wasn't even lucky enough to get that kind of treatment. I burst into laughter at Jinji's response, which is typical of a teenage boy. It's like having a conversation with an innocent virgin. No, seriously, stop with the blushing and looking forward to romantic encounters like a middle school girl? Well, I can't really tell him, can I? I remember the time I spent with Shishun-san in the afternoon. We lay down together, looking up at the clear sky. We blushed in unison when we realized how close our faces were to each other. When Shishun-san accidentally fell into the sea, I hugged her soft and sweet-smelling body as I tried to help her. I can't say it out loud. No matter how much my adult mental state is adjusted, some things are just too embarrassing to talk about. Well, even if we didn't kiss or anything, thanks to you, we've gotten a little closer. Is that so? Good for you, Nayahama. Jinji? Why are you getting teary-eyed? Well, as someone who knew you before, it's just so nostalgic. You, who couldn't even have a proper conversation with girls before, making an effort to get close to someone like Shishun-san, who's like an idol at school. You're really amazing. Sniff. Yeah thanks. My perplexed gratitude doesn't seem to reach Jinji, who's sniffling and wiping his eyes. For some reason, he's overly emotional right now. It's like watching a father shed tears at his hopeless son's wedding. Wait, why are you saying this? You're the guy who turns red and jumps around like a shrimp whenever a girl even talks to you. He seems like you're having a fun conversation, Nayahama-kun. Kazumihara? The one who speaks to me from the side is Kazumihara, who has returned to her casual clothes and glasses. She's usually a girl with a face that's hard to read, and I never know what she's thinking. But now, she's wearing a mischievous smile, and she seems to be in quite high spirits. I'd like to hear some juice-worthy details. So, what exactly do you like about Haruka? I think today's a good day to spill the beans. Wait, hold on a second. I instinctively check if our conversation is leaking to the surroundings, but fortunately, Shishun-san is at a distance, joyfully humming to herself as she grills the next barbecue skewer. It seems she didn't hear our voices. Oh well, don't be so reluctant to provide this love talk with juicy details to this hopeless romantic girl. This is the epitome of entertainment. I mean, it's a love story between close friends, so naturally, I'm very concerned. And now you're calling it entertainment? Normally, Kazumihara gives an impression of being quiet and aloof, but for some reason, she's acting like a gossip-loving office lady, eagerly wanting to hear about others' love stories. Seriously, it's like she's tipsy or caught up in some bad mood. Come on, spill the beans. Or else, with this much barbecue power, it'll start fondling your chest, Naya Hamakan. Kaya, would ever do that? Stop it, you idiot. Kazumihara transforms into a sexual harassment demon, and I let out a shriek like a girl. Has the liberating atmosphere brought out aspects of myself that I usually hide? Seeing me in agony, Kazumihara smirks, showing a sadistic grin. This girl? Is she, like Jinji, overwhelmed with joy by this first time ever fulfilling barbecue event? Oh well, I guess there's no helping it. Even I didn't expect to feel this bouah, thinking that just confessing and putting an end to my youth would satisfy my lingering feelings after the time leap. But as I reunited with Shijun-san and started interacting with her, my heart began to burn. I want her to look at me. I want to spend more time with her. Such feelings, like a jet engine, drive me, and this is an unknown experience for me, who never really experienced true love until I died. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, Naya Hama-kun. Haruka is a true angel, so we can't just hand her over to some smooth-talking guy? So, keep being this kind of heavy guy like a pickled stone? Don't call me a heavy guy. It seems like that was the right answer, as Kazumihara's face, which usually doesn't show any emotions, breaks into a smile. These guys are way too out of control. Jinji has been teary-eyed all this time, and Kazumihara is grinning like crazy and seems quite high. Honestly, it feels like I've seen this all too many times in my past life. Naya Hama-kun fufu. F Fudahashi? I couldn't help but be puzzled when I saw the short-haired girl approaching with a juice can in hand. Fudahashi a girl who may have a slightly brute side and some regrettable aspects, but at her core, she's a very earnest and sensible person, the most normal girl among this group. However, the way she's approaching with a face that seems to be floating in the brilliance of the setting sun is just plain odd. There's something about it like she's elated, her composure slightly off. Let me tell you something. I had a very faint impression of you, Naya Hama-kun. Huh? What are you talking about? But, you know, from around the cultural festival, it seemed like something awakened in you. It's like you've become super amazing, going all out and doing things you never did before. Why did you hide yourself until now? You suddenly become so cool. Gua. May's vocabulary of adjectives was quite limited as expected, but her words had a sweet, mellow tone that was a departure from her usual lively self. With her carefree smile, she exudes a sense of intimacy that gives the wrong impression of the distance between us, and if she showed this side to the boys in class, she'd probably become even more popular. Yufufufu, I won't say any more than this, though if I do, Haruka will use a kitchen knife to go splash and turn me into a red stain on the sand. Wait, what? Haruka using a kitchen knife to go splash? In other words? So what I'm saying is, this is the beach, so be confident and go bam and da to Haruka? Heck, go ahead and give her a tight squeeze and gay bye. I'm not sure how to interpret May's incomprehensible words, but she seems to be getting carried away on her own, with a lewd grin on her face. Wait, isn't she more like a dirty old man than I remember? And wait, isn't something off with everyone? It's natural for everyone to get excited at a beach with friends for a barbecue party, but they're all way too over the top. Jinji has been crying the whole time, Kazumihara's usual calm and laid-back demeanor has disappeared, and now, Mai, who should have been bright and serious, has been grinning like that. It's almost as if we're really, That's when I realized. The canned juices Jinji and the others have been drinking since earlier. There's very small lettering on them, namely, indicating that this is alcohol. Why you guys? Hand those over for a second? I grabbed the canned juices in a panic, but the three, with sleepy eyes, only gave minimal responses like, oh, and you want some too, Naya Hama-kun? Oh no, is this really alcohol? How did it end up mixed in here? I can confidently say that no one here brought alcohol secretly. And yet, how did it end up mixed in the cooler box? Oh, I see, when we stopped at the supermarket on the way here to buy drinks and snacks. At that time, I had another errand to run, so I asked Jinji, Kazumihara, and Mai to pick out various types of drinks for me. TLN, why is he suddenly using her given name like that? Presumably, they mistook this liqueur for fruit juice and put several of them in the shopping basket. Indeed, the problematic liqueur had a label design that prominently featured a pop art of fruits, making it easy to mistake for regular juice. I must have overlooked it amidst all the other drinks in the basket. Curse you, cashier. How could you let underage drinking pass like this? I lamented in my mind and rubbed my temples. Fortunately, it seems they haven't drunk much yet, so they won't suddenly feel sick. However, it's clear that the effects of alcohol are beginning to show on everyone, who have been playing around all day. What a blunder! How could I, an adult, allow underage drinking like this? Since Jinji and the others were the ones who took care of putting the drinks in the cooler box, it was difficult for me to notice the alcohol. But still, with my experience as an adult, I should have spotted it. Woe nai hey my kun. Thank you so much for bringing me here. Woe, hey, get off me, Jinji. Were you always a crybaby like this? As I tried to pry Jinji off me, I noticed that everyone else was also in varying states of intoxication. Yufufufu, by the way, how was your time alone with Haruka in the afternoon? Did you enjoy tasting the fully ripened muskmelon and plum peach? There's no way that's true. Are you some kind of lewd old man getting excited over dirty jokes? What a waste. I saw it in the changing room, you know? That dynamite body, of course, but also that mole just below the collarbone. It's so sexy gweehehe. Completely opposite to her usual image of a healthy track and field beauty, Fudahashi's drunken behavior was too much like that of a dirty old man. If she remembers any of this later, she'll surely be mortified by her own words and actions. As I sadly observed the lecherous grin on my drunk classmate's face, Kazumihara, who seemed to be the most drunk, approached me unsteadily. Listen, Nyahama-kun, I'm usually so unfriendly and stoic, right? But during the cultural festival, you were so kind to me, and I was so grateful I could have died, you know? Kazumihara got closer to me in a manner that seemed like she was about to headbutt me, yelling in a state as if she had visited 3 izakayas in a row. Her face, with glasses, if she didn't open her mouth, looked lovely, but there was no charm or sex appeal left in it. But aside from that, I was so envious of you being all lovey-dovey and going on a date during the cultural festival. I thought I was going to explode with jealousy. Don't say that when you were the mastermind behind it all. Ugh, I can't handle this. Jinji is crying, Fudahashi is spouting lewd things and grinning, and Kazumihara has turned into a mess. Even though I confiscated the alcohol, they are still acting drunk, and there's no way to have a normal conversation with any of them. This is hell. As the only sober one, I have to take care of these drunk people. This role of drawing the short straw, which I've experienced countless times in my past life, fills me with despair. Nyahama-kun. Shishun-san. Actually, we're in a bit of a tough situation. Suddenly, I heard an angelic voice from behind and turned around, showing a hopeful expression. Among the chaos of my 3 drunk classmates, there was still one glimmer of hope left. Or so I thought. What I felt against my chest was an incredibly soft, squishy sensation. At the same time, something smooth touched my neck, enveloping me in the warmth of human skin. A sweet fragrance that I had smelled only a few times before gently filled the air, and the suddenness of the situation left my mind completely blank. In a manner where her arms encircled my neck, Shishun-san was hugging me from the front. It took a good 5 seconds for me to fully understand what was happening. What the heck? Shishun-san, what are you doing? Fufu, fufufu. The voice I heard by my ear was Shishun-san's soft and light-hearted laugh. As if she were humming a tune in the bath, her voice was incredibly carefree. Fufu, I've caught you, Nyahama-kun. This is. Shishun-san's murmuring eyes were hazy, and she was smiling very seductively. With her flushed face, it was clear that her rationality had taken a holiday for the day, leaving her in a state that seemed like she was floating in a dream. She's really, really drunk. In this chaotic situation on top of chaos, I let out a silent scream in my mind. Ahahaha, I feel all floaty and fluffy. It's such a wonderful feeling. Uttering in a blissful state, Shishun was clearly intoxicated. Her face was flushed, her eyes dreamy, and her speech slightly slurred. It was evident that she was completely drunk. See, come to your senses, Shishun-san. Notice how strange you're acting. Panicking and with a bright red face, I desperately tried to reason with her, but it seemed like she wasn't comprehending. What are you talking about, Nyahama-kun? There's nothing strange about me. Fufu, I feel like I'm floating in cotton candy clouds like a rubber duck floating in a bathtub. Puka. Incredible, she's completely out of it. Based on my experience with various drunk individuals, when they start talking incomprehensibly, it's challenging to get through to them. It seemed that Shishun had consumed alcohol without realizing it and was now behaving strangely. Nyahama? You're so lucky to be at a summer beach hugging someone? But that's besides the point. I've been so jealous seeing you having a romantic date during the cultural festival. Haruka-chan is really aggressive. Right there. If you just lean in a bit, you'll score a KO for sure. It's written in romance manga. My, Haruka-chan. Your sly body is making this summer memory an adventure at the summer festival? Damn, everyone is useless. Jinji, Kazumihara, and Fudahashi continued to talk nonsense, even after the alcohol had been taken away. Despite having consumed only a small amount of alcohol, everyone's faces remained flushed, and they were all acting as if they had completely escaped from the troubles of the world. I can't handle this. How can I calm them down? As the only sober person in the group, I felt completely out of place. My goal was to calm everyone down and help them sober up, but considering the current situation, I doubted if they would even comprehend what I was saying. Can't someone help me? Do I have to deal with this situation alone? As I was becoming desperate, the sound of someone running on the sand reached my ears. Nyahama-sama? What's going on here? Oh, it's Natsuzaki-san? I greeted the arrival of the hunky aloha-clad driver, feeling as though my savior had come. Right, he was still here. I rushed over when I saw everyone from a distance. Something seemed off. What on earth? It appears that there was a mistake in the juice we prepared, and alcohol got mixed in. Moreover, it had the appearance of regular fruit juice, so everyone except me drank it, and now they're like this? What? How could I overlook such a thing? As an adult accompanying you, this is a huge blunder. Natsuzaki was clearly feeling remorseful for having allowed underage drinking to happen. I'll take care of these 3 over there since I've been watching Shishun-san. They haven't drunk much, so giving them some water and making them stay quiet should help them calm down. You seem oddly familiar with handling drunk people. Yes, I understand. Please take care of them, too. With the help of an adult who remained sober, I felt a wave of relief. Alright, as long as I let them rest for a while. Phew, here you go, Naya-hama-kun. Huh? Before I knew it, Shijun had shaken off her negativity and handed me an unused paper cup. As I received it, the intoxicated girl poured orange juice from a pet bottle into the cup. When I pour drinks for my mother, my father always says, the fatigue is blown away by the sake my wife poured. So, I'm imitating that? Of course, since we're still underage, it's juice instead of alcohol? Why yeah thanks. It seems she still didn't realize she was drunk, given how she mentioned being underage. Looking at her slightly dreamy eyes, she seemed to be in a semi-dream state. But even in a situation like this, having a girl offer me a drink with a smile makes me happy. In my previous life, where hierarchy was strictly observed, serving drinks was a duty. When I poured for my superiors or received from my junior colleagues, it was merely a ritual, complete with forced smiles, to express gratitude and courtesy. So maybe this was the first time. The first time someone poured me a drink full of genuine gratitude and appreciation. As I took a sip of the juice, which I confirmed wasn't alcohol, Shijun beamed with a content smile. Her pure and adorable demeanor made the simple juice taste delicious. By the way, Naya-hama-kun, thank you so much for inviting me today. Suddenly, Shijun leaned forward and gently pressed her forehead against my chest, bowing to me. Her behavior was impulsive, like that of a drunk person, and I almost spat out the juice in surprise. Her emotional swings are so vast. Her poise was even more adorable than usual. I've been wanting to do so many things at the beach, and I'm so grateful, really grateful. Why do you always fulfill all my wishes? While thanking me, Shijun squeezed her fists against her chest, but her vocabulary seemed to loop strangely. Her speech became a bit childlike, clearly indicating a decrease in her cognitive abilities. But, there's one more thing I want to try. Come on, please join me, please? Join you for what? That thing? You know, that thing? Haha, I'm going ahead. Wait, Shijun-san? Without warning, Shijun turned her back to me and dashed off towards the beach, her face glowing with delight. In the midst of the waves, she ran straight ahead, leaving the sound of her sandals on the sand behind her. That thing in an old movie, a beach dash during the sunset? Well, I do want to try it, but... Jiao-sama? It's dangerous to leave like this in your current state. Natsuzaki panicked, and that was understandable. It was almost sunset, and leaving in a drunken state was risky. If she accidentally entered the water while intoxicated, it could lead to a disaster. I'll go after her? Please take care of Jinji and the others here, Natsuzaki-san. Well, I suppose there's no other way. I'll leave it to you, Naya-hama-sama. Jinji and the others were still recovering from the effects of alcohol, but if I looked away, they might cause an accident. So, someone had to stay behind, and Natsuzaki-san entrusted me with the task. Wait for me, Shijun-san. Fortunately, a girl running in beach sandals wasn't that fast, and I was able to catch up with her easily. However, worried she might fall at any moment, I sprinted after the little figure of the girl, flapping my way through the shore. Ha. Running on the sandy beach at sunset is so much fun. Wait a second, Shijun-san? Running like that in your current state is not safe? Amidst the dimming sunset, I was chasing after Shijun-san, who was exhilaratingly running on the sandy beach, high on spirits. Although the girl's running speed wasn't particularly fast, she seemed to be unaffected by fatigue due to her drunken state, and as a result, she had moved quite far from where we had the barbecue. Despite being drunk, she's full of energy, just like a high schooler. That's precisely why it's so dangerous. Experiencing the suspense of chasing after an unpredictable child, I accelerated even more to catch up with the overly free-spirited girl due to the effects of alcohol. Somehow, my legs are getting heavy. Finally, her energy seemed to have depleted, and Shijun-san's steps slowed down. I reached her and grabbed her small shoulders to prevent her from wandering off. Phew, finally caught you. You managed to catch me. Breathless, I announced the end of the chase, and Shijun-san, still in a dreamlike trance, smiled happily, appearing quite satisfied. I thought her drunken mind might show some dissatisfaction for being caught, but strangely, she seemed slightly happy about it. Are you okay, Shijun-san? Are you feeling unwell or do your legs hurt? Running energetically while drunk could have quickly led to feeling unwell. Having witnessed new employees turning pale from drinking too much at company gatherings, I was genuinely concerned about such possibilities. Naya-hama-kun is always like this. Facing me again, Shijun-san puffed up her cheeks as if sulking, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on me. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? At times like this, if it were Mizuki-san or Fudahashi-san, you'd definitely be saying something like, stop running around recklessly. Or why am I being forced to run on the beach? But why do you speak so politely to me? It feels like you're being very distant. No, well, that's because, while accepting her cute frustration, I found myself lost for words. It was true that I tended to act with a somewhat princely attitude around Shijun-san, not wanting to be disliked, but to think that she felt distant despite becoming friends. Even though we've become friends, I've been distancing myself all this time. I'm so clumsy. I've built a castle instead of a wall. Like a primary school child, Shijun-san swung her arms, expressing her dissatisfaction with a high-spirited tone. Unexpectedly, she poured out her grievances, and I could only stand there bewildered. I guess it's true. When interacting with Shizun-san, I've been unintentionally behaving like I'm addressing a princess, just so I wouldn't be disliked. But she became friends with me, and yet she still thinks I'm distant. In the midst of her childish frustrations, Shizun-san suddenly lowered her spirits and spoke apologetically. However, I'm at fault too. Huh? And then, while still in her trance-like state, she leaned closer to my face. I was caught off guard and flustered as she moved closer, almost like she was about to whisper something in my ear. What is she trying to do? Her thoughts seemed to be all over the place due to her drunkenness, making her actions unpredictable. The scent of the shampoo she used in the shower before the barbecue tickled my nostrils, causing my chest to warm up. Suddenly, Shizun-san pulled close to my ear and, "Shinichiro-kun." Huh? Wait? In a soft whisper, my name soaked into my earlobe. Just hearing that single word made my ears tingle sweetly, and an electrifying sensation ran through my whole body. Shinichiro-kun, Shinichiro-kun. Hi-ha. Her breath, accompanied by her whisper, affected my eardrums. Every time she spoke my name, my heart leaped, and a sweet intoxication permeated my mind. Until now, I had been overwhelmed by her beauty and captivated by her innocent smile multiple times. However, this sensation was entirely different from anything I had experienced before. As if I were drowning in a delicious, potent liquor, her whispers melted every part of my being. Fufu, how is it, Shinichiro-kun? Calling someone by their name is the first step toward becoming close friends. That's what it says in every light novel. With an innocent smile, Shizun-san moved away from my ear. She seemed entirely unfazed by her own actions, radiating an aura of happiness and displaying a carefree smile. And as for me, my head was emitting steam, and my face was bright red. I couldn't utter a word. Her breath and the sound of my name had left me in a state of confusion, intoxicated with sweetness, and the effects of the alcohol were still strong throughout my entire body. What on earth, this is so dangerous, my brain feels like it's being directly coated with honey. At home when Shizun-san stayed over, she did call me Shinichiro-kun when talking to my mother, but that was merely to distinguish between family and friends. This situation and the impact were entirely different from those times. Alright, now it's your turn, Naya-hama-kun. Huh? With a smiling face and sparkling eyes, Shizun-san gazed at me. Naturally, I could sense what her innocent gaze was seeking, and I understood that if I didn't respond to this excited girl's expectations, things wouldn't settle down. But, I'm really not mentally prepared for this? It's embarrassing to admit, but in my past life, I've never called a woman, other than family, by her first name. This is way out of my comfort zone. That was my honest thought, but at the same time, I had learned in my past life that trials and challenges often come without warning. Sudden death marches, unexpected complete data loss on a computer, and sales bringing in impossible physical deadline projects situations never waited for me to be mentally prepared. If I could say something forcefully, it might have been a bit easier, but with this innocent girl looking at me with expectant eyes, my sense of shame locked up my voice. However, this was undoubtedly something I needed to do, sooner or later. If I wanted to deepen my bond with this girl in front of me and become closer, I would have to break out of my shell once again. Yes, I already knew that moving forward little by little like this was the most crucial thing I could do, something I couldn't achieve in my past life. Haruka. Haya? With a mysterious sense of guilt, as if I had called a beautiful princess by her first name, I trembled as I uttered those 3 syllables. My face burned with embarrassment, but at the same time, I felt a sense of pride in being able to take a step forward so clearly. Hey, are you okay? Is the alcohol hitting you all at once? Suddenly, her face reddened as if she had just downed a barrel of sake, her eyes wide open. Could it be she got quite drunk from running on the beach? Wait a minute, no, I feel like my heart is in turmoil, but I'm okay. It's probably just an illusion that I'll be rolling around on the bed when this fluffy feeling goes away. I'll be fine. I said I'm fine. While saying that she was not fine at all, Shizun-san placed a hand on her chest and regulated her breathing, just as I had done when waves of anxiety hit me. At least, to an onlooker, she did not seem at all calm. Anyway, well, if I've been holding back too much and not acting like a friend, I apologize. Looking at it objectively, I must have appeared quite formal with Shizun-san, treating her differently from how I interacted with Kazumihara and Fudehashi, and it was understandable to be seen as distant. Conversely, if Shizun-san had casually dropped her ladylike speech and spoken more casually with her other friends, I might have felt excluded and lonely. It's too sudden to change, but from now on, I'll try to talk more casually. So, I hope you'll feel better. I've been in a great mood lately, but though I wasn't sure how much her swaying form could comprehend, I spoke the words as I wished. And in response, Shizun-san showed an even more relaxed smile than usual. But occasionally, I'd be happy if you call me by my name like you did earlier, right? Shinichiro-kun. Shizun, no, Haruka. This feels nice, doesn't it? With a smile that savored happiness, Shizun-san muttered as she approached me. In the fading evening sun, her gentle smile was even more radiant. Since I started talking to you, everything has been so enjoyable and I've been getting less and less scared. Her dreamy eyes swayed, and Shizun-san's body tilted. Exhausted from the day of play and drunkenness, she lost her balance and collapsed towards me without considering her own state. Whoa, this is dangerous. I grabbed her shoulders as she slumped towards me and supported her. She seemed to be in a daze, but without thinking about her condition, she uttered words faintly while wearing a dreamy expression. Every time Shinichiro-kun makes me so happy. Amidst the sound of the waves, Shizuen-san smiled innocently. With the world dyed crimson by the evening sun, her words and emotions captivated my gaze. Being with you makes me very happy. With those words as her last, Shizuen-san's body began to completely lose strength, and she quietly fell into a light slumber. However, as someone who had taken care of many drunken people in my past life, I expected this development. I gently supported her body before she collapsed to the ground and laid her down on the beach. Oh my, she has such an innocent sleeping face. Blushing again at the touch of her back and shoulders, I took off my parka and spread it between Shizuen-san's hair and the sand. The girl, who had exhausted all her energy and fallen asleep, smiled with an expression of satisfaction, just like a child who had played to her heart's content. It's been a good summer, Shizuen-san. Though I had just called her by her name for the first time a little while ago, the habits and embarrassment caused me to use my usual way of addressing her. Going to the sea, something I couldn't even imagine in my past life, had brought me beautiful memories of youth that I had never experienced before. I was glad I mustered the courage to invite her out and move forward, just as I had wished. Well, that's all fine, but... does this mean I need to carry Shizuen-san on my back now? Wow, Haruka-chan's swimsuit is so sexy. How can she be so innocent yet exude such allure? In the living room of the Nayahama household, my little sister, Kanako, exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the swimsuit photo of Shizuen-san on my flip phone. By the way, this swimsuit photo was taken sneakily by Kazumihara with her flip phone and sent to me with a message saying, "It turned out like one of Haruka's gravure shots, but enjoy it for now." She sent it to me before the barbecue. The resolution was a bit disappointing from my perspective, being used to smartphones, but the alluring and adorable figure of the pure and lovely girl with long black hair was captivating. Even if she weren't my sister, anyone would be amazed by its impact. We had so much fun at the beach. Well, cleaning up afterward was quite a task. Sipping barley tea in the air-conditioned room, I recalled what happened yesterday. After the chase game with Shizuen-san on the sandy beach, I had no choice but to carry the sleeping girl on my back and return to where everyone was. It was truly a trial. You see, I had to walk slowly so as not to wake the sleeping beauty, feeling her soft, trembling body against my back and hearing her soft breaths against my neck. It took an extraordinary amount of mental strength to hold back my bursting desires. And to top it off, Jinji and the others were asleep when we got back. I would have been in trouble without Natsuzaki-san's help. As the one who had to take on the final cleanup duty due to being sober, I tidied up the barbecue set and other things with the friendly muscular driver. Then, we put the 4 sleeping people into the car and headed home. Regarding the drinking incident, there was an apology from Shizuen-san's family, saying, "We're sorry for not watching over the kids properly." However, every family understood that it wasn't mischief or anything of the sort, just the kids being careless, so they treated it as a simple funny story. And now, the next day around noon, my little sister was eagerly asking me to tell her about our day at the beach like she was waiting for the latest volume of her favorite manga. So, with the photos from that day, I briefly explained what happened. But my brother's coverage of all the arrow incidents at the beach, said my little sister with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Don't make it sound like a title of some internet novel? In the Nayahama household's living room, I retorted to Kanako, who recently switched from twin tails to a ponytail. What kind of cliqued title is that? It could easily become popular with some decent erotic illustrations, but seriously, that's the only way to describe it? Anyway, hehe, I can just imagine my virgin brother turning red every time he gets close to Haruka-chan. Ugh. I couldn't argue with her since her imagination was completely correct. By the way, it seems like your friends are all so helpful. Having a big group together for the beach or festivals is a chance for boys and girls to get closer, right? If you have the excuse of coming as a group, it reduces the awkwardness. Yeah, I can understand that. Being in a mixed gender group provides a convenient cover for such feelings. It's better than forcing yourselves to go alone and getting all nervous. With the right group of friends, it increases the chances of forming a couple. On the other hand, if the group is full of loud people or too reserved, it can make things awkward. That makes sense, I guess. On that note, your friends seem to really support you, and as I thought, they were quite supportive of your endeavor, right? Yeah, they're really great guys. Indeed, there were many moments during the trip where I thought I was lucky to have those 3 with me. Well, I'd like to think I repaid some of the favor with the aftermath of that drunk incident. Hehe, listening to my brother's stories, it seems like everyone around him is quite reliable. With such a dependable surrounding, I don't think I need to be involved. Although, I did consider going to the beach with you, but it was probably the right decision to stay back. Huh? You were planning on going? Well, if it seemed like you guys were having a hard time getting along, I thought I'd liven things up. But in that case both you and Haruka-chan would have followed me around, and it would have been the last resort. While saying that, Kanako smiled. Apparently, she has the confidence to barge into my friend group and quickly become friends with them. In some cases, she was actually serious about going along. However, regardless of that, thank you, Kanako. Huh? When I conveyed my overflowing gratitude, my sister's eyes widened. With her twin tails, she was cute, but her recently becoming default in a ponytail also suited her adorable face. You really support my love life, huh? You were even willing to come with me to the beach and support me. Thank you for caring so much about me. Well, don't get conceited, big brother. Of course, I'm totally rooting for your love life, but it's more because I want Haruka-chan to become my sister. Hey, stop patting my head without permission. I touched my cute sister's head as she blushed, trying to resist but eventually accepting my gentle patting. Perhaps because she might have been the one I hurt the most in my previous life, or because the family that might have been disappointed in me in the future was now showing such concern for me. My feelings of love for them couldn't be contained, and I continued to pat her head without getting tired of it. Now I've been feeling lately that my big brother is getting more and more used to being around girls. Rather than a transformation from an introverted character to a cheerful one, it feels like the core of your being has suddenly matured, and you've become more like a dad. Annoyed that she gave into my head patting, Kanako grumbled. Her analysis was strangely close to the truth. If I were to tell her someday that I came from a time leap, she'd probably believe me without hesitation. Well, that aside, you achieved great results at the beach, big brother. You had plenty of physical skinship and you finally accomplished the name-calling you wished for. In terms of Kanako-chan's love psychology, that means the shell of friendship is starting to break. The day you metamorphose and spread your wings is so close? It was definitely a good thing, but Shizun-san was quite drunk during the name-calling part, and I don't think she remembers it, most likely. Does alcohol really make you forget things? Isn't that just an exaggerated expression from manga or something? Even Kanako, who was at her age, seemed unaware of the dangers of alcohol, and her eyes widened in surprise. That's right, little sister. Especially since you're so cute, be careful when you eventually start drinking alcohol in the future. Yeah, when you get really drunk, you can actually forget things. It's like waking up and finding yourself teleported from a bar to your own house. It's not just fiction. Well, it's just what I heard, though. Normally, you wouldn't forget things that easily unless you got seriously drunk, but that time, I ran around a lot, and the alcohol hit me pretty hard. Considering Shizun-san's incoherent state during the trip, her memories were probably not connected. Well, honestly, it's probably better for Shizun-san if she forgets. Think about it. For example, if you got drunk and snuggled up to me, hugged me, and said, "I love you, big brother," embarrassing memories like that, you'd cringe, right? Hey, even if I were drunk, I wouldn't say something like that. Well, anyway, if I had memories of doing something like that, I'd want to die right away, right? Well, I do feel a bit disappointed, but it's also sad if she's left with memories of herself stumbling around, confessing her feelings, venting her dissatisfaction, and whispering Shinichiro-kun in my ear. Ha ha ha, well, given the way she was incoherent and unguarded, it's almost certain that her memories are wiped clean. If she remembered everything, she would probably end up panicking in bed despite her carefree personality. Based on my experience with various drunk people, Jinji and the others probably had some fragmented memories, but given Shizun-san's level of intoxication, her memories of that time were most likely completely gone. I'll be the only one who remembers the incidents brought on by that alcohol. But are you sure about that? She might actually remember everything perfectly. With her arms crossed, Kanako questioned me with a doubtful tone while I smiled confidently, assuring her of the peace of mind in her crush's heart. That I still think it lacks impact? During the preparation time for the cultural festival, the classroom was buzzing with activity. Out of the blue, a foolish boy named Akasaki blurted out such a statement. Huh? What's with the sudden outburst, Akasaki? Passing by Akasaki by chance, I returned his abrupt and incomprehensible remark with a slightly exasperated voice. Hey, Araragi. I think this takoyaki cafe is great as it is, but I feel like it needs something more, you know? Oh boy, come on, change that habit of making vague requests based on your whims. It reminds me of all those unspecific and fluffy requests I had to deal with during my corporate days. Like, this design should be more feminine and sparkly, or this function should be convenient and good-looking, without giving any concrete instructions. I swear, dealing with bosses or clients like that made me want to collapse every time. Oh well, you know we don't have the budget or time to add anything new now, right? Don't worry about it. I've prepared something that will add a lot of impact with just a little accent, Akasaki said as he showed a paper bag he brought with him. To my surprise, this time he had a specific item in mind, not just one of his usual spur-of-the-moment ideas. Tada, what do you think of this? I heard some other class did a Meow Meow cafe or something like that before, so I borrowed the props they used from the student council. With a big smile, Akasaki took out unmistakable cosplay accessories, cat ear headbands, attachable cat tails for clothes, and cat paw gloves, all in fancy designs. I thought you caught us with cat ears would look super cute. How about having the girls wear these and serve the customers? Well, it was surprisingly an idea worth considering. Our class has many cute girls, so it might be effective, and it wouldn't require much time or money, which is a good thing. Well, it all depends on whether the girls would be okay with wearing such an embarrassing cosplay. Wow, are these cat ears? I've heard of them in light novels, but it's my first time seeing them in real life. Suddenly, Shizun-san, who had appeared next to me without my notice, picked up the cat ears that Akasaki had spread out on the desk and exclaimed in surprise. It seems that she finds cosplay items that are not part of her daily life quite rare and fascinating, as her eyes sparkled while she gazed at them. Wow, they are really cat ears? Do they actually exist like this? Well, it seems that many school festivals have cosplay cafes nowadays. They even sell these kinds of party goods at Don Quixote. Perhaps Akasaki's loud voice attracted attention, as several girls, including Fudahashi and Kazumihara, gathered around, showing curiosity toward the cat-themed items. So, Naya-hama-kun, what's with these cat-themed goods? Oh, Akasaki brought them, and he thinks it would be great to have the girls wear them for serving. Yeah, that's right. Hey, how about someone try wearing one right now, in their school uniform? I want to prove that ITLL have great drawing power. As Akasaki bluntly suggested that the girls wear cat ears, the girls seemed interested. His straightforward mentality was enviable. Although he's undoubtedly a fool, I have to admit that life is often more fun for such people. Wow, in that case, I'll give it a try? Huh? Before I could utter a stupid voice, Shizuen-san had already started putting on the cat set. She attached the black cat tail to the edge of her skirt, set the black cat ear headband in her lustrous, long hair, and finally, put her fingers through the fluffy black cat paw gloves. Ugh, she's cute. The black cat set matched Shizuen-san's already beautiful black hair astonishingly well. The somewhat decently made triangular cat ears swayed cutely, and the cat tail softly swayed in sync with her hip movements. Shizuen-san's innocent and lively atmosphere perfectly matched the characteristics of a cat, making her simply smile adorable in a crazy way. That's good, really good. Is that so? Hehe, I must admit, it's a bit embarrassing to be looked at so much. Overwhelmed by the unexpected cuteness, I struggled to find the right words to express my thoughts. Looking around, everyone else in the classroom also gazed at Shizuen-san, who had transformed into an adorable cat-eared girl, with awe and admiration. Everyone was captivated by this new charm she exuded just by wearing the cat set. Oh, that's great. It's fantastic, Shizuen-san. Could you strike a cute cat-like pose for us? And say something like this? Suddenly, Kazumihara seemed to have triggered some kind of strange switch. With an excited expression, she blurted out directions like a photographer at a gravure shoot, instructing her in hushed tones. In my previous life, I had no knowledge of this, but this glasses-wearing girl had a bit of an old man's touch to her. Huh, you want me to strike a cute cat-like pose and say something? Sure, in that case. The cat-eared Shizuen-san cheerfully accepted the request without hesitation and then, for some reason, she bent down on the spot. Huh, wait, what is she doing? She placed both knees on the classroom floor and leaned her upper body slightly forward. Then, she raised both hands on each side of her face. Welcome home, Nyanko-sama. In an instant, shock spread throughout the classroom. Shizuen-san, whispering in the traditional pose of a cat, exuded an indescribably immoral charm. Everyone, regardless of gender, blushed and fell silent. The allure of her enchanting posture, the faint hint of shyness in her gentle smile, and the power behind the word Nyanko were incredibly overwhelming. One could easily become captivated by this scene, awakening to some unusual fetish. Whoa! A scene where a cat affectionately begged its master, a sweet and adorable meow. Moreover, that sound, like that of a real cat, had a somewhat melancholic tinge to it. The naturally innocent Shizuen-san seemed entirely oblivious to the potentially embarrassing nature of her current posture. Her pure and beaming smile, in stark contrast to the daring pose, further heightened the sense of fascination. Phew, how was why is everyone frozen like that? Shizuen-san asked, puzzled. But their reactions were only natural. After witnessing something so maniacal yet masterfully executed, the entire class was left speechless with flushed faces. The high school students' innocence was somewhat overwhelmed by the stimulation, and some of them seemed on the verge of opening a different door altogether. Akasaki. No more cat ears. And Kazumihara-san, Shizuen-san is very straightforward, so please don't make any dangerous requests. Yeah, that was too much, even for something funny. Ugh, I apologize. I didn't expect her to go that far. Both of them readily agreed to my words. Perhaps due to the destructive power of Shizuen-san's cat pose, their reactions were extremely candid. I actually thought these cat ears were pretty cute. What was wrong with it, Naya-hama-kun? Well, what was wrong with it is that cat-eared Shizuen-san was so cute and filled with dangerously charming allure that it proved the potentially dangerous potential of cat ears. Well, you see, it seems like the main focus of the performance might change.